Good morning and welcome to the 2023 Famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. We are just outside of Pottsville, Pennsylvania, and we are about to kick off the Youth 170 Ultra 4 USA race. I am Miles Haswis alongside my good friend, Mrs. Pam Hall.
And Miles, I know the kids are super excited right now. They're all pumped up, ready to get their race going. They were going out yesterday and trying to extend the track just a little bit. The parents were like, let's give them a little longer track. So I know they went out and did that, and you probably have that course
they
already.
They tweaked it out. It's about a quarter mile. It's a little bit of a loop. There is one little, I'm going to call a little bunny hop, that if you don't check, it's going to send them for a little flyer. So I know they did a little parade lap just now. They had some practice. So they're going to have to check up for that section. Other than that, it's kind of right through the Amsoil hot pits. The racers out there that are going to be taking it off. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Can't wait to see it get going.
Yes, and we have racers that are coming from all over. We have had racers come all the way from Oklahoma as well just to come race the youth, so it's really awesome to see them out here.
And it's really cool to see because a lot of these young racers are going to be, their parents are racing as well, so it's really cool to see the generation coming out. Mm-hmm. So we're going to bring up the Project X staging for the Youth 170 Limited. In that first position, Caden Gamble.
And in that second position, the 722 of Bailey Ford.
In that third spot, 48, Mills Gibson.
And in the fourth position, the 44 of Hayden Gibson.
In fifth, the number 100, TT, Tristan Fulcher.
And then in the number 6 position, the 107 of Hunter Biddle.
In seventh, Xander Walraven.
And that 8th position will be Tanner Thompson.
Here's the Youth 170 Modified. In that first, number 2, Mason Dowker.
In that second position, Miss Raleigh May.
In that third, 180, Brian Peanut Fulcher.
And then fourth position, the 47Y of Maggie Flores.
Should be a lot of fun to see him out there running around. Again, it's about a half-hour race. It is timed, so go to live.ultra4racing.com. You can check it out. Get on speedsport.tv, get on AOE.tv, get on Ultra4 USA and MAO Facebook. Get on the YouTube channel, share it, start a watch party. This is Ultra4 USA youth racing at its finest.
Yes, and this is the future of our sport. These kids love to race out here. Some of them have their parents racing here. Some of them are the racers that are in the family. So the future of our sport, if we didn't have, our younger generations right now out here racing, later on, we wouldn't have any other racers here. So they are truly our future of the sport.
It's really cool to see. And there is some works to build another youth class that's a little bit bigger. We'll see how that all transpires. But it looks like the green flag is out. We have just started the Youth 170 race. This race is on adjusted time. I believe they're taking off 2 at a time.
And that right there is the 126. That is Caden Gamble.
Out of Tierras, New Mexico with Bomb Tech Racing, a youth limited. With Goodall Motorsports, single seat Polaris with Elka Shocks.
And there's Miss Bailey Ford. Her dad yesterday, he finished second in his race. He'll be racing later on in the 4400. But Miss Bailey Ford out there having a blast in this youth race.
Bailey Ford, number 722, out of Markle, Indiana with Brannick Motorsports in the limited class. Single seat Polaris, Brannick Motorsports, MRT tires, and Raceline wheels. Her first Ultra 4 USA race was at Visions just a month ago.
And it's really cool to see the direction that they're going. They're taking off the start line and they're making that hard, tight right. So it's actually, a great way of them to learn some new driving skills.
Off the line next is Hayden Gibson, number 44, out of Villa Ridge, Missouri, with TTP Racing. A Polaris, Fox, DWT, and Walker. Right next to Mills Gibson, out of Villa Ridge, Missouri, with TTP Racing, with his Polaris.
And it looks like we do have everybody off the line here this morning for our youth race. They will be racing for 30 minutes. And it's interesting to see how many laps they get in within that 30 minutes, but a 30-minute race for our youth.
Going to be a lot of fun. Mason Dowker out there pushing strong. Hunter Biddle, Caden Gamble, Brian Peanut Filter, Bailey Ford, Raleigh Hurricane May, Mills Gibson, Tanner the Tan Man Thompson, one of our Mid-America ambassadors out there. And there's that little kicker I was talking about.
Exactly. I saw that the number 48 right there just took that little kicker.
That was Mills Gibson.
Took that kicker a little faster than what you were saying that, you should just take it easy and kind of just roll over it. But he's sending his way.
He's having some fun. These young guys and gals are out there having the time of their life.
All right, so Caden Gamble in that 170 limited classes came through in that number 1 position, running a 1 minute 12 second lap. And that is our fastest lap of the day so far for our youth late race, except Raleigh May just now came through at a 1:11.655. So she's actually in that number 1 spot on corrected time.
Fastest lap of the day, Hurricane Raleigh May with that 1:11, but right behind her is Caden Gamble. And Caden Gamble just took over physical first place. We'll see how it is on adjusted time.
So they are going to be battling back and forth, as we can already tell.
It's a short little quarter-mile sprint. So Caden Gamble, Raleigh May, Brian Fulcher, Tanner Thompson, Xander Walraven, Hunter Biddle, Bailey Ford, Tristan Fulcher, Maggie Flores, Mills Gibson, Hayden Gibson, and Mason Dowker. So it's Caden Gamble and Bailey Ford out front. It's a great little youth 170 race. They have to turn here, and here's that little section, that little kicker, so they got to check up. It's just a little bunny hop. They up and over it and back on the gas. This is they're back on normal racetrack where you saw yesterday, and you'll see later on today as well. There's the 118 of Xander Walraven. We have all our Mid-American and Ultra 4 USA staff out there making sure everything is running smooth. It looks like we have almost a pass there at the race line start-finish line.
And yes, and a reminder, I'm sure you've already done this, Miles, is we do have 2 different classes out there racing. We do have a limited and a stock class racing, so 2 different styles of power, I should say. And we do have a lot of people tuning in, watching on Facebook, so thank you so much for tuning in. Miss Raleigh May's mom is at home watching, cheering on Mom for sure, and she actually has quite a few people on here that are cheering on Miss Raleigh May.
Yeah, Pam's going to be tuned into the Ultra 4 USA Facebook a little bit, taking some comments. So drop us a line.
Do it as much as I can. It's it gets a little difficult when we get into these races to pay attention to so much other stuff that's going on.
We're about 5 minutes into this half-hour race. There's the number 21 of Tanner Thompson.
And Tanner Thompson, he is one of our Mid-America Outdoors ambassadors. He's also races our short course out at Mid-America as well. So he's out here from Oklahoma as well, is where he lives.
I don't think he's missed an Ultra 4 USA race yet.
No, and he won in Montana. So that was an awesome win for him there. He is out here, trying to back up that win from Montana, but he has traveled quite a ways here, and awesome to see one of our Mid-American ambassadors at such a young age out here racing here in Pennsylvania.
There's Caden Gamble out of Tierras, New Mexico with Bomb Tech Racing. Clicking off another lap. This race is a half hour. We're about 5 minutes into it. They're going backwards up the Amsoil hot pits for normal racetrack. Do that little tight right. Like I said, it's about a quarter mile little loop. These young guys and gals are having a great time out there.
And I know that there was discussion going on, Miles, about how the race course was going. Did it actually do a little bit of a change-up from what you guys had originally planned?
Just made it a little bit longer to bring them across the race line start-finish for timing.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty cool that they're out here, though. We do have a little bit of battle going on, but there we do see Tanner Thompson again in that number 21, making his way through. And we have a 4-car battle right here. It's pretty cool to see them all 4 right there running very closely together. Can't quite see exactly who they are, but there is a pass going on.
Right into that little bunny hop. We'll call that the Yukon launch.
There we go, for the youth class, exactly.
So it's still Tanner Thompson out front, then Caden Gamble, then Bailey Ford, Brian Fulcher, Raleigh May, Xander Walraven, Maggie Flores, Hunter Biddle, Tristan Fulcher, Hayden Gibson, Mills Gibson, and Mason Dowker, but it keeps changing back and forth. So go to live.ultra4racing.com to see the same timing we have. There's a great shot of Hurricane Raleigh May right there. It's a great-looking buggy that her dad, Chris May, has built, and she gives her dad all of the grief she can because that's a cool little car, but they've had the new car blues with it, and every time she has an issue, she lets her dad know it.
Oh, yes,
I love it.
I was actually talking to her yesterday. I said, after all that winching your dad was doing yesterday, could you get out there and do a better job? And she's like, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, they like giving each other a little razz.
It was so fun. But Bailey Ford, she's now in front. She has made Bailey Ford and Caden Gamble are the 2 that have completed 5 laps so far of this race, with a last lap of a 1:08.703.
We will see Bailey Ford's dad, Jody, out there in the 4,400 class, making his 4,400 debut, and he is P3, so he's going to be doing a drag race next to Eric Miller. But Jody's got the inside line. It's going to be very interesting to see how everything goes out. At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we will kick off the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And then at 2 p.m., it'll be the 4,400 Unlimited class. But right now it's the Youth 170s presented by JT Customs.
Yes, and we do have lots of change-ups going on. Tanner Thompson in the number 1 spot. Brian Peanut Fulcher is sitting in that number 2 spot, but first in the UTV modified class. Raleigh May is in that number 2 spot, and it just keeps switching up so many times as we're going through the lineup. But 6 laps have now been completed between Bailey Ford and Caden Gamble, so they're getting a lot of laps put in this morning.
Yeah, they're going to be running hard. We're about 8 minutes into this 30-minute race. So we got 22 minutes yet to go for the Youth 170 race here with Ultra 4 USA. There's Maggie Flores cruising by.
They're going to get at least about 20 laps in this morning.
It's going to be a lot. Bailey Ford looks like she was in the mix there. And we got one pulled over. Was that Mason Dowker possibly? We got one car stopped on course, having some issues. We'll get our safety crew over there, make sure everything is A-OK. Right on the other side of the Yukon launch.
All right, Xander Walraven, he was up there here for just a moment, but Peanut Fulcher, he's back up in that number 2 spot, but running first in the 170 modified class.
That car got back and going. Looks like Mason Dowker got it going out of Quaden, Michigan with North Shore Raceworks. And you know who his sponsors are? Mom and Dad. Tad Dowker will be racing the 4400 class here this afternoon as well.
I love how they have that tight U-turn down there at the end. That is over by our Amsoil hot pits, which we will see very busy later on.
It's going to be a lot of action. We'll have Erica Allreed down there later on in the bigger races, giving us all the inside scoop. As we got a great battle coming in. There's Caden Gamble, it looked like. There's JT Taylor, our race director, riding down the center of the track, making sure everything's running smooth. But so far, so good.
Tanner Thompson out in front right now with the fastest laps of the day so far, but he is in that.
Oh, we got one upside down.
Is the team momentum. That is the 108. Which one is that? I believe that is Tristan Fulcher.
That's 100. Tristan Fulcher took a little tumble.
A nasty tumble. So Tristan, of course, we got people right there.
Looks like we got the thumbs up. They're just going to push the car off the course.
And there's Mr. Stan Haynes right there. It looks like he is helping out.
Oh, got some tape dragging behind that car. Let's add a little
kite.
We'll see what happens where he got that a little caution tape dragging along. But we'll wait to get an update on Fulcher. But all hands are on deck. Here's the rugged replay. Looks like, yep, they just touched tires. And there's where he ran through the tape. So they created contact, went through the tape. So no harm, no foul. That was accidental, obviously. Tough break, but hopefully all these kids are okay. But we did get a thumbs up from Tristan T.T. Fulcher.
And that is definitely right there is a great example of open wheel racing, how quickly things can go bad. You know, they touched the tires and hooked up, and that, you know, obviously made Fulcher flip, but all is okay. That's good. But we look at the battle going on through our horseshoe turn down there at the end of our track.
Looks like there's Xander Walraven, Matthew Walraven's son, out of Oak Ridge, North Carolina, with 118 Off-Road with Factory Polaris Racing. Builder's First Source, Transit Site Solution, PPEI, Simpson Stylo Helmets, and Hess Motorsports. And Xander Walraven just picked up Factory Polaris, which is really cool. Great to see these young guys and gals getting involved so early and building a name for themselves.
Yes, at such a young age. And Xander, he is one that's out here always trying to, you know, pick up those number 1 spots, but lots of seat time as well. Dad out here racing as well, so that's where you show the parent racing and the son racing or the daughter racing as well.
Just saw Hunter Biddle out of Longmont, Colorado. We saw his dad, Tom Biddle, racing with us with Hunter Racing in a Polaris single seat 170, PRP, Wanda Tires, Boss Racing Wheels, Walker, Cognito, Lone Star, Elite Power Sports, Colorado. He got first place in Sturgis last year and third place at Legends last year. So Hunter Biddle having some fun out there.
We got others chiming in. We have Georgie that's saying, go Bailey Ford, number 22. So we have lots of people chiming in right now, watching our live Ultra 4 USA Facebook page. That's where I'll be looking at comments. So if you're watching it somewhere else, I'm sorry if I don't see what you're saying, but I can only man so much at one time.
What a great little race we have. We are 12 minutes into a 30-minute race. This race is on adjusted time. This is a Youth 170 Ultra 4 USA race, and it's a side-by-side Bailey Ford and number 48 of Mills Gibson battling it. There's Mason Dowker. This is the Youth 170 Ultra 4 USA race presented by JT Customs. All a part of the 2023 famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road.
And we still do have our Mid-America ambassador, Tanner Thompson, still running in that number 1 position with Raleigh May sitting in that number 2 spot, but she is in the first position for the UTV modified class, or the 170 modified class.
And we're not even halfway through, Pam, and they're already at 10 laps, so we're going to be over 20 laps for our leaders.
Exactly. Miss Bailey Ford, she's running in that number 2 spot in the 170 limited class, but 3rd overall for the race so far today. Xander Walraven, 3rd position for the 170 limited, but 4th overall.
And then we have Caden Gamble.
And then Maggie Flores.
Then Mills Gibson.
Hunter Biddle in that 6th position in the 170 limited.
We saw Tristan T.T. Fulcher took a little tumble, so he's off to the side.
And then Hayden Gibson sitting in that number 10th position overall.
Then Mason Dowker.
In 11th. And then Brian Fulcher in that number 12th position.
So right now it's MAO ambassador Tanner Thompson out front with this race. They're so tight you can't tell who's lap traffic or not, but Tanner Thompson running a great race. He's got that green Mid-America Outdoors 170 out there. There's Xander Walraven. He's the one that had a little contact with Fulcher, so that's why that tape is on there. But during the rugged replay, we did see it. It was incidental, so no harm, no foul there. That's just part of, like you said, open wheel racing.
Yes, open wheel racing at its finest right there. I shouldn't say at its finest, but that is, like I said, a great example of what can happen when these tires do touch with having the open wheel like that. Sometimes, you get lucky and it doesn't actually do any harm or, hook up, but we just saw exactly what can happen. There's Tanner Thompson running in that number 1 position.
There's our physical race leader and on adjusted time.
And right in front of him, it looks like he might be coming up and going to be lapping on Bailey Ford.
And you are correct.
But they actually have the same lap time, so we got to figure out what's going on here because there is a time.
Oh, this race is on adjusted time.
Adjusted time, yep.
So they're about 6 seconds split.
So Tanner Thompson making his way. He had a great run out in Montana, like we were saying. He got a podium out there, and he's been following along with our Ultra 4 USA races this year with our youth racing. And look at Tanner trying to make that pass.
Trying to get on the inside, but Bailey Ford closed the door. We'll see if he can try to get around there at the Yukon launch section. They'll be diving off the left here in another 100 feet or so.
And they are racing against each other because they are both in the limited class. So it's going to be a tight race all the way to the end. If it continues on like this, it's going to come down to that timing.
So they check up for the Yukon launch and head over. Then they'll cross over the race line start-finish once again.
And he has closed that gap just a little bit on her. But Bailey Ford, okay, see, it's very close. They're going across the start-finish line roughly around the same time. As you can see, that Tanner is trying to make that pass on the stretch.
He's got the pass. Is he going to make it stick? Yes. Tanner Thompson gets around Bailey Ford for the physical lead and on adjusted time. But Bailey Ford's running one heck of a race sitting in that 2nd position.
You can see Xander Walraven just made a pass as well.
Yes, you can tell him with that red tape hanging off the back. That's a beautiful PPEI machine. There's Mason Dowker that just crossed the screen. Yeah, I love, just like we had in Rush, Kentucky this year when Casey Gilbert lost a headlight. I love seeing something on a car you can really be distinct. So you can see Xander Walraven with the tape on him. Sometimes one headlight's in or out or something.
Yeah, but I don't think Xander planned on that one. Obviously it's pure accident, but that is correct. I mean, now we know that's on there. But Xander Walraven, he has stepped up. He is actually now in that number 3 position in the UTV 170 limited class. So right now we have Tanner Thompson in that number 1 spot, Bailey Ford second, and Xander Walraven in that 3rd position
and
for
then in
the
unlimited,
class.
in the modified, it's Maggie Flores up front, then Mason Dowker, and then Raleigh May. Raleigh May's actually dropped down a lap or two.
Mason Dowker just now crossed the line there. He's running in that number 2 spot of the UTV 170 modified class, presented by JT Customs. JT the other day it was awesome to be sitting around and talking, and he is presenting the youth race because he knows the future of the sport. He's out here, working hard as he does for all of our racers, just as hard for our youth racers.
Yeah, we were sitting around the table a couple nights ago going over our sponsors and who's presenting what race, and I was asking Alan who's presenting the youth race, and he says we don't have one, and JT just spoke up and he said, I'll put some money down on it. So it's really cool to see, JT out there running the race and putting it up there for the kids.
Exactly. Erica Allreed, she has coming through our Rugged Race radios. She talked to Team Momentum, and Fulcher is doing good. He got out of his car on his own power and gave a little wave to everybody, so he is good. He's out of the car now. He's just over there watching the rest of the race. So thank you, Erica, for giving us that update.
Yeah, always. It's always nervous when anybody wrecks, especially a kid. So they got on them, make sure everything's okay. So great to see that Tristan T.T. Fulcher is A-OK. Brian Fulcher's got a lot of teams. Oh, Mason Dowker is stuck again right there at the Yukon launch. That's the same spot he broke down a couple laps ago. Not sure if that little jump is what it's doing, but he's back going once again. So Mason Dowker back out and going. Hunter Biddle just moves in that 5th position. Then Mill Gibson moves into 6th. And it just keeps changing back and forth. Again, go to live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing. It just keeps changing back and forth because it's such a short little track. And yeah, look at the hot pits. The parents are on the side just rooting everybody on. I love that. They are having so much fun out there. We only have about 10 minutes remaining out of this 30-minute race.
I have to say that is one of the best parts right there. There's Raleigh May actually coming back out on course. So she was over in the hot pits for some reason. But, yes, this is the best part about this. I love seeing the parents on the side. I mean, look at Visions. We had over 30 cars that were entered into our youth race, and just the whole entire line by the starting line was full of all the parents cheering him on. It was pretty cool, actually. Travis Pastrana, he had his daughters out racing at our Ultra 4 USA race at Visions, and that was their first time ever in a race car. So it's just super cool to see the parents, super excited. I've actually been on the sideline before, so I know how it feels to be there. Miles, I know you have 2 daughters, and one of these days, hopefully they'll be one to get into one.
We'll see if we can get them in one. There's Mills Gibson and Tanner Thompson coming through. But, yeah, it's just a great way to get started in the sport. And bringing the whole family affair out here, that's Ultra 4 racing at its finest.
Okay, so Miles, we need to do a little bit of an update here. So when we did see that tumble, we thought that was Tristan Fulcher that actually took the tumble, but Brian Fulcher in the 180, Peanut Fulcher, has not came across the line in quite a while. That was actually Peanut that took that tumble.
You are correct. Thanks for catching that, Pam.
So such a bummer for Peanut. He's always one out here ready to race, ready to go, riding around, super friendly with everybody. But I'm glad that he's out of the car and he's okay over there cheering on everybody else racing.
This is a very family-oriented sport. Great to see everybody out there checking on everybody. And it looks like Xander Walraven just moves into 2nd spot, so bumps Bailey Ford down into 3rd.
So they have done 17 laps. We have just under 9 minutes left. So they're going to probably get another, maybe another 8 laps in roughly, maybe.
Yeah, about 7, probably 7 because they're running average about just over a minute.
Yeah, so they're going to have a lot of laps that they have taken on today.
And look at the Amsoil hot pits. They're already getting set up for the next race at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Will be the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class with the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. We need to give a shout out to Raceline Wheels, Amsoil, Good Boy Mile Marker, Rugged Race Radios, Project X Off-Road, Speed Sport, Can-Am.
Laser Nut, Mid-America Outdoors, 360 Wraps, Optima Batteries.
Spider Tracks, Brannick Motorsports, Yukon Gear and Axle, Whalen.
The Off-Road Syndicate, America Outdoors Events, King of the Hammers, and Fun Haver Off-Road.
So please support who supports the sport. Without all those amazing marketing partners, we wouldn't be here racing all of Ultra 4 USA, and it's just so cool to be able to bring the youth classes into that.
Yes, as we do say always, it's the future of the sport, but we do still have Mr. Tanner Thompson in that number 21, the MAO ambassador, sitting in that number 1 spot in the limited class. Xander Walraven in the number 118 in the 170 limited, sitting number 2 in his class and second overall. Bailey Ford, she has dropped down to that 3rd position, but she is running an amazing race in that number 722 in the 170 limited class.
And then the modified class, it is Maggie Flores out front, and then Mason Dowker, and then Hurricane Raleigh May.
So we did see Raleigh coming out of the hot pits. Obviously something was going on, but it's good to see her back out on race course.
Xander Walraven and Bailey Ford are really battling out there on course. They keep switching back and forth on the live.ultrafordracing.com. They're having a great battle out on course. Love to see these young guys and gals having so much fun.
I have to say, Miles, what's really awesome about this, too, is these kids are out here and they're racing so close together. They're learning how to pass. I mean, I know that we do have spotters in their ears, their parents, or they have somebody, sometimes it's not even their parents, it's somebody else. But having a spotter in their ears, telling them, you know, inside or outside, it's really teaching these kids good driving skills at such a young age.
Yeah, I mean, practice makes perfect. The more seat time you can do, the better. And a lot of these guys and gals are back home just tooling around their yard and having some fun, and now they're out here racing Ultra 4 USA, presented by JT Customs. And if you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you for the 2023 Famous Reading Rumble, presented by Project X Off-Road. This is the Ultra 4 USA 170 Youth Races.
And we know Xander Walraven, he is on a mission. He's trying to get up there in that number 1 spot, moving his way through the pack, trying to catch up to Tanner Thompson. So will he be able to do it by the end of the race?
Let's run through the field once again, Pam. In that first spot is Tanner Thompson.
In that second position, Xander Walraven.
Their third is Bailey Ford.
In fourth position, Caden Gamble.
Fifth is Hunter Biddle.
And in that sixth position is Mills Gibbs.
Seventh overall, first in class, Maggie Flores.
In that eighth position, well, actually it just switched up here, so we have in that eighth position Tristan Fulcher, but seventh in class in the limited.
And then Hayden Gibson.
And then Mason Dowker's running second in the UTV modified class, but 10th overall.
11th in class, or 11th overall, third in class, Hurricane Raleigh May.
And then we did see Brian Fulcher. Mr. Peanut did take that tumble, so he is again off the course, cheering on everybody else for the race. Unfortunate that happened with him, but good. The most important part is everything is okay.
We have 4.5 more minutes yet to go of this 30-minute Youth 170 race. Then we'll get everything all reset, take a little bit of a break, and we'll kick off right around 11:15 to get everything kicked off for the 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time race for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And then at 2 p.m. will be the 4400 Unlimited race. There is Mason Dowker once again pulled off, so he's definitely having some issues with this car. That's his dad, Tad Dowker. They'll be racing in the 4400 class, going out to check on him. Pulled off course. Looks like they're trying to get him a little further off course.
Yeah, the farther off the race course obviously is key, safety first and everything, but unfortunate whenever we do see them. He was pulled off earlier on as well, but here he is on the side again.
And we've worked on quite a few cool features we'll be able to tease off and on the rest of the day, so be sure to tune in off and on. You can download the MAO app on Google or Apple. Go to AOE.tv, Speedsport.tv, Ultra 4 USA, and MAO Facebook and YouTube channels.
Oh, it's so funny. Anna's checking in because Raleigh was Raleigh was off the race course, and she said that she better not give her dad a hard time because he got her back on the track. So
she's gonna give him a razz. I promise you that.
She probably was whenever she was over there.
She's a little pistol. She makes me laugh.
The Fosters, they're also out here tuning in. They wish they were here with us, and we wish you guys were here too. They always get those awesome photos of all these kiddos out there racing, but we shall see how this all pans out because it's been an awesome race so far. Tanner Thompson still sitting in that number 1 spot. Xander Walraven is definitely trying to catch up to him, though.
And then still in that 3rd position is Mrs. Bailey Ford.
So between Tanner Thompson and Xander Walraven, there is roughly a 9-second gap in time because this is on adjusted time. So Xander is trying to make up that 9 seconds at some point somewhere on this track.
And look at the crowds that are in the Amsoil Hot Pits watching this race, having a great time. I love the family-oriented sport that we have here. Everybody's out here having a good time. Brings all the kids, and then they get to let them go out there and race around the same track they get to go out later on today.
And that was just now the 100 of Fulcher going through, the one that we thought that was Peanut, but got that a little mixed up, got that all corrected, but good to see these kiddos out here racing.
Ooh, and Caden Gamble's trying to make a little bit of move into that 4th position. We're under 2 minutes away from the white flag coming out.
And there we have
Caden Gamble's making a move over Hunter Biddle right there. Great little pass as they're hitting the Yukon launch. You can see the orange vests on there. There are 2 big trees there, just making sure everybody's A-OK. There's Tanner Thompson, Caden Gamble.
And it looks like Tanner Thompson made a pass right before he went over the Yukon launch. We are on the last 90 seconds of our race for our Youth Limited and our Youth Modified class here at Mid-America Outdoors, presented by JT Customs. So we have a change in the lead, Miles. We have Xander Walraven has taken over that number 1 spot with just a 0.7 seconds. Tanner Thompson in that number 2 spot now.
Look at this. This is going to be a super close finish. Xander Walraven pushing hard at the very end. You know, he's probably on that rugged race radio with Matt, checking everything out and saying, hey, save the car, run smooth. All right, we're about a minute left remaining. Give it all you got, buddy. And he's out there having a blast. Xander Walraven 1, Tanner Thompson 2, Bailey Ford 3. Is it going to stick? We'll be giving away some of those 360 wrapped laser nut trophies here in just a little bit.
And you can see there
goes Xander's pushing a little too hard there over the Yukon launch.
Still trailing along with our red safety tape there. Gave him a little extra speed there, didn't
next time around it will be the white flag. We have 10 seconds remaining. White flag is out.
All right, so Tanner Thompson has dropped back to almost 7.5 seconds behind leader Xander Walraven. Bailey Ford, she has not came through quite yet, but she's sitting in that number 3 spot. But Tanner Thompson on screen trailing his way through. We'll call that the Spider Tracks front stretch.
There you go. I like that. So it's still Xander Walraven 1, Tanner Thompson in 2, Bailey Ford in 3rd. Then we'll move down to the modified. It is Maggie Flores 1, Mason Dowker 2, and then Raleigh Hurricane May in that 3rd position. See how it all shakes out, but it's looking good.
And Miles, they have done 25 laps out here within this 30-minute span. It's been an awesome race for these kids, and here we have Xander getting ready to get the checkered flag here in just a moment. He just went off that Yukon launch, but Xander Walraven, you know he's pumped up. You know Dad is pumped up, and they're going to be super excited to be up on that podium today.
And the checkered flag is out for Xander Walraven, unofficially winning the Youth 170 Ultra 4 USA race presented by JT Customs.
And there goes Tanner Thompson going through. He did pick up almost a second on that last lap, though, between him and Xander, but he did still finish with the 6.9-second difference in the lap.
So it is unofficial first goes to Xander Walraven. Unofficial second goes to Tanner Thompson. And can Bailey Ford lock down 3rd place? We are about to find out. And she does. It is unofficially Xander Walraven 1, Tanner Thompson 2, and Bailey Ford in that 3rd spot.
And that is in our 170 limited class. We will find out here in just a moment on if Maggie Flores can still hold that number 1 spot in the 170 modified class, with Mason Dowker in 2nd position for the modified class and Raleigh May in 3rd. And there we do have Xander still out there on course. Maybe he just wanted to take a victory lap here. An unofficial victory lap,
We'll see if he wants to do some victory donuts here in a little bit.
All right, there is that checkered flag just waved along.
What a great little race that was. A lot of fun to watch it, and it was great to see. Look at Dad, Matthew Allraven, giving them all he's got. Just so much fun to see the whole family out here enjoying themselves.
Yes, and we will be giving away some trophies here in just a little bit. We will be doing a reset for our next race as well, but how exciting is that for these kids out here? We do have our 170 limited results. And that was Miss Raleigh May. But here is our unofficial results for our UTV 170 limited class presented by JT Customs. Xander Walraven in that number 1 spot.
And number 2 is number 21, Tanner Tanman Thompson.
And in 3rd position, the 722 of Miss Bailey Ford.
In 4th position, the number 126 of Caden Gamble.
In that 5th position, the 107 of Hunter Biddle.
In 6th position, the 48 of Mills Gibson.
In that 7th position, the number 100 of Tristan Fulcher.
In that 8th spot, number 44, Hayden Gibson. Here's our unofficial UTV 170 modified. In that first spot, number 47, Maggie Flores.
And in that 2nd position, the number 2 of Mason Dowker.
In that 3rd spot, number 725, Hurricane Raleigh May.
And in that 4th position, the number 180 of Brian Peanut Fulcher, as we did see, took a tumble, but he did complete 7 laps out there today.
That was a great little race we had. They had so much fun out here. Like we said, a lot of their parents are out here racing with us. A few of them just come out here to race Ultra 4 USA. So it's great to see the future of our sport out here having fun. And look at this. One's getting pushed across the line, still getting the checkered flag. JT stayed there and waited for it. That was a great little sight to see.
Yes, so getting pushed across the finish line. We've seen that before at King of the Hammers as well.
Hey, it's part of it. These
Our winner yesterday, Hunter Miller, this year at King of the Hammers, was pushed across the finish line because he blew his belt right at like 2 turns into the finish.
It's great to see everybody helping everybody out here. We'll keep spanning to the right. There's the Ultra 4 USA merchandise trailer. Be sure to swing by there. See Angel, Carly, Bailey, and all the girls in there getting everything going. Heather is here on site helping things out. And we will be signing off here shortly, so be sure to come back in a little bit. We will be going live racing at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And then at 2 p.m. will be the 4400 main event. It'll be a similar race as yesterday. The EMC race will be an hour and a half plus a white flag. The 4400 will be 2 hours plus a white flag on this 10.7-mile loop. Lots of go fast, lots of rocks. It's going to be great. Don't forget to go to AOE.TV, Speedsport.tv, Ultra 4 USA, and MAO Facebook, and our YouTube channels. And we do have our Speed Sport on Facebook as well. So be sure to check everything out. It's going to be a great day of racing. There's a great shot of the camping pits right there on our left. We just wrapped up the Youth 170 race.
And that was a very tight race for being our kids. They're out here. They're learning to drive, as we were talking about earlier. Doing an amazing job out here, actually. The way they do have their car control. They do have their spotters in their ears. The parents are, helping them out driving. But we will be doing awards here in just a little bit with the kiddos. And it's going to be moving on to our EMC class. And that's going to be an action-packed race. And then later on, our 4400 class. That is where we have a stacked field of talented drivers.
It's only going to get better and better. It's been a wonderful day. Just getting started for the 2023 famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. We are just outside of Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Pam, it's been a great day, and it's only going to get better.
Yes, it is only going to get better as we keep talking. We do have rain in the forecast. We're not sure if it's actually going to happen or not. Hopefully not, but we shall see if it happens.
It goes both ways. I don't want it to rain, but the racers might want a little bit of that dust, but then there's mud. It's going to see what happens.
Exactly. And we can see the parents are getting all their kiddos out of their cars, cooling off, talking about their race.
So thanks for everybody tuning in. We will be back at 11:30 for some live racing. We'll see you here in just a little bit. Good morning and welcome to the 2023 Famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X. You are in for some great racing action through the tight trees, wide open sections, and some of the toughest rock sections of the season for Ultra 4 USA Racing. And we are excited to be here for our very first time, but not the last.
And yes, Miles, it's been a beautiful week out here in Pennsylvania. An amazing course we do have for everybody. We will be having our races starting here momentarily, but the 4400s will be coming later on. It's going to be super exciting.
That is the start line for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. It's two races at the same time. They are scored separate. It is a 10.7-mile loop at an hour and a half. The white flag will come out to crown a couple winners in these races. It's going to be a great show.
Yes, we're going to have 10 cars. 18 car starts, but we have an opener here from Miss Erica Allred. So, Erica, take it away.
Thanks, guys. Yesterday's racing lived up to all the hype. The drivers wanted a more challenging, true Ultra 4 style course, and they certainly got that. And that was on full display in yesterday's racing. It'll be interesting to see how our 4800, 4500, and 4400 unlimited drivers tackle this course. But regardless, it's going to be another great day of racing.
Welcome back. We do have Mr. Alan Johnson in here with us. He will be doing our invocation this morning. So, Alan Johnson, take it away.
If you would, please remove your hat and bow your heads with me. Father God, we thank you so much for the many blessings. We come before you with a grateful heart, grateful that we get to be at this park, grateful that we get to spend time with friends and family, and grateful that we get to live in the land of the free and the home of the brave. We ask a special blessing on all the competitors today for safety, for sportsmanship, for the crews, for the pit crews, everyone who traveled to be out here. And Lord, we ask that everything we do in your name. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Alan, very much for that. I know all of our racers greatly appreciate that, and all of us do as well. We are now going to go to Jalen Haynes. She will be doing our national anthem, the greatest song in the United States.
What so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Jalen Haynes. She's 15 years old with an amazing voice. Miles, welcome back into the booth. We are now on our 4800 Legends class presented by Project X, our grid light up.
The 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. In row number 1 is Ryan Taylor and Sean Reisky.
In second row will be Brian Shrimp and Tim Vassis.
In third row, Justin Barth and George Schooley.
In that third row, we have Jeff Martin and James Panzella.
Chris, and we are hot racing right now, a drag race with Ryan Taylor and Sean Reisky. Reisky. It looks like Ryan Taylor's on the inside, and it's begging him. It's going to be a drag race all the way down to the end. They will be taking a hard left into the woods in about another 100 yards, so it does look like Sean Reisky does take the whole shot after a little tire touching.
All right, next up we are going to have Cody St. Clair and Brian Trimp taking that green flag, but what an amazing drag race right off the first of the start of this race this morning. And there goes the green flag waving.
Cody St. Clair, the Texas kid, and Anthony St. Clair, 4561 out of Ponder, Texas, with SCR Motorsports drag racing. Brian Trimp and Colin Morlock out of Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, with Shallow Pockets Racing.
And you can notice that we did have a little bit of moisture in the ground last night. We do not have dust in that drag race turn right there, but we do have Dwayne Garrettson getting ready to take the green flag right next to the number 14 of Tim Bassis.
Dwayne Garrettson is our pole setter for Cody St. Clair was our pole setter for 4,500. Dwayne in second. So Dwayne Garrettson and Jeremy Tipton out of Fort Smith, Arkansas, with Come Get You Some Off-Road drag racing. Tim Vassis and Chris Kelly out of Pasadena, Maryland, with MWM Racing.
And that is such a great drone shot right there of the drivers making their way through. It's all about the whole shot right there for them. But next off the line will be the number 417 of Justin Barth and the 42 of George Schooley.
George Schooley with his daughter Cameron Schooley riding shotgun out of Westminster Legacy Off-Road Racing, drag racing. Justin Barth with Anthony out riding shotgun number 417 out of Springfield, Missouri, with Barth Racing.
And there they definitely were drag racing, and it looks like George Schooley did get the jump on Justin Barth. Now, Justin Barth did race yesterday as well, so he has an extra little bit of seat time on this track. But here he is running behind George Schooley going down that front, the first left-hand stretch.
They are taking off two at a time in 30-second increments. This race is on adjusted time. There are two races going on at the same time, so be sure to tune in to live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing. As Jeff Martin and Justin Sherwin, number 1470 out of Martinsville, Indiana, with Martin Racing, is drag racing. Jesse Oliver and Randy Knoll, number 4517 out of White Lake, Michigan, with Oliver Racing.
And a great drag race, and that is a great view right there of the start line. We will have it up next, the number 28 of James Panzella and the 36 of Kim Matson.
James Panzella out of Bayhead, New Jersey, with ECR Racing, racing against Kim Matson, and Matt out of Ashton, Maryland, with Bad Advice Racing.
And it looks like James Panzella did get the jump, so did get that lead line right there. There is a little bit of a rut that is creating in that first left-hand turn, but it's not slowing these drivers down one bit at all. We will have next off the line, it looks like we have Diesel Krentz going off the line next to Chris DeMartini.
It's going to be a great drag race right here. Diesel Krentz with Eric Spin riding shotgun number 4,500 out of Stanley, North Carolina, with Team Stacked Racing. And they are racing for the Cool Kids campaign. It's really cool to see them bring that to the table. Drag racing against Chris DeMartini with Nick Stroker, number 4822 out of Herndon, Pennsylvania.
And it looks like Randall Holmes did get that jump on Diesel Krentz, but next off the line we will have the 4820 of Randall Holmes and the 918 of Brian Moore. Brian Crash Moore with his brother David Moore riding shotgun number 918 out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, with Moore Racing with ORI. Drag racing against the 4820 of Randall Holmes and Craig Skipta with Lewisburg, North Carolina, with Race Mile 1 Motorsports. All right, we do have one single car right there getting ready to take the green flag. We'll get that number on that right there. It looks like it should be,
I believe that's Bob Humancheck. Remember, it's 30-second increments. This race is on adjusted time, so I did not say Jesse Schumann or Ryan Webb. So Bob Humancheck, number 216, with Kyle Durst riding shotgun out of Richmond Heights, Ohio, with Nocturnal Motorsports. They're having some drivability issues, but they are here. Last but not least, they're going to be going off out there and battling. We do have one more of our Project X staging for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. And that first spot we saw earlier was the 4561, the Texas kid, Cody St. Clair.
And in that second position was the number 26 of Dwayne Gerritsen.
In that third spot, the 4517 of Jesse Oliver.
And in that number 4 spot, the 36 of Kim Matson.
And number 5 is the 4500 Diesel Krentz.
And then the 216 in that 6th position, Bob Humachuk. Now,
This-
Miles, you were saying that Ryan Webb did not start. I believe, if I remember correctly, I think he blew his engine, actually. So
Tough break for him. He'll be riding with his buddy
Yeah.
Chris Branton coming up. Oh, we already have one car pulled off. It looks like it could be James Panzella, if I've got a good little guess there. This is a 10.75-mile loop. They have to run the Brannick Boulder Joker line once, but they can only run it once. There's multiple rock sections. There's a great shot of the huge drag line right there here at Famous Redding Outdoors. This place is absolutely amazing. And we are on board with Ryan Taylor chasing down. That's going to be Sean Reisky right in front of him. So they're keeping each other on the sights. Remember, they did start at the same time, 2x2 every 30 seconds. Don't forget to go to live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing for the 2023 Famous Redding Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. Pam, this is going to be a fun time. It's going to be a great time. Be sure to go to speedsport.tv, go to aoe.tv, Ultra4 USA, Speedsport, and AMAO Facebook and YouTube channels. Share it, start a watch party. We are Ultra4 USA Racing.
And Miles, we are always talking about lap times and everything. We are into the larger cars with the bigger tires out here. So, what do you think projection? Because you always do pretty good at this. The lap
I'm going to
times
say
might be
they're going
today.
to these classes are going to be about the 23-minute mark on for fastest lap. But remember, there's a lot of strategy. That Joker line is going to be very, very important. We've got our rugged race radio set up, so we'll have some information traveling back and forth as we're back online with our national champion from 2022, Mr. Ryan Taylor.
And what a great drone, or what a great onboard camera view right there.
And this is
good. It actually shows, a little bit of the terrain that they're going through. He's getting ready to go into this rock garden section, which I believe he's entering into Kool-Aid right here, if I can remember correctly, the Yukon launch Kool-Aid area.
You're absolutely correct. So Sean Reisky and Ryan Taylor in the Yukon Launch Kool-Aid section. There, we've got it coned off, the Project X tape. You have to stay in the middle. And then at this top spot, right where Sean Reisky is, it's a huge rock section. And these guys are buddies off the course, but on course, it's a battle out there. And it looks like Sean Reisky does get he is completely high-centered. So he's going to have to get out and winch right now. Unless, if I was Ryan Taylor, I'd give him up there and give him a little bump and see if he can push him up. And that's exactly what happened.
Yes.
So that's because that helps Ryan Taylor, because that gets him out of the way. So now Ryan Taylor's going to back up. He's got Corey Day riding shotgun with him. He's already been on this course a bunch. So now Ryan Taylor's got to back up, find his line. Oh, it's going to be interesting to see how this shakes out.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously helped him get up that line, but now he's having difficulties. It can sometimes hurt your strategy of going up a line, but he had to go back to the bottom to find it. Now, where Sean Reisky was high-centered there, that is the area that I was thinking would be a little bit easier on these guys because of having the larger tires, but obviously they're going to have issues there as well.
But let's talk about that. It did rain last night, so this rock section is wet compared to yesterday. There is talk. Ooh, and look at Brian Trimp trying to get around him as well. So we've got some situations going on here at the top of the Yukon Launch. Ryan Taylor and Brian Trimp rubbing tires a little bit. And Ryan Taylor's not giving up. He's giving it all he's got. Let's see if he can get up and out. And he does. That Trimp fabrication machine up and out of Ryan Taylor.
And that horsepower, they have a lot of it compared to what we were watching yesterday, but it's not all about horsepower getting them up these slippery rocks. But there's another onboard camera right there of Ryan Taylor.
Yeah, Ryan Taylor. This is a tight little wood section. Right at the top, you're going to dip and dive through here. And he's going to be in here for about another, 50, 75 feet. And then he's going to pop up to the haul road. And then it's a fast, really flowy section as we watch Brian Tripp struggling with the top of the Yukon Launch. The traction is just not there today.
Definitely.
These are 37-inch DOT tires. So let's go over the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. What is that? Well, it's a front or rear mounted engine, but unlimited horsepower. Vehicle must contain 2 seats side by side, single shock per corner, and a maximum of a 37-inch DOT tire. Only solid axles are allowed. There's quite a few new specific car built for this class, but it's a great place for a 4400 car to drop a shock, drop the tires down, and go keep on racing. So, Pam, I'll let you take the 4500 class.
Yeah, and he's definitely struggling trying to get up this. Yesterday, what we were noticing, too, a lot of the UTVs, they were actually taking when they get up to the top where they're high centering, taking a little bit of a right-hand line there. I don't know if they were, creating more traction or getting more traction. Maybe there's a little bit of a different rock area there, but it'll be interesting to see how this goes. But here we do have co-driver getting out to start pulling that winch. But the 45 Yukon gear and axle modified class, they have to run a 2 to 2.5 inch shock per corner. They're limited to only to 14-inch travel. They have mechanical steering, a max of a 37-inch DOT tire, and a front-mounted engine, but unlimited horsepower. And the DOT tire, what that means, Department of Transportation. What that is, you can go and you can buy the same tires they're running on their race vehicles at any tire dealership out there. So that's pretty cool that this class has those regulations to it.
Yeah, it just kind of keeps everybody on the same playing field. And I'll just follow up with the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends cars, a single shock. The 4500 can have 2 shocks. So the 48s are a little bit more advanced, but the 45s have a little bit more shock. So it's really cool to see them keep battling through. There's Knox, one of our camera operators, getting that tape back up and going that Brian Tripp kissed. He was trying to make a pass. He didn't intentionally hit that, so that is A-okay there. He did back up, got back on the line, and he's going to try as Ricky Bobby, the Dwayne Garrettson right there in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. Did we see Cody St. Clair?
Have not seen Cody St. Clair, which I was getting ready to go into that. Cody St. Clair, he's coming off the win from Visions. He's wanting to be in that number 1 spot. But we also have Dwayne Garrison. He got 3rd position at Visions. So we do not have Rick Lavezzo out here racing with us right now. He did not come to this race. But Cody St. Clair, he's out here trying to make another win for himself in our 4800 Legends Brannick Motorsports class. Ryan Taylor, he's the only one who was on the podium at Visions. He finished 3rd position out there. And here he is out here trying to get that win.
And you see that Project X green tape. What that does is that keeps our competitors in the rock sections. JT Taylor spent a lot of time getting everything lined out here. And in these rock sections, we want you in the hard rocks. So we put the tape in there to keep you on course. So obviously, Brian Tripp, he hit it. It was unintentional. We saw it here on screen. So we did put it back up. But if you cut that line and cut course, it's not a good situation. You could get DQ'd for that. But obviously, he backed up, got back on course, and he's out there running.
Yes, and you can see that there are multiple cars waiting to come up, and you can see some drivers are already getting their winch lines up and going onto a first tree down there lower on. But there we do have, I'm not sure exactly who that was just now on the camera.
That is Jesse Oliver, I believe. Heading down, he's going to take a hard right here and then get back on a very fast section, head back towards the Spiner Track stock class. The Spider Track backstretch. Sorry, get a little tongue-tied here. That is Jesse Oliver with a Magnitude suspension. He's been racing with us for quite some time.
And that's where he's taking that right-hand turn. It's a little bit, like you were saying yesterday, a little bit of a rock section. They go through, should be a creek, but not a lot of rain right there in that section. But very fast section on our backstretch. There you can see a lot of the water puddles there. You can actually take that right-hand line if you would like to, because that is an either-or.
Yeah, there's multiple sections across here because you can see all those different lines. They end up at the same spot, so it's kind of run what you want to and really go. It's a very fast section.
Yeah, we can't even see the end of the line of the cars right here in this bottleneck that we are going through in the Yukon Launch Kool-Aid section.
I believe that's Tim Vassis. There's Justin Barth right back there, so we got a pretty good bottleneck right here at the Yukon Launch, and they are going to be putting these winches to work for sure.
Yes, and you can see that they're trailing their winch out right now, but you know what a lot of drivers have been doing, they've been watching the race yesterday. They went out and they did their pre-running. What they'll do is they will keep their winch line out, but they will tie it up into the cab of their truck so they don't have to pull the winch as much. But also when you're reeling your winch back in, it takes quite a time. It's not like a quick reel in. So it's all about strategy of how much time you want to take as well. But we do have some struggles going on right there. Number 14 having a little bit of issues, making his way up through the Yukon Launch.
Well, we saw everybody having issues. So Tim Bass is out there winching. And I'm trying to think there, yesterday we had a few single-seat cars out there racing. This race, I don't think we do. But you don't have to run a co-driver. But if you've been watching, I guarantee you want a co-driver for this race for this exact reason. As looks like James Panzella on the left getting a little anxious, trying to get up there through there.
Yes,
but
up
next is going to be Justin Barth coming through, it looks like. But look at the parking lot we have already developed as we have Sean Reisky, Ryan Taylor, and Brian Tripp up and out. They're really running strong. This is about race mile, I'm going to say race mile 4. Sorry, mile marker 4 out here.
And you could just see Tim Vassis was trying his hardest to get that traction. His tires were smoking. So we definitely are going to be bottlenecked here for just a little bit, but it's a very interesting section right here. This is talking to the drivers. This is actually probably one of the hardest sections out there on the race course.
We have lots of hard race rocks out here. We've been, racing Ultra 4 USA for quite some time, and we do a little bit of everything. These are the Swiss Army knives of off-road. They can do it all. They can do short course. They can race King of the Hammers up in Crandon here in Pennsylvania. And there's a tight there. I think that is the Brannick Boulders Joker line. So our physical race leader just took the Joker line. You can only take it once, but you have to take it once. I couldn't quite tell who that was. It is Sean Reisky coming up and through. So Sean Reisky is our first victim in the Brannick Motorsports Joker line. So there's multiple lines right here. All you have to do is come up that creek and then left or right. This is all meat, no taters for the locals. And you can go straight and all the way through the creek, or about where he's at right now. There's another line where you can take a hard right and go up and out. We'll see which direction he takes.
See those big boulders that are moving around. We were talking about how here the rocks still move around. They're, of course, except for the gigantic ones that are out here, but they're very loose rock out here, a completely different terrain. But it's awesome to see these guys out here racing this race, and there are a lot of them are comparing it. I keep saying this over and over, but they're comparing it to King of the Hammers. But there is Ryan Taylor. He is also entering into the Brannick Motorsports Joker line, and he's taking that right-hand line right. Let's see if he actually takes the left or the right here as well.
So they took off side by side. So Sean Reisky has about a minute lead over Ryan Taylor. Ryan Taylor does look like he's going to take the left line at first and then dive off to the right. So very similar lines for both Sean Reisky and Ryan Taylor.
And that seems to be the easier line that everybody was taking yesterday as well in our races. Because at the beginning, if you hit the right-hand side at the very beginning of it, there are large boulders right there that will get you high-centered as well. But Justin Barth, you can see he's struggling to get up as well. He's already got his line out and winched. So it's basically right now it's just taking turns of going up Kool-Aid.
Yeah, Tim Vassis is obviously just cleared. Now Justin Barth is going up. So we only have about 5 competitors up and out of the Yukon launch area, and we already have a co-driver already out and ready to winch. I mean, that's what you want to do. You want to kick your co-driver out, get him up there and ready. I still don't
that's like a
see.
flat tire.
That's George Schooley right there, and I got a cool little update from that. That car has been around for a very, very long time, and it has panels from every wrap the car has ever had on it. That's super cool.
That is super cool, but he does have a driver rear flat, so that is very unfortunate. Not sure if he actually... Oh, he does have a spare tire on there. I think I can see a spare tire, but this is going to be difficult to get up because you really need the traction of all 4 tires to get up this Yukon Launch Kool-Aid section.
And he's got his daughter Cameron Schooley riding shotgun with him, so they're in a bad spot. Do you change the tire? What do you do? Their strategy is going on right now.
We made it up that area right there. He needs to get to his right just a little bit, but he is not winching. And look at that.
And look at that. What a flat tire still.
Wow.
If that tire wouldn't have been flat, he absolutely would have made it up and out.
It almost looks like he just let up on the gas just a little bit, but look at that. He just
Whoa,
made
he
it up
did
Kool-Aid
make
with
it.
a flat tire. That is pretty amazing and an awesome driving by George Schooley.
And remember, he's only at mile marker number 4 out of 10.75. So I think George and Cameron Schooley are going to have hop out once they get out of this tight section and change that tire. As we have another car coming into the Spider Track backstretch, as we were watching we're still waiting for the bottleneck of the parking lot there at the Yukon Launch Kool-Aid area.
And there we do have Jeff Martin now. He has his co-driver out getting ready to hook onto a tree to winch their way up as well in this lovely Kool-Aid section.
Have some fans of Diesel Krentz out there making some comments. Thanks for tuning in. This is the 2023 famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road, and we are racing the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. So 2 classes racing at the same time. They are scored separately, so be sure to tune in to live.ultra4racing.com for the live timing we have here in the Project X booth.
So Diesel Krentz, the fans that are tuning in, it's pretty awesome to see everybody. racing in support of kids fighting cancer. All right, so let's go ahead and go through that. Diesel Krentz is out here racing for the what he's racing for is the Cool Kids Clubhouse out of Huntersville, North Carolina today. He is racing in support of the kids fighting cancer. So that is a great foundation that he is racing for, and it's awesome to see that they are tuning in. So thank you so much for tuning in and cheering on Diesel.
As we see Dwayne Garrettson, the Ricky Bobby, he'll be taking a hard right here and open it up, letting that LS sing. So far, it's so good. There's a lot of action out on course. The parking lot there in Kool-Aid is going to be extremely interesting as we see Diesel Krentz right there come into screen. He's at the front of the parking lot right now, and there's James Panzella sideways. I'm just trying to see who else is back there. Looks like I see Brian Moore. There's Bob Humacek all the way at the back. There's a lot of cars here having some issues. These are all DOT tires, so the traction is not as good as they had yesterday. Up to a 37-inch tire compared to most cars yesterday were a 35, so they've got better ground clearance, but not the sticky race tires like some of the UTVs had yesterday.
We do see Diesel Krentz getting their winch out, and I know you were just touching base on that, but we did have also James Panzella sitting there. He was a little sideways on
Yeah, he
the
was
entrance.
having some issues for sure. As we see Ryan Taylor, that's our physical second. That's the first hard rock obstacle right at mile marker 8.5 and Torburen's Ridge. We have another. There's Dwayne Garrettson coming up through the Brannick Boulder Joker line. Car still looks like it's in great shape. He's part of the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. I believe he is leading that class because I have not seen Cody St. Clair.
We have not seen him. He might have been back in that bottleneck that's going on right there at the base of the Yukon launch, but hopefully he gets to try to back up his win that he is coming out here, backing up his Visions win, I should say, for the Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. But here we do see Dwayne Garrettson making his way up. He had a little bit of a hiccup, but now he's back moving. He's making that right-hand turn, so he took the left-hand line to make that right-hand turn. Now, these vehicles with the longer wheelbase, the bigger tires, it's not as easy to make those tight turns whenever they're in these rocks. But he is making his way up on the line. The left-hand line is the 4400s have to go up the left-hand line. They do not have an option to go the right-hand side.
Yeah, I love the strategy that goes on with the Joker lines. Every time or anytime we can throw it out there, JT and I will talk about it, and I just love seeing it happen as we see Tim Vassis and Chris Kelly with MWM Racing cruising through, and now we switch back to Diesel Krentz.
And Diesel Krentz, he's been a new racer to us. He's only been with us for a couple of years. I believe, if I remember correctly, 2021 at AOP was his very first race.
You nailed it. He came up there and checked it out. He's a great character. That guy, if you can't laugh at with Diesel Krentz, we can't be friends. That guy is hilarious.
Yeah, he is awesome. Definitely one that I'm sure, supporting the Kids with Cancer Foundation as well that he does there in Huntersville, North Carolina. I'm sure, they're out here, supporting him online as well. So it's super cool. He's got a good heart in him. And like you just said, if you're not laughing at his jokes and having fun with what he's talking about and just being in his pit in general, you definitely, it's another type of fun over there and great people. We do have, I'm not sure what that number is, who is winching up. That's next in line, but still do not see Cody St. Clair in the mix back there for this Kool-Aid section, which is our Yukon launch.
Chip McLaughlin, Chip Happens is tuned in, checking up Rise and his buddy Cody St. Clair. They've got a little friendly dollar bet going on. So he's rooting on his buddy. Hate you're not here, but get that car back fixed. We'll see you around, buddy.
There's too many trees here for Mr. Chip McLaughlin.
That is no doubt for sure.
Love you, Chip, but you know it's true.
Yeah, we should have just brought Chip instead of a chainsaw, but oh well.
All good fun.
It looked like Tim Vassis, and that looks like he must have blown by the Brannick Boulders Joker line. So I do not think Tim Vassis took the Joker line right now.
And it's all about that strategy. to us, what it seems like here, I know you're getting updates, but I think everybody that has gone through and, so far has done that, except it looks like he did bypass it.
Yeah, the Rugged Race Radios has been pretty busy with the Joker line. Ryan Taylor, Sean Reisky, and Dwayne Garrett have all done the Joker line. Remember, you can only do it once, but you have to do it once. And it does shave off about probably more than a half mile of the course. So it is an advantage if you make it smooth. But there's some big rocks in there. And the Winch Fest continues there at the Yukon Launch.
I'm not sure, Miles, but is that the 36 of Ken Matson? I can't quite make out.
Yes, it is. Yep, that's Kim Matson.
Oh, here we have somebody right behind.
And Matt's
Kim.
out winching for her. With Bad Advice Racing. Oh, and here's On Car with, I assume this is Ryan Taylor. Yes, this is the first section of Hell's Half Acre. So that's Corey Day out of the car winching. This is where another hard section. I would say this is equally as hard as the Yukon Launch. And that tree right there, there's a line to the left and to the right, but Corey Day is up there winching. There is a winch point already up there to a tree, just because we knew this was going to be an issue. So we put a winch point up there, and Corey Day is trying to get his driver up and out.
I mean, on this onboard camera, it almost looks like he is basically looking straight up at the sky at this view we are seeing right here.
And this is probably about mile marker number 10 right here.
And you can see his tire spinning. You can see the stuff coming off of his tires. So you know that he's working and trying to get his car up, or his truck up.
It looks like he's making some progress.
Making progress for sure, but yeah, definitely having some issues right here. Very steep, as we just saw on that onboard camera.
So he is up and out. They will unhook, sucker back in, and get back in the car and keep on rocking. So how far up is Sean Reisky, our physical race leader?
And Sean Reisky qualified in that number 2 spot with Ryan Taylor in that number 1 spot. So Sean Reisky got the jump and got out front. And we did see Ryan give Sean that little bump over there on the Yukon Launch to get him going. And who knows? We don't know where Sean Reisky is right now, but we should be seeing them here probably, in the next 5 minutes?
I would say, yeah, 5 minutes for Sean Reisky if he is still in front of Ryan Taylor. We're all speculating. Obviously, we don't know until they cross the race line start-finish. Corey Day hopping back in the car. There's George Schooley. Remember, he had that flat tire on the driver's left rear. We'll see if it's still flat, or did they pull over and change it? Nope, he is still rocking the flat tire on the left rear. So it'll be interesting as he comes into the Brannick Motorsports Joker line. If that tire comes off, he's dead in the water. There's no way that car will have any traction left. So he's risking it.
And you can see how hot that tire was when he hit that little bit of water. That there is a natural water spring coming down this Joker line. Look at it smoking. I mean, that thing is smoking hot right now.
Yeah, this is a beautiful little section right here at the famous Reading Outdoors, just outside of Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Up here in northeast Pennsylvania, about 90 miles from Philadelphia and New Jersey, about 130 miles from New York and Baltimore.
And let's talk about this, Miles. Here, he is now trying to make it up this rock section with that driver rear flat. This is where you want to make sure you're not going to do any more damage than he possibly could do. You don't want to rip off the brake lines or anything else, or once he does get to his hot pit, having to change that tire, doing so much damage, at that point is when you sometimes can't even get the wheel off.
Yeah, and then you could rip off brake lines and all sorts of stuff. And like you were saying, man, I would have changed that tire before I got in here, because now this could turn into another spot where we have some issues. But George is just trying to motor through.
Yeah,
he's got to know he's got that flat, tough brake.
Exactly. When he was going through the faster sections, he has to know. But you can see the water down flowing below him. When he's spinning that tire, it is flying, making the rocks fly, and it's splashing into the water. So that goes to show you now he is in the water. So it's just going to make it even slip more. But he is going to try his darndest to get up this Joker line. I think he's trying to make it back here, but where was the other section you said that was super hard? Top of the Torbuin? That's another section that's difficult.
There's 2 hard rock sections after this, so he's going to have to, that tire's about off. He's going to have to change that tire, and it would have been a lot easier on the side to change it of the road than in the rocks. And It looks like that was Ryan Taylor still moving away, and I love that's a great spectator area, and they've got their easy ups already out there. That's a lot of rock crawling going on. A great spot to come check out this race. And I keep saying, so there's a Trent Fabrication chassis. There's a Miller chassis. What do I mean by all these different chassis? Well, there's different manufacturers out there that are Ultra 4 specific, and they build all these cars, and you can buy a turnkey car, or you can buy a rolling, just a chassis, which is the tube, and that's the frame itself, and then you can outfit it with all the different axles or engines, however you want to build it out. But it's really cool to see. We see Tribe 16. Miller Motorsports is out here super heavy. Trent Fabrication. There's a whole slew of them out here.
Yes, and Ryan Taylor making his way through, but now we do see Cameron is out of the car, so that's going to be unfortunate if they're going to have to change that tire in the rocks, like you were saying, that it would have been much easier to do back on the flat land right before they got up. And look at this, we still have a bottleneck going on over in the Yukon launch in the Kool-Aid area.
It looks like that's James Panzel on our right, and on our left is Brian Moore. But we should see Ryan Taylor here in the next about minute crossing the race line start finish. So where is Sean Rice? So that is Ryan Taylor coming into the Amsoil hot pits. We do not see Sean Reisky. So Ryan Taylor is our physical race leader, but is already in the Amsoil hot pits. It is a 25 miles an hour speed limit, no passing. There's a single entrance and a single exit. Every car that comes in has to go all the way through till the end, and that's right where Team Indiana is waiting on their driver of Ryan Taylor and Corey Day. I'm not sure what is going on. We're speculating. It looks like a left rear they're investigating on right now.
But Miles, Sean Reisky was physically out in front. To where is Sean Reisky? We have not seen him at all anywhere on any of our camera views. But we do have, like you said, Ryan Taylor in the hot pits. They're looking maybe overheating. We do know that there was a lot of overheating going on yesterday. Our winner, Sergio, he had some overheating as well. But, yeah, he's having some issues definitely going on in that left rear. But now they're looking up in towards where the radiator might be.
Yeah, there's something going on. There's Stan the Man Haynes right there, Mr. Brannick Motorsports himself, getting everything going on. There's Brandon Haynes, part of Brannick Motorsports as well. His daughter just sang the national anthem for us.
And you can see what he just did is he took his shirt off because they just had to pop the cap on the radiator. So more than likely he's having overheating issues and is going to need to add water.
So that's a tough break. He is our physical race leader. Sean Reisky was out front. Where is he? We don't know. But Ryan Taylor was able to get around him. But now he's having his own issues. And right now he knows he's out front, so he's anxious, right? But you got to take your time. Fix your car correctly in the Amsoil hot pits, because if there's some issues out on course, you are by yourself. This is a no-chase race. Only fellow competitors can help you. But you could have your buddy stop in the pits and bring you parts, but only fellow competitors can help other than Ultra 4 USA and MAO Safety Crew, along with Famous Redding Outdoors.
You can see Mr. Stan Haynes right there doing something behind the passenger seat, but over to the left behind our leaderboard, our Optima leaderboard, we do have fresh water there, so they are going to try to pour some water into that radiator. But, yeah, it's unfortunate if it is some overheating issues, but we'll find out here.
Oh, you can see the steam coming out right now. They are dumping some stuff in there, so hopefully we can get that figured out. And with this camera, I know our one and only Erica Allreed is down in the mix, so she should be giving us some updates here coming up very soon. And it's all Team Indiana on board right now. There's Sam over there, Stan Haynes. Looks like that's Jody Ford running. Oh, that's Chad Hunt. We'll see him in the next race. And look at the steam coming out. We're just speculating. Is it a tube issue? Obviously it was running right off the start pretty good. So where is the leak at? Why is it leaking, or is it leaking?
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes there's bad sensors in these cars too. It might be saying it's overheating, and it might also be, your oil pressure. Sometimes those are a little wonky on these cars. But hopefully he gets back going and no issues with the rest of the race.
There's Z-Man, there's Dawes. A lot of these guys and gals are racers. So I love seeing all the racers that have already raced, that will be racing out here helping their buddies. It is all hands on deck.
And look at that, Miles. They're tapping the fan on the radiator. So maybe the fan is not working and they're having an issue with it. Maybe that's what Stan Haynes is doing back there on the relays. Usually are behind either the driver or the passenger seat. So maybe they're checking fuses or the relays and see if something's going on with the wiring.
Yeah, because the fan doesn't come on. That obviously doesn't cool the radiator. And that is back to George Schooley. He has made it up a little way. So are they winching? Or I still see the spare tire in the back, so they haven't tried getting that off yet. So they must be trying to winch up through the Brannick Boulders Joker line.
Yes, and we now have another competitor entering in, and I believe that is the Diesel Krentz Jeep right there coming into the Joker line, the Brannick Motorsports Joker line. So yes, that is the 4500 of Diesel Krentz.
And there are multiple lines right here. So obviously the first line on the right was where George Schooley is. So this is a perfect line for Diesel Krentz to get through them, because you can follow the creek up, and 4400s right about here will take a little bit of left and continue up the creek. But if I was Diesel, I'd be taking a right-hand turn here in about another 20 feet or so.
And you can see his tires were spinning just now, so he's stuck. There is water running down. You can kind of see in the view we have right now, there's a little bit of a waterfall. So there's natural water spring that comes down this. So that, what does that do? Makes your tires slippery. So
yeah, it's a beautiful little creek bed section. If we've hiked up there a couple times to mark course and check it out, and it's just a beautiful park. I mean, there's so much of this park that is absolutely amazing here at famous Reading Outdoors, just outside of Pottsville, Pennsylvania. It is open 365 days a year, except for special events like this one, but you can buy a membership and come out here and enjoy this anytime you want. They've got roughly 15,000 members, and they're trying to grow it. They've got multiple trailheads. I think they've got up to 6 different trailheads you can go, roughly 20,000 acres, 650 miles of tracks out there. That looks like Dwayne Garrettson, if I'm not mistaken.
well, if that is Dwayne Garrettson, he's definitely made up some time here and where he's at on race course. But, Miles, let's go back to that Joker line. You were talking about the left-hand side. The 4400s do have to stay left. Out there on race course the other day, whenever Eric Miller was out pre-running, I got out with our photographer and our video guy, and I wanted to go up with Josh, and we went and did an interview. And it's a super steep. So, I mean, it was slippery and steep hiking up it. Definitely got our workout in for sure.
They're definitely working on something going on there. So tough break for Ryan Taylor, our physical race leader. But, hey, he's still leading the race. We still don't see Sean Reisky, Cody St. Clair, Brian Trimp as we're watching Diesel Krentz getting ready to start winching up the Brannick Motorsports Joker line. So now, right now, if I was coming through, I would absolutely bypass the Joker line. Do you know if anybody's up in there? I don't know.
Yeah, you can't really see. I mean, you can kind of get a glimpse, but not really. But, yeah, both lines right now are plugged up, even though Diesel Krentz is moving along. But you do see George Schooley is still stopped on that right-hand side, as we know, with that flat tire. But who do we have coming in?
That is Dwayne Garrettson, I believe. And he's coming to the Amsoil Hot Pits as well. So that's our physical race leader for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. So we don't have Cody Sinclair or Brian Trimp or Sean Reisky. So right now in the Legends class, it's Ryan Taylor. In the Modified class, it is Dwayne Garrettson. But they are both in the Amsoil Hot Pits. This course is tough. We started right at 11:30.
He has the driver front tire down. So we're seeing tires already an issue right off the bat. Yesterday it wasn't so much tires right off the bat, but here we do see Dwayne Garrettson getting that front left changed.
But if he can just do a quick tire change, and look, this is part of Team Indiana as well. So I love that everybody's down here to help everybody. They're bouncing back and forth. They obviously have something figured out with Ryan Taylor and addressing it. So now they're letting some of their team go help Dwayne Garrettson.
And it's all about how long has Dwayne Garrettson had that flat. It doesn't look like it's too bad, so maybe it just happened here in the last rock section he was going through. But see how they're struggling to get that off. So that's something I was mentioning about George Schooley. When you're running on a flat tire for so long, you can damage, the whole entire wheel, and that makes it harder to change. It's not as quick.
Sarah Day, part of Team Indiana, handing him a drink of water. That was the 216, I believe, of Bob Humancheck. I was having a chat with him earlier. He was having some drivability issues. Obviously, it's running better. And he was also having some front diff locking issues. So he got his Makita air compressor, put it in there, and hooked it all up. And now he's got a front locker again. I love the MacGyver style of Ultra 4. They will, if there's a way, if there's a will, there's a way.
Exactly.
So the Brannick Boulders Joker section is definitely being a tough spot. Dwayne Garrettson, a quick left front, in and out. About a minute and a half tire change, pretty good. So he will be out running strong once again. So now Dwayne Garrettson will be our physical race leader. There's the race line wheel start finish. So the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, Dwayne Garrettson out front. We have been racing for 39 minutes, so there's about 50 minutes left before the white flag comes out. What's the white flag mean? Last lap.
So Dwayne Garrison, we did physically see him going through the Brannick Motorsports Joker line, I believe. So he now gets to completely bypass that. So if that becomes a bottleneck, oh, here's Cody St. Clair right there. We've been waiting to see him. We've been wondering where he's at, and there he is. It's kind of funny to see him that far back for what's going on, but we do have Ryan Taylor just got out of the pits. Now he is back moving along, so hopefully they got whatever issue was going on with the radiator or overheating, they got that fixed as well. So, and there's James Panzella. We did see him. He was having some issues earlier on. He was actually kind of sideways on this Yukon launch, but here he is back straight, winching his way up. Got to give a shout out to Jonathan Terhune. He's telling us good morning, Miles and Pam. So
hate you're not here, buddy, but we'll see you at the next one, I'm sure. Terhune, part of Team Indiana, and we just watched both of his buddies in there in the Amsoil hot pits, in and out.
Brady, one of our Mid-America, works with us at AOE. He's excited and waiting for the 4400 race.
Oh, it's going to be wild. So, obviously, this is a great race. Don't go anywhere. But at 2 p.m. will be the 4400 race presented by Good Boy Vodka. And here is Brian Tripp.
Getting out of the car.
No, sorry, that's Sean Reisky.
Sean Reisky out of the car. Not sure what's going on, but we do know that he did get the jump on the race earlier on. He's actually running probably to get some parts or something's going on, but he had some problems. We're getting some rugged race radio info. He has a broken axle, so he's running back to get that. And Miss Erica Allreed down there in our Amsoil hot pits relaying information to us. Thank you so much.
And there is Diesel Krentz on our left and George Cooley on our right, still blocking the way, so we'll see what happens. But lots of action in the Amsoil hot pits. And you saw Sean Reisky run to this trailer, because when you come to the hot pits, you're normally thinking of tires and fuel or something like that. So he probably didn't have a front axle pulled out, so he's running to his race trailer because he knows where it's at. So that's it's going to cost him some time. We'll see how fast Team Indiana can make that happen. But tough break for Sean Reisky. Hopefully he can get that all squared away.
Yes, they have the car jacked up. They have the tire off. They're ready. They will be getting that hopefully changed out here soon. We did see him get out of his race truck and run off over to more than likely where his main pit is, because this is just the Amsoil hot pits. They are not camping in there. Not sure the car of that one. I believe that looked like it could have been Jesse Oliver, but I could be completely wrong on that.
I was doing a little math. Sorry about that. That is Randall Holmes on screen. So we have 11 competitors in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class out on course. We have 6 competitors in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. We have 17 cars out on course. It is a 10.75-mile loop. It's an hour-and-a-half race till the white flag comes out. They took off 2 at a time. In 30-second increments, this race is on adjusted time. And if you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2023 famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road.
And Miles, let's go through Dwayne Garrison. His lap, as we did see, he came through and did have to pit, but 37:51. So we'll see if he doesn't have any issues what the actual lap times will be. But running a 37-minute lap, like you were saying earlier, we are only on an hour-and-a-half race plus a lap once the white flag comes out. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens, how many laps they actually get. I'm guessing they're probably only, if they're running a 37, I mean, even if they're running a 35-minute lap, they're only going to roughly get a max of probably 4 laps today. It really shows how hard this race course actually is out here.
And speaking about this race course, we had Jody Ford with some onboard during pre-running, and we went through some stuff, so we'll kind of give you a rundown on where Jody Ford is out on course during pre-running and show you how tough this course actually is. So there's Jody Ford, the driver, and Corey Dady riding shotgun. Again, this is pre-running a few days ago, and this is going to give you a first-hand look, and we are at the Yukon Launch Kool-Aid area. Right now, that's where that parking lot is at, and in front of him is Chad Hunt, both Miller Motorsports chassis. So these are both 4400 cars with 40-inch tires, unlimited horsepower, and they'll be racing later on today at 2 p.m. But this is that tough little section, and they made it look pretty easy. And now we are at Torburen, another little hard rock section. Oh, this is actually, the Brannick Boulder Joker line. This is the middle. We haven't seen this part yet. This is a 4400 lap, so they are halfway up. They're just past where Diesel Krentz is parked right now. So this is the 4,400 has to go all the way up the middle through that Brannick Boulders Joker line. And now we're at the Spider Track backstretch. This is a fun little off-camber grassy section, and they are really moving. Now, during pre-running, this is at a 25-mile-an-hour pace, but at that race pace, it's going to be absolutely insane. This is Torburen's Ridge out back. This is one of the tougher rock sections of roughly about mile marker number 9. And they're going to be rock crawling through here. Again, that we are on board with Jody Ford.
And you can see how tough those rocks are through there, how big those boulders actually are.
And if you're paying attention, this is Hell's Half Acre. This is the right above them is the spectator area. But look how much this course has already changed from this pre-run to what you can tell right now. And this is just a great little spectator area. And look at all the cars out here. So sometimes some of these cars are broke. Some of these cars are just parked walking. And now we're across the race line, start-finish line. So that's a quick lap here at the famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X.
Yes, that was a great track preview of all the obstacles that they're going through. Super awesome to see. For everybody at home that is watching the race, can see how hard it actually is. And here we do have Sean Rice. He's still in the Amsoil hot pits. They have their tools out, trying to get that axle change, but so unfortunate for him right now. You can see that he is standing right there in the left-hand side of our screen with full gear still up and ready, because as soon as they get that car or get his truck fixed, they're going to be saying, get in, and you're going to be ready to go.
So obviously the rain played a huge deal last night. It did rain pretty good overnight here at famous Reading Outdoors just outside of Pottsville, Pennsylvania, and this track is getting tougher and tougher as George and Cameron Schooley are still struggling there in the Brannick Boulders Joker line with that left rear flat tire that is completely disintegrated.
And you definitely do not have Diesel Krentz right there on the left-hand side, so he must have made his way through. But with the cloud coverage today over in the tree covers, so the canopy of the trees, it'll play games with your eyes and you know, the rocks, the shadows and everything. And you can definitely see with the way we have this view right here of George Schooley trying to make his way up. You can tell that they are winching through. It is a dark section right now because we do have this cloud coverage today.
Getting an update on my rugged race radio. Diesel Krentz and Brian Moore have cleared, but George Schooley is still stuck in the Brannick Motorsports Joker line, so tough break for them. But Ryan Taylor, Sean Reisky, Dwayne Garrettson, Diesel Krentz, and Brian Moore have already taken the Joker line. And we were expecting probably a 4 or 5 laps, but I think we're only going to do 3 or 4 laps because this course is a lot tougher. There's that parking lot that we saw right here, and we only have 2 cars out on their second lap, and that is the leader, Dwayne Garrettson, overall and in the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class is Ryan Taylor. And we are roughly around that halfway mark on time before that white flag comes out. It was an hour and a half plus a lap. Could be Bob Humanchuk just cruising through. And we are back on screen. Now it looks like it's George and Cameron Schooley out of the car.
And there was a little bit of winching going on, but it looks like they're moving some stuff out of the way to hopefully get their way up to the top of that. Now, I'm not sure how far up they actually have to go before they are clear because I did not see the top of the Joker line.
So I'll take over from there because right here, I'm not going to say gets easy, but at that next tree you can see on your right, past that, I'm not saying it's easy, but it's a very drivable deal, even with the flat tires. So we just got a little bit further to go. And there's our physical race leader, Dwayne Garrettson, back at the Yukon launch, dealing with some lap traffic. So, and look at this. Some of these co-drivers are saying, hey, I know you're on your second lap. I'm here to help you. That is sportsmanship 101 at its finest.
Yes, Dwayne Garrettson, he's coming off a third-place finish at Visions, but out here physically in that number 1 spot right now and on corrected times, you know he's got to be feeling pretty good inside.
And look how slick it is over here. So Dwayne Garrett's our physical race leader and in the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. Oh, and this is Ryan Taylor, so he is right behind Dwayne Garrettson. So Ryan Taylor physically in second, but first in his class. He is in the Yukon launch area. Right, you can't see Dwayne Garrettson. He is on the other side of that car right now.
So Dwayne Garrettson and Ryan Taylor are the only 2 that are out on their second lap. Sean Reisky still in the pits, so hopefully they get him fixed. But we have a total of 19 cars that took the green flag this morning, and we only have two of them that have came through on their first lap, and we are 41 minutes left in this race. So we
before the white flag comes out.
Before we have elapsed we have a lapse time of 49 minutes. So wow, that's pretty crazy that we only have had 2 cars go through and complete 1 lap.
And that is Diesel Krentz coming through. And that last shot with Ryan Taylor, I was mistaken. That was Dwayne Garrison right in front of him. So physical first and second are right at the top of the Yukon launch there in Kool-Aid as Diesel Krentz makes his way through Torburen's Ridge. This is the first little tough section.
And he has that recognizable 4-door Jeep out there racing. It's always usually a super clean, but we've, like you said, had the mud and the rain out here last night, and the pre-running, a lot of the vehicles ended up being super muddy after pre-running and didn't end up cleaning them up and just got dirtier again.
So I believe this is the start of Torburen's Ridge. That's right. Yes, it is. So we saw the aerial and on the ground. That's the same shot, same area. Looks like that is Diesel Krentz in front, and that was Jesse Oliver in the back. I couldn't quite tell who was in the middle there.
And we did see Tim Vassis earlier bypass the Joker line, so not sure where he's at out on course. He could be one of the ones in the mix right here behind Diesel Krentz.
And it is starting to get a little humid out here, Pam. It is a beautiful day, overcast, but I'm going to say it's roughly 85 degrees, and the humidity is thick. There is a chance of rain. That is Brian Moore that's in the mix, and then Brian Trimp right behind. No, that is Jesse Oliver right behind him.
And there was another one coming up as well.
And that's our physical race leader, Dwayne Garrison, the Ricky Bobby of Ultra 4 USA. And Ryan Taylor's starting to get a little impatient. Wonder if he's going to be able to drive this or if he's going to have to winch. Jeremy Tipton is riding with Dwayne Garrison. Corey Day riding with Ryan Taylor.
And it seems like when they back down, they really lose that momentum, and it really is hard for them to try to make their way up without having to winch. But Ryan Taylor's just trying to find that line, and you can see the dirt is dark. I mean, it's dark obviously because of the cloud coverage as well, but it's super dark through there. The rain definitely is playing a factor with what's going on. And here we do, like you said earlier, have one of our competitors. Can't quite make out who that is, but one of our competitors out of their race car helping these leaders make it through the Yukon launch.
Yeah, they're still on their first lap helping competitors. I love seeing that. And again, we need to give a huge shout out to everybody who makes this thing possible. Thanks to Jason and Gayla Robinette, all of the volunteers, all of the Ultra 4 USA staff, the AOE crew, media, safety, USAC, racers, fans, and all of our marketing partners.
And there we do see Sean Reisky still in the pits working on his front passenger side. It is very frustrating when something like that happens, but you know, it's still a long race. I mean, I know we are on time. We have roughly 38 minutes left in this race, but he's out there still trying to get it fixed to get out and complete some laps.
And Sean Reisky is technically still in third place out there on course as our leaders are at mile marker number 4. Some great drone footage. I believe this is part of Torburen's Ridge. Yes, it is. That is towards the end of Torburen's Ridge right there from the drone. It's a little different angle from when you're walking it. And then they're going to take a left here and get in some super tight trees. It is not a fast section at all. It is just barely. A UTV fits there decent. A wide car, I mean, you got to pick it. You got to really pay attention. So they're just going to be cruising through that. And then they'll take a left out of the woods and head towards Hell's Half Acre and the great spectator area.
And Miles, that was what I was talking about earlier. You know, the shorter wheelbase, it actually, with the UTVs, it helps them get through these tighter areas a little bit better, as long as they don't get hung up on all the big rocks. But we do see Ryan Taylor getting winched up almost to the top of the Yukon launch. He has one more little rock lip to get over, but that's where everybody's been getting high centered. We do know that his winch is hooked up, so it's helping him through.
We've got a great production crew out there everywhere behind the scenes making this happen. So thanks to everybody out there who helps that put on. And thanks to Speed Sport for being our official broadcast partner. And don't forget to stay tuned. There will be a 1-hour post-produced special that comes out later on this year.
And that is a great onboard camera. I love seeing the view. It's really giving us a completely different perspective of the race course. We need to have the co-driver do a little wipe of the camera to make it clear again. But
yeah, next time they come in the Amsoil hot pits, we'll have to clean that up. There's a lot of action going on down in the Amsoil hot pits. Eric Allreed, what's going on with Sean Reisky?
Smiles. Like you said, we've got Sean Reisky here. Sean, you've been sitting in the pits for quite some time, even getting out of your car, running back to your pits, trying to help get this thing back out on course. So can you give us a diagnosis of what's going on with that 866?
Well, we got around Ryan Taylor at the very beginning, put it on cruise control, did the first little rock section, had to back up, hit it a couple times. The rest of the course, Joker line, everything actually went pretty smooth. And we got down here in this back part, that right-hander around the tree, and we hopped up it, and the front tires grabbed, and when they grabbed, it just grenaded the front axle shaft. So we winched up it, and then just wide open through the rest of it in three-wheel drive to get up to the pits, because I knew I had a spare axle shaft, and I figured, well, hour and a half race, we got time to try to fix it. But when that shaft broke, it smashed all the heads of the bolts to get the hub bearing out, so now we're going to try to weld some stuff together.
All right, so you still, I may be wrong, but you still may be sitting physically in third right now. So what's the strategy if you can get back out there?
Oh, we're going to get it back out there and just keep on going. Yeah, put the spare shaft in, put the brakes tire back on, and hit it. I mean, that's the whole point of trying to get it fixed. Keep making time. That's the nice part about this hour and a half. You know, these endurance races, you have time to fix stuff. So at least make another lap.
You definitely have time on your side there. Like you said, it is a long race, so we look forward to seeing you back out there in the second half.
Won't be for lack of trying.
Well, thank you, Erica Allreed, and tough break for Sean Reisky, but I still see a smile on his face. He is still determined to get back out there and going, and we did see a group of cars coming through, so he's going to be starting to get past, but still, that shows you how tough this course is. He is still physically in third spot after he's been sitting in the Amsoil hot pits for about 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's very frustrating when you're having a great race at the beginning and then something happening. But that was Chris Dimitri that is in the Yukon launch section getting himself winched up. But you do see stopped traffic right here. Not sure what's going on if somebody's stuck or, trying to get around these rocks. But this is definitely a very tight little section when they're entering in. This is, what is it again? I'm sorry.
Torburens or Hell's Half Acre. I can't quite tell. I think this is part of Hell's Half Acre right here. Another great shot. They're starting to weld. Like I said, when in doubt, figure it out. It's the MacGyver way of Ultra 4 USA. Trying to weld a few things to get it going.
Yes, very frustrating. But you know what? Here he is, the driver out there working on his race car. We were talking about this yesterday when we were watching stuff happen, especially like Paul Wolf had an issue yesterday in his UTV. He got out of his car during the race and was working on it. He builds his own cars. It's also one of the best things that when you're building your own car, you know what it needs. You know what it's feeling like. You know what you need to do to it. So sometimes it's faster for the driver, builder, mechanic of the car to get out and actually fix their car themselves.
Yeah, because they know it for sure. This is our second Ultra 4 Eastern Series race. So up next, we'll be heading to Crandon, Wisconsin at the Big House over Labor Day weekend. This is the 2023 famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X. We're going to take a quick break and be right back after this.
Amsoil runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Ready for any challenge. Maxxis tires can handle even the most punishing off-road conditions. Maxxis tires. Tread victoriously.
Speedsport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speedsport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speedsport Daily. Speedsport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
Welcome back to the 2023 Famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. We are over the halfway mark. We're about 2/3 the way through the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. There's a great shot of the famous Reading Outdoors logo on the side of that huge drag line out there. And like I said, about another half hour and the white flag will be coming out. We are suspecting, mid-20 laps, but the fastest lap of the day is a 37:51 by Dwayne Garrettson. So this course is really falling apart. The rain last night made the rock sections extremely slick. Pam, this is going to be one to watch.
Yes, exactly. And we do have another car stopped over in the Joker lane, but I believe that is the 417 of Justin Barth coming through. It looks like he might have something going on his passenger rear. Something is hanging off, or I'm not sure exactly. Actually, he's coming out, so it looked like he had some kind of issue, which...
So Justin Barth in and out, and I'm just getting an update from Erica Allred. It looks like Ryan Taylor was fighting a cooling issue, fan, but they whatever they did, it fixed it for now. And so far, they're doing the rugged radio communication and saying, "Yep, everything's good here in the pits." Ryan Taylor's car is staying cool for now, so far so good for Ryan Taylor. But does he have enough to chase down Dwayne Garrettson? They are in separate classes. But bragging rights at the end of the night is what it's all about. So obviously the overall win is always a fun conversation between the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Because technically the Legends class car should be a little quicker, but the modified cars have better shocks. It's that debate's always out there. So if Dwayne Garrettson can keep it together, he'll be all smiles, and he's one of the funner interviews you can have up there on stage there, Pam.
Yes, and that looks like that was Jesse Oliver that is actually exiting out of the Amsoil hot pits. But what we had right before Jesse Oliver, there is Cody St. Clair. He is still over in the Yukon Gear and Axle Yukon launch is what I should say here. And look, he's trying to pop his way up without a winch up on the front of his car. So he made his way through. He's been stuck there for quite a while. Not sure why he has been here for so long. Not sure exactly what he had going on, but here he is up at the top of the Yukon launch.
And we just missed Jesse Oliver come through the race line start-finish. But, yeah, Cody, to finish your thought right there at the Yukon launch, Cody St. Clair was our pole setter in the 4500 modified class. And what did happen, we're not sure. Obviously, something happened. He pulled over and then got stuck in that bottleneck. He was able to drive it, but tough braking. We are still on board there with George and Cameron Schooley trying to deal with that left rear flat tire. You can see the spare tire is off, but that's a tough place because there isn't a flat spot. You're on loose, big boulders trying to change a flat tire. That's going to be pretty tough. Looks like that could be Ryan Taylor.
Or it's either Ryan Taylor or Randall. Could be Randall Holmes.
Looks like we have only four. We only have four people that have crossed the line in the 4500 modified class. It's Dwayne Garrettson out front in first, and then Jesse Oliver in second. In the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, it's Ryan Taylor in first and Justin Barth in second. So we have four cars out on their second lap, and they've got about 26 minutes, so I do suspect they'll grab one more lap before the white flag comes out. We'll see how it all shakes out. This should be...
That should be Sean Reisky, possibly. I don't know if he's still stuck in there.
That's Diesel Krentz. Remember, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com for the same live timing we have here in the Project X booth. That puts Diesel Krentz third in class for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. So that is Cody St. Clair and his dad, Anthony St. Clair. They're at the top of the Yukon launch. They're not moving. We just saw him drive it. So whatever issue they had, they're still dealing with it.
I'm guessing, what my guess is on this, Miles, is Anthony is sitting in that passenger seat because I can see movement over there. Cody is waiting for Anthony to get all buckled back up to get moving again. That would be my guess of what's going on here, because you want to make sure your co-drivers all buckled in, because it's not easy to try to buckle a seatbelt when you're moving along on these rocks out here.
So the 4820 of Randall Holmes is cleared the Brannick Boulders Joker line, and Jesse Oliver's pit just had a tire and some water in the pit, and he was in and out. So that was a very quick pit for Jesse Oliver. Thank you, Erica Allreed, for keeping us in the know.
It's going to be interesting, though, to see if we do have George Schooley actually get this tire change in the rocks. It's a funny question to why did they not change it when they were on the flatland, or why they didn't do it. I have no idea.
Yeah, we saw it at the Yukon launch Kool-Aid area at mile marker number 4. They made it all the way from 4 to mile marker number 7 on a flat. So you think they would have known it. And, yeah, like you said, what was the strategy of not changing it until you got in here? Only time will tell. There's a great spectator area, a very low-speed rock crawly section. There's the spectator crossing right at that spot.
Not sure exactly which vehicle that is. That is a white, it looks like a white Jeep. I'm not sure exactly who it is, but coming through this area right here is a little bit of a faster area, a flatland area, coming through to, we'll be in here very shortly into the Amsoil Hot Pit area. But Dwayne Garrison still out front in that 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class. Ryan Taylor in that first position at the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, but second overall. Justin Barth running second in the 4800 Legends class, third overall. Jesse Oliver in that fourth position, but second in the the 4500 modified class. Diesel Krentz running fifth overall with a third in position right now for 4500 modified class. Those are the only 5 that have came through and have been on their second lap.
We do have a car pulling into the Amsoil Hot Pits. It is a 25 miles an hour speed limit, no passing. You have to enter at the beginning and exit at the end. Everybody has to enter and exit at the same spot. So hopefully we can get a little update here in a little bit from the Amsoil Hot Pits to see what is going on. But is there anybody that hasn't stopped the Amsoil Hot Pits going through?
I think everybody has stopped so far. That might be the 896 of Brian Trimp that just now was pulling into the Hot Pits. We'll see here in just a moment, though, but that is very true. A very good point to bring up, Miles. There has not been one person that has gone by. Actually, Diesel Krentz.
I was just going to say, Diesel Krentz may not have stopped. Yep.
So we do have one competitor that did not stop. I mean, we didn't see him go into the Hot Pits.
And, yeah, we had Dwayne Garrison and Ryan Taylor with 40-minute deal. It sounds like we have Erica Allreed down in the Amsoil Hot Pits. She's going to give us an update of what's going on. Erica, what do you got for us?
Thanks, guys. We're down here in the Amsoil Hot Pits, and right behind us, we've got Brian Trimp's pits. We just learned that his co-driver, Colin, actually has a broken hand, so they're going to swap co-drivers right now. And his new co-driver, Troy Carr, has actually never been a co-driver in a race before, so this one should be interesting. He's very excited to hop in the car with Brian, though, and we did also learn that during this pit stop, they will be swapping out a rear drive shaft and rear pinion guards. So this could get interesting for Brian and his team. I know he's looking for redemption after his tough round in Vision, so we'll have to keep an eye on him out there, guys.
Well, thank you, Erica, for the update and tough break, but at least he's back there in the pits. We can get him checked out, and that's our physical race leader, Dwayne Garrison, heading through Torburen's Ridge, and he's got some lap traffic in front of him. Dwayne Garrison having a great race under his hands. We'll see if he can keep this thing going. But so far, so good for the Ricky Bobby of Ultra 4 USA, Dwayne Garrison, and his buddy Jeremy Tipton out of Alma, Arkansas.
Yes, and he's making these rock sections look very easy. I'm going to be excited to see if he actually has a faster lap time, because his very first lap that he went through was at a 37.35 or a 37.51. Now, he did obviously have issues. He was stuck over in the Yukon launch, and he also went into the pits, so it'll be interesting to see how fast his next lap will be.
And that is George and Cameron Schooley still in the Brannick Boulders having issues. And there is Diesel Krentz as we speak. Number 4,500, with Team Stacked racing for the Cool Kids Campaign Cancer Society. Really cool to see what they're bringing to the table. He's hitting the Spider Track backstretch. where he can really open up and let it see what it can do. It looks like that's Justin Barth and Anthony Yount entering the Yukon launch Kool-Aid section.
And you can see what he was doing there too is more than likely stopping, putting in low, because they definitely want to make sure you have all of the slower horsepower that you can actually have going through there.
Yeah, you can switch from low to high, and it does the gearing ratio. So you definitely want to be in low side rock crawling through these sections, and then in the Spider Track backstretch, kick her back and high, and let's see what happens.
And that looked like it said 53, but
that
was not Ryan Taylor, unless his car got really dirty.
Yeah, I was like, it didn't look like a white car, but maybe it is a brown car of Ryan Taylor. It looked like a Trent Fab car, but yeah, it's getting pretty muddy out there.
And they
They're
are
working
now
on Brian Trimps. We heard Erica say they're going to do a rear drive shaft and a rock guard. And then his new co-driver, Troy's hopping in. So that is Ryan Taylor.
His car is definitely not white anymore, so that was a confusion, but it really was him actually out there. But that goes to show you that how much different terrain that we do have out there. We do have mud puddles. We do have dust. We have it all out here in Pennsylvania.
So that could be Randall Holmes and that Liberty Mountain Fab chassis. And it is with race mile 1.
He has that iconic green and orange print on his car and the colors. But that rock, as you can see, going through that solid axle on the front diff kind of slightly drug on the rock. That goes to show you how big these boulders actually are out here on this racetrack.
These cars have 37-inch DOT tires. The 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class has to have a single shock per corner. Oh, here we go. Ryan Taylor is all over somebody's tail. We'll have to pull them to the Amsoil Hot Pits and clean up that camera real quick. So that's the end of Torbjorn, and this is a great shot to show you how tight these trees actually are. We did have to go through there and cut a few with the chainsaw to make it wide enough for these bigger cars, but we wanted to leave it tight just to add to the elements, and we don't want to take out too many trees out here.
Now I don't see anybody in front of him now. It looks like the person that was in front of him must have pulled over to let him go by because they knew that he was a faster car coming through. But you can't quite see him in that camera view.
Yeah, he has got another easy little run for about 200 or 300 yards, and then he's right into the Hell's Half Acre. This is the end of Torbjorn, right before that tight little wood section. Right here, they're going to have to take a hard left around that rock, and then you can follow that dirt path to the right and around and back down. A tough little rock section, and with the weather we got last night, when it rained, it really slicked this track up. I was guessing a mid-20 lap, but we are mid-30s for the leaders. And somebody stopped out there.
They do have shark fin. That's not Cody St. Clair because it doesn't look like his wrap. But they do have that shark fin number on the top, which is awesome to have, but can't quite make out which number is on it. And here we are back in the pits. They are still working on Brian Tremp's car.
If you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This has been the 2023 famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. We are towards the end of the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. They took off right at 11:30. It's an hour and a half till the white flag comes out, and then it's one more lap for our leaders. So Dwayne Garrettson has about 17 minutes to go before the white flag comes out. Will he be able to make out another lap? We'll find out here shortly.
Yeah, not sure. I mean, we were guessing 4 or 5 laps, so I think 4 might be the max if he even gets 4 laps in.
So he's out on lap 2.
And there's only a 21-minute remaining in this race.
Looks like that's Justin Barth. Justin Barth, and I'm getting a little chatter through my rugged race radios that he has no reverse, so that's why he's a little sideways on the hill. So that's a tough break for him, but we'll see if he can get that Jimmy's chassis up there. He's got Anthony Yount out on the winch, trying to pull up Justin Barth.
And we do know that there has been a lot of issues right here where drivers do actually need to back up. And in the background was Diesel Krentz. Here we do have, I believe that's Brian Trimp. He's already back out on course, and there we do. They got it all fixed and all changed. New co-driver in the seat, and back moving along.
So we have our top 6 out on their second lap. So Brian Tripp swapped a co-driver. Hopefully his buddy Colin is okay. We heard he hurt his hand, so we'll get him checked out with medical and get him on his way. That is Cody St. Clair.
Taking that left-hand line, but he does need to set himself up to make that right-hand turn if he chooses to do so. But Miles, as you said, you can continue up straight up the 4,400 line.
He is taking the harder line. So right here is a little dirt road that you go for about 25, 30 feet, and then it drops you right back into the creek to a really big pinch rock with a tree. And we saw that. That was right when we hopped on with Jody Ford earlier during that little pre-run. And it's a really big rock. You can see that biggest rock straight ahead is that pinch rock. And Cody St. Clair did back up and take the easier right line. And he is out through the Brannick Motorsports Joker line.
And it's good to see him moving along. And now we are back with Mr. Diesel Krantz. He is making his way up slowly through the Yukon launch in the Kool-Aid section. This has been one of the toughest parts out here on the race course where the bottlenecks have been happening, but you can see his winch line is already out. It's already been pulled. He was prepared to get himself up this. We did have Justin Barth right in front of him just a moment ago, who we did get chatter that he is not able to go into reverse. He has lost his reverse gear. So that's super unfortunate for him, because in this section is one of the areas that we definitely know that you need to back up at some point if you don't have your good run on it. And here we are back on board with Ryan Taylor, making his way through this section. That is the nice tight boulders. There is a tree right in front of them, as we just saw on that camera. Definitely know you have to go around the tree. But Diesel Krantz getting winched once again back onto him in that 4,500. Beautiful white Jeep.
Well, it used to be beautiful. Look at both of the mirrors are all folded in. He's beating on it pretty good today.
It's still beautiful. It's in its elements right now. Jeeps are made to go off-roading, so here you are. You got your beautiful white Jeep in this lovely mud and water out here in Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
Having some fun. You know he's got still a big old smile on his face. Probably a little dirty right about now, but still enjoying some Ultra 4 USA racing at its finest.
Yes, and on the Optima 4800 Legends and the 4500 Modified leaderboard, we do have Dwayne Garrettson still sitting in that #1 spot in the 4500 Modified class. Also overall, Ryan Taylor in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. He is first in his class, second overall. Justin Barth is running third overall, but second in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Jesse Oliver is running fourth overall, but second in the modified class. We do have Diesel Krantz in that #5 spot, but third in class for the 4500 modified class.
I believe that's Bob Humancheck coming into screen as we speak. He's towards the beginning of Tor Buren's Ridge. A really cool rock crawling section. And all these cars are getting a little muddy. They're starting to get a little harder and harder to tell. And at this angle right now, if that was Eric Weichel, you knew it would be, because he's got that beautiful, big old yellow smiley face on the top of his car. Wish he was here racing with us, because that's an easy car to spot from the sky.
Yeah, and you know that he's more than likely at home watching, as a lot of our racers are, but you know, it's that whole FOMO thing, right? Your fear of missing out. There's a lot of our racers that have been chiming in, a lot of chatter, you know, in the pits with the racers about the racers that are not here. Chip McLaughlin's one of them that's very active with, you know, sending us messages and everything. So next year, if we come back this direction, that will be the fun part, to see how many racers will actually be coming in.
Yeah, we had right at 100 competitors that were going to come through today. What a great race we have under our belt. We'll see if that white flag comes out. No, Dwayne Garrettson just crossed over the heads-up loop with 11 minutes to go. So Dwayne Garrettson will do 2 more laps to go. I believe we'll see how it all shakes out. But I got one of my good buddies hopping in the Project X booth with me right now, Mr. Jody Ford. How's it going, buddy?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing great. We saw you yesterday racing in the UTV class. Had some issues, but kept on going. This morning we saw your daughter actually get a trophy as well. So you guys are both taking some hardware home. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, pretty cool.
And there's Dwayne Garrettson right there heading out for another lap. So the white flag did not come out for Dwayne Garrettson, I do not believe. He still has 11 minutes yet to go. And Ryan Taylor is right on his heels. Remember, they are in different classes, but that's our physical 1 and 2 in each class, and it's pretty impressive. So it will be 2 more laps for our leaders. It's going to be a good race. So sorry about cutting you off there, Jody. But so far, you've raced UTV. Your daughter's raced UTV, but you're about to do your debut 4,400 race.
Yeah.
You got to be excited.
I couldn't be more excited.
Yeah.
It's a dream come true. It's never thought I would do it, but here we are, and we laid it down in qualifying, and super happy with that. Our starting spot, starting in 3rd, and too good to be true.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. So you were the one that gave us the GoPro footage for the track ride around. We played that just a little bit ago. You were chasing down Chad Hunt. It was really fun to watch, to kind of give everybody back at home a bird's eye view of what it is to ride in one of these Miller Motorsports cars for the 4,400 class, and it got to show all the rock obstacles. And it really looks right now the course is changing a lot.
That's what I just heard. They said, good thing you got a good starting position because the course is falling apart, it looks like.
Yeah, it rained last night, so the hard rock sections are harder because they're slicker, and they've been getting dug out by all the UTVs. Now all these cars out on course. It's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out, but having a great qualifying position for your first time ever. So I stopped by your house on the way here because it was halfway. We had lunch, chatted a little bit, and I saw the new car. It was still kind of a secret, but it was fun seeing it. And I was asking you about it, and you said that the car, you've only driven it down the road once till you got here, and then you did some pre-running and qualified P3 over 2 other former King of the Hammers winners. I mean, you got to be stoked with where you're at.
Yeah, super stoked with that. We only did 1 lap here pre-running, so 10 miles on the car of seat time in an actual race course, and went out for qualifying. I got a big advantage, I feel like, running my Razor first. It gives you a full speed pre-run, and went out and cleaned up a couple mistakes I made in the Razor and the 44. I thought I was slow because it's so smooth, and then Corey says, you just bumped Blyler to 3rd. And I said, what?
How awesome is that? Yeah, you had a great run. We just saw Sean Reisky take out for another lap. He was the one that was in the hot pits. Eric Allreed had a chat with him. So apparently he got that right front axle fixed. He got it MacGyvered in there, and he is back out on course. But, yeah, I mean, you want to talk race strategy? Don't throw it out away if you don't want to. But if it was me, if the Brannick Motorsports Boulders, if that Joker line's open, you're going to take it, right?
I'm definitely planning on taking it. I'd like to stay out in front of Eric and Josh if possible. I know they're super fast. I know they're going to try to run me down really hard, and I don't want to take the longer line and let them get in front of me because it'd be really hard to get around them, obviously. So
we were talking strategy with Philip McGilton earlier as well, and he's going to be taking off with Paul Wolf, pole setter, and whoever gets the hole shot, he said if Paul takes the Joker line, he's going to bypass it. But I think I would take it if it's there.
Right, yep. We're going to go for it. I don't care if they're on it or not. We're going to go for it.
And speaking about go for it, you're going to be side-by-side with 2-time king Eric Miller with almost identical Miller Motorsports cars. Are you going to lift or are you going to make him earn it?
No, I'm definitely going to make him earn it. We didn't come here to lift. So another, like I said, running the Razor first is an advantage. We've got pre-ran 1 lap in the big car, several in the Razor, but then we just had a 5-lap pre-run in our race. So race pace, 5 laps. We know the course really well.
Speaking about knowing the course really well, Corey Day's out on course right now, so he's getting a first track run, and that's him right there with Ryan Taylor.
Yeah.
He's your co-driver, so he's going to know what parts of the course is falling apart. So you've got an advantage for driving your Razor, and you got an advantage with your co-driver being on the course right now.
Yep. Yeah, he rode with me in the UTV race. Now he's riding with Ryan Taylor, so he's going to know it like the back of his hand. Know any lines that changed, and we can adjust accordingly.
Yeah, Jody Ford here with me. Thanks for joining us. It's been such a great little run. Now we see Ryan Taylor on the right, Dwayne Garrett's on the left. This is the Spider Track backstretch, and they all join in right there, and it's just a great little drag race. So much fun out here. Oh, we do have a car that is at the end. That is at the end of Hell's Half Acre, so we do have one car that's pulled off. Not sure what's going on, but we are 6 minutes away. So the next time away Dwayne Garrettson comes through, it will be the last lap. So I still think we're going to have probably 45 minutes to an hour left of racing for the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And you guys are going to be taking off right around 2 o'clock. So this race will be finishing right around when you guys are starting to take off. So we may have to adjust that schedule just a little bit. But we're going to try to stick to it best we can. So we have a lot of great racing to yet to come. Again, Jody Ford's here in the booth with me. He'll be hopping in, taking up P3 drag racing. It's 2-time king Eric Miller here in just a little bit. It's going to be great. So what's your favorite part of the course out there?
All the rocks. The rocks are fun. The fast sections are fun. It's just got a good mix of everything.
It's got a little bit of, I mean, if you're thinking Ultra 4, this is what you're thinking. You got a little bit of mud, a little bit of water, a lot of go fast, and the rocks are legit.
Yeah, I think we'll definitely hit 90 mile an hour out there in several sections. Even the sections you've seen with the water crossings, you can just hold it wide open across those.
Only 90? Come on. I was saying
more.
triple digits.
Yeah, we'll try.
I like your style.
Yeah.
You're new to this Miller car. You've only had it for a few weeks, so it came fully prepped. You put your little tweaks on it. I like the new graphic designs you put on there. It looks really good. Brannick Motorsports has really stepped up and helped you with that. Stan the Man Haynes is here on site making everything happen, and I'm super excited to see your rookie debut in the 4400 class.
Yeah, we couldn't do it without Brannick. Their parts, their help in the pits, their help get us to the races. Stan actually towed the car here for me because our trailer's not big enough to fit all the race cars now. So a huge help. Just can't thank them guys enough. Team Indiana for rocking our pits all the time. They kill it, and they're really stepping up their game lately, and we're making them work. We're putting a lot of race cars out there now.
I love it. Yeah, I love the program you're putting together. You brought your daughter out here. I know your wife couldn't make this race, but she makes some of them because everybody's got life happens. You know what I mean? But you still have your daughter out here racing. She just took second place. You got second yesterday.
Yep.
You going to just do seconds all the way, or are you going for that first trophy?
I'll be honest. I'll be happy with a podium. I'd be thrilled with a podium, but first place would be a dream come true for sure.
So there's Justin Barth heading into the Brannick Boulders there at the Joker line. We'll see. Do I still see George Schooley? No, it looks like he is. Was that him on the right, possibly? But Justin Barth and Anthony out having a little bit of issues. And don't forget, on the Brannick Boulders right here, you're going to have to stay in the creek for the 4400. We are going to block off that right side section because we're saying it's easy, but obviously it's not.
Right.
But the 4400 is going to have to go all the way up that creek bed, and there's some big rocks in there. There's some small boulders that really move, and it's running water the entire time. It's a beautiful little section out here.
It's a really cool section. It's crazy out here how the water runs, makes it really easier to go up those trails, and it doesn't make sense, but it's real slimy and like moss, I guess, covered rocks everywhere else, and something that you think looks easy, it really struggled to get up. And then when we came to the water, when we were pre-running, I said, wow, this is going to be nearly impossible, but we walked right up most of that stuff.
And there's our race leaders right there. Ryan Taylor just gets around Dwayne Garrettson. So the physical lead just changed. Remember, these two are in separate classes, so this is only for bragging rights between these two. But that's part of why we're all out here. Oh, absolutely. So Ryan Taylor's going to be able to one-shot it. He is. So Ryan Taylor and your co-driver, Corey Day, just went right up the Yukon launch there in Kool-Aid. And now Dwayne Garrettson is starting to struggle at the bottom section. And at the bottom, when we first got here, it was very easy. But the rocks are very loose down there, so they're starting to move and the traction's deteriorating. And look just how tore up this course is getting.
Yeah, it's crazy. That spot right there wasn't even hard in the UTV race, and but you could see it starting to get a little bit worse towards the end. So I'm sure it's really dug out now.
And we were talking about a true Ultra 4 course. There's one of your teammates, Jeff Martin, the 1470 heading through there.
Yep.
What kind of chassis is that? I can't quite remember.
I can't remember either.
Well, good. I'm not the only one. That's a Get Bent Fab chassis. Had to look at my cheat sheet.
There you go. It's a cool car. I actually drove it at Rush before the race. Yeah, Jeff was asking me to help him tune his shocks, and I said, I can't. I'm not a Wayne Israelson. I can't watch it and tell you what to do, but I can drive it and tell you if I would make changes. And drove it, and it actually handled really well. And it's a good car. Jeff's learning it well and starting to push it more, and we're excited for him in the future.
Yeah, he's new to Ultra 4. What was his first Ultra 4 race? It wasn't that long ago, if I can remember, right?
I think it was King of the Hammers this year, and he's got a really nice Can-Am UTV. He races it at like Trek events with us at Badlands, and he saves this car for Ultra 4, and he's doing well in it. But the Can-Am, he decided to race at Hammers, and he did well until he broke a ball joint or something and couldn't fix it up in one of the really nasty Hammers trails.
No, that's just part of it. As we see Chris DiMartini with Nick Stroker out of Herndon, Pennsylvania, heading up toward Buren's Ridge. So we're thinking you're going to be racing here in about an hour, so you're more than welcome to hang out for a little bit. But if you need to go do anything, feel to bail
That's
out
why I'm
whenever
filthy
you
dirty. I
are
was
ready.
prepping the car all morning, and after my daughter got done, I ran over and just checking all my fluids, greasing U-joints, putting a nut and bolt or a wrench on every nut and bolt that I could find, and fueling up, and I think we're ready.
It looks like number 36, Kim Matson, getting a little update through my Rugged Race Radio. They're having some fuel delivery issues, so tough break. Hopefully Kim and Matt can get that figured out with Bad Advice Racing and getting it going. Sorry, getting a little mix up on my Rugged Race Radio. It's 1470. Jeff Martin is having fuel delivery issues, so he's kind of dead in the water, and that's the entrance to the Brannick Boulder for the Joker. There's no way around him right there without getting a little rowdy and bumping some tires. Hopefully he can get it figured out.
Yeah, they need to get out of the car right now and try to get it winched out of the way so they don't plug anybody else.
I was going to say, if it was me, I would probably get out winch at least to the right to way somebody can get around you to the left.
Who has not run the Joker line? Do we know that?
Yes, I do. Brian Trimp has not. Tim Vassis has not. George Schooley is still in there, broken down. Jesse Oliver has not. Jeff Martin is in there. James Panzella, no. Kim Matson, no. Chris DiMartini, no. And Bob Humancheck, no.
Wow, so there's a lot of traffic coming that's going to be going up there. Here we got a car coming in. That's a 4500, I think.
That is Kim Matson, I believe. Yep. We just saw her in the Amsoil Hot Pits, and I'm not sure what it was, but it was quick in and out, and I think that was Paul's uncle in there helping her out. And again, we were chatting a little bit ago. I even saw you come into screen for just a second with Team Indiana when Ryan Taylor and Sean Reisky was in there. It was all hands on deck. Both team, you guys are all buddies in there helping everybody.
Yeah, Ryan was having an overheating issue. He needed some coolant in the car, so hopefully that's appears to be taken care of. And then Sean came in and with the broken axle shaft and had some carnage going on from that. It tore up the bolts that hold on the hub and unit bearing, but they got it all fixed.
You guys are hard on stuff, aren't you?
Yeah, we all are. You have to be. Everybody's going to be, and if you got to be the one guy that can be hard enough on it but not break it, and you're going to win.
That's going to be it.
Because everybody's going to risk it.
There's your buddy Sean Reisky there at the Yukon launch. We just were talking about him with that broken axle. It looks like it's still working, and we are over our hour-and-a-half limit. So the next time around we see Ryan Taylor or Dwayne Garrettson, the white flag will be out for one more lap.
Yeah, so this might get interesting here at the end because the Joker line being plugged up where Jeff Martin is, everybody can see him before they turn up it, so they're going to bypass it, and all going to have to hit it on the last lap.
Yeah, it's going to be a... Well, Dwayne Garrettson and Ryan Taylor have made it through, so that's not going to affect them at all.
Correct. Won't affect the overall winner, but...
There's Justin Barth.
Maybe some of the podium.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. That's what I love the strategy part of this is, when do you take it? The earlier the better, but you don't want to be parked there just in case you get behind George Schooley or Jeff Martin that's in there stuck right now.
Yeah, we had that happen yesterday in the UTV. We tried to take it the first lap. We started second, so we were up there right away and took a bad bounce, and it knocked the four-wheel drive out of the UTV, so we ended up being stuck there. Everybody went around us. We ended up dropping back to 10th or 12th and had to fight our way back, so made it a tough race.
Whenever you're ready, he's ready.
Okay, let me go ask Alan.
Looks like Jeff Martin and Justin are getting out of the car and going to try to get it winched out of the way.
And their
they're
driver
playing with the wires on the fuel pump, it looks like.
Driver and co-driver are out, so that's going to be tough. And just like you're saying, that is a plugged Joker line for the Brannick Boulders. That's a tough spot to be in. That Cody St. Clair, possibly?
Possibly.
It's hard to tell who's who, isn't it?
It is, yeah. We need to do the big numbers on top of the cars.
Yeah, you do.
You guys always talk about it at Hammers, and you forget about it for these races.
Did you put one on yours yet?
Not yet.
Yours is just going to be the brown Miller car.
Yeah.
It's starting black,
one,
but
right?
yeah. So we got about 6 of them out there racing. It's super cool to see how many Miller Motorsport chassis are out there running. There was Leah Miller, Eric Miller's wife, put out there, like, what cars aren't racing? And there's only a handful. John Grounds isn't here. And there's a couple more I know I'm missing. Jim Marsden has one in England, but obviously it's not shipping back and forth.
4 out of the top 6 were Miller cars. That's
Yeah,
pretty good.
4 out of 6 in the top for qualifying for the 4,400 class. That is absolutely amazing. But Paul Wolf and that UFO is in that P1, so you can't hold him out.
Right.
And that is Cody and his dad, Anthony St. Clair, heading out for their next lap. And we have another car coming into the Amsoil Hot Pits. Be Bob Humanchuk.
I want to give Eric and Josh a shout out. Josh Blyler and Eric Miller, they've been nothing but helpful with this car since we got here. We had a relay issue that had a fan go out and pre-running. Luckily it happened then and not in the race. And Josh says, yeah, absolutely. I got a couple here in my trailer. We'll help you out. Put these new ones in. They're better.
So it's an upgraded relay as well?
Upgraded relay so we don't have that issue, hopefully. And it fixed it. And then Eric we didn't have redheads come in for the dry brakes on the fuel. And Eric says, here's some fuel cans, use these. I mean, they've been helping us a ton. So.
And that's what I love about the sport is you're racing against them, and they're more than willing to just give you anything you need just to get you out there on course to see who's the best man. Because let the cars go out there and do the talking.
Right.
There's Sean Reisky at the top of the Yukon launch. Looks like he's trying to back off, so he's completely turtled there.
Rick's trying to give him a push.
That's Rick Murray, correct?
Rick Murray, yep.
Part of Team Indiana.
He will be co-driving with Chad Hunt, so Chad Hunt's going to have that co-driver advantage also. Somebody was just out running on a hot course and knows some of the lines. Apparently they'll know one line not to take.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the 216 of Bob Humanchuk and Kyle Dersch with Nocturnal Motorsports heading out for another lap. There's Brian Moore in the back of your screen. They're at the Yukon Launch Kool-Aid section. Looks like they're. What is going on? Looks like he's just completely turtled there.
Yeah.
Why isn't he winching? Are they trying to stack rocks?
And maybe they broke the winch line earlier or burned it up or. I think I know where they're at, and it is pretty long ways to some of the trees right there.
Yeah, they're at the midway up there, and yeah, there is a little bit of a stretch before you can get to something.
Yeah, their winch rope might not reach.
That's the 4517 of Jesse Oliver and Randy Knoll with Oliver Racing out of White Lake, Michigan.
Well, if you know Sean, you know he was giving it a full throttle attack right there to try to get off that before they.
100%. He's not scared of the skinny pedal, is he?
No.
Okay, all 4 tires are still turning. So they're
it looks like the guy behind them is winching them.
So Brian Moore is trying to winch him off that log. Oh, there is a dead tree right there, so that could be part of his.
Yep, that was off to the left of that line. There were some guys hung up on that yesterday. That was really had to watch that. It just wants to throw you over onto that tree if you come in there too fast.
And the traction just isn't there once you get turtled.
And the track is definitely falling apart right there. See all that dirt on top of those rocks? That is the slickest dirt ever.
Well, Jody Ford, always a pleasure to have you up here in the booth, and congratulations on your win already this week. We'll see how it all shakes out for your 4,400 rookie debut, and you've got a pretty stacked field out there racing with you, so best of luck, and I'll let you get back there because you're going to be racing here in a little bit. Always a pleasure, buddy. Good seeing you.
We'll go see if we can keep the wheels on it.
That's what I'm talking about. Good luck, buddy.
Thanks.
So Sean Reisky is off that log. We'll see if he can get going. So there's Diesel Krentz coming through. That is Torburen Ridge. So Diesel Krentz still plugging away. Racing for Cool Kids Campaign, a cancer foundation. Really cool of him for doing that with rock crawler suspension. Well, Pam, it looks like you're getting all your, getting the headset back on. You're here, back in here with me. You had a little bit of a break, but it was great to chat with Jody, get his little strategy on the race. Did you get any info while you're out there, or are you just kind of hanging out?
I was actually just trying to get some info on when we're actually going to finish up our youth races on our podiums, but I was over here also listening to what's going on here. But yeah, we do have Jeff Martin right there, entered into the Joker line. He actually broken down right there. I was listening to you and Jody talk and watching also from the background. So that's so unfortunate that he's broke down right there, basically at the entrance of the Joker line.
Yeah, so you saw him right there. He is able to winch out. He was having some drivability issues, so he was able to winch up and out, or up and away. So there is still a line to get through there. We'll see if that plugs anybody up or not, but man, what a great weekend of racing it's been. And we still have the 4,400 yet to come this afternoon. We're winding down on the 45 and 48s, but right behind me is part of the dark water racing that'll be happening tomorrow. Lee O'Donnell, 23, our USAC rep, is going to be putting on a race, a line mountain style, so you can see some old school beater Jeeps back here. It's a lot of cool stuff. I saw a 57 Bel Air that was all tricked out, a lot of four-wheel drive, some two-wheel drives, but they'll be racing on the same course we are racing here, minus the rocks. So that'll be tomorrow. That will not be live, but it'll be a lot of fun to watch. So if you're anywhere in the area for this race, stick around tomorrow. There's still a lot more racing yet to come. Again, I'm Miles Hasquist with Pam Hall, and it's going to be a great show the rest of the day. And it looks like that's George Schooley come down there to check on old Jeff Martin.
That's what it's all about. If you're having issues and not moving, go down and see if the other competitor, needs some help or whatnot. But like you just said, Miles, we are kind of winding down. We do have the white flag has came out, correct? Or it will be coming out this lap.
It will come out the next time around for either Dwayne Garrettson or Ryan Taylor. We did see Ryan Taylor get around Dwayne Garrettson, but remember, there are two races going on at the same time. We have the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Oh, we got another car. That was Cody and Anthony St. Clair stopped. Not sure what's going on with them. Both are out of the car. Are they looking at a spare tire?
They are not having the day they were planning on having out here, but hopefully it's something, minor. He, like we said earlier, he's coming off of the win from Visions, and he was having a great run out here. Qualified amazing out here as well yesterday.
Qualified P1 in his class.
Exactly, and so a great qualifying run by him. He did get those 7 points for qualifying in that number 1 spot, but not having a good day, and that is the 26, I believe.
That's the 36 of Kim Matson.
And is that Sean Reisky to the right?
Yeah, Sean Reisky was pretty turtled out. He was still in four-wheel drive. Brian Moore was able to pull him off the line, and now he's stopped. Not sure what's going on, but this course is really starting to fall apart. It's going to be very interesting for the 4,400 Unlimited class. It'll be a full-out thrash session. This is mile marker number 4, so it's going to be an absolute drag race between Paul Wolf and where are we at on that one? It is Paul Wolf, then Philip McGilton, then Jody Ford, Eric Miller, Josh Blyler, Chad Hunt, Christopher Branton, Chad Owens, Rusty Blyler, Seb Peart, Tad Dowker, Kevin Porterfield, Jonathan Dawes, Matt Garofalo, Jan Petre, and Casey Gilbert, J.P. Marin, Roger King, and then Glennie Page. So the 4,400 is a pretty stacked field. Multiple King of the Hammers champions here on site. So it's going to be an interesting race later on this afternoon. But this one's not over.
Yes, we will be having 19 cars take that green flag later on in the 4,400, presented by Good Boy Vodka. But we do still have Dwayne Garrettson in that number 1 spot, Ryan Taylor in second. They are both first in their class. Dwayne Garrettson is in the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. Ryan Taylor is in the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. So they're both first in their class, running 1 and 2, out on course 1 and 2 as well. And then Justin Barth is in that second position in that 4,800 Legends class.
There is our physical race leader, Ryan Taylor.
Ryan Taylor right there. He had that onboard camera, his car on the top of it just now. That is definitely not as dirty as the sidewalls that he has.
That looks like it's Brian Trimp, if I'm not mistaken. And it is, but Trimp is a lap down. Yes, Brian Trimp is lap traffic. So Ryan Taylor's able to get around Dwayne Garrettson and Brian Trimp. So Ryan Taylor has a really good race going on. They're at the start of Torburen's Ridge.
And that Torburen's Ridge, that definitely is another, iffy rocky section right there. But what we have been seeing, the majority of this race is the winching going on over on the Yukon launch. That has been the major issue for the most part for everybody out here racing this weekend.
There's Kim Matson still stuck up at the top of the Yukon launch. Kim and Matt trying to winch their way up and over that rocky ledge. It's a really tricky little spot. And the traction's just not there today. The rain came overnight. It was really nice for the fast, dusty sections, but it really made it tough. Ooh, George Schooley is back underway.
Oh, look at that.
They got the left rear tire changed. Did they hurt the car? Are they still winching? Looks like they're still winching. And they're on the right lane trying to get up and out, so hopefully they can finish this next lap. Or their first lap.
Exactly.
Because they've been stuck there for quite a while. There's Randall Holmes crossing the race line start finish, heading out for another lap.
So Randall Holmes, he just came through. Let's see what his lap time was. His lap time coming through was 1 hour and 40 minutes.
That's a long, he had some issues out there, that's for sure. But it's crazy that the fastest lap time of the day right now is Dwayne Garrettson with a 37:51. And we were suspecting mid-20s, but it is definitely not there. There's the 45:17 of Dwayne, 45:17 of Jesse Oliver. Looks like they did have a flat out on course. They're swapping that out, so this may just be a quick in and out of the Amsoil hot pits for Jesse Oliver with Magnitude suspension.
Now, I believe he came through earlier on and also stopped on his first lap through as well.
There's been a lot of stops in the Amsoil hot pits. This course is proving to be one of the toughest Ultra 4 USA races we have ever had. Obviously, King of the Hammers is the biggest Ultra 4 USA race of the year. But this one is proven to be one of the toughest races we have had.
Yeah, Jesse Oliver, he actually was in the pits earlier. He had a tire and took some water, so that he was in the hot pits as well earlier on. And there we do see him exiting out of the Amsoil hot pits, going through the race line start finish, heading out on another lap.
We saw JT Taylor, our race director, give him a clap and 2 thumbs up and send him out for another lap. But we should see Ryan Taylor coming through here very shortly, grabbing that white flag.
And Ryan Taylor sitting in that #1 spot in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. But second overall is what we're seeing here. But he is definitely out there running his race right now. We saw earlier on he had must have gone through quite a bit of water because he did have a lot of mud splashed up on the sides. But there is a lot of different stuff out here, a lot of different terrain, and definitely, and there's Ryan Taylor right there. We are on board with him right now.
And he is right behind Diesel Krentz, and that is at the the start of Hell's Half Acre. There went Justin Barth for another lap across the race line start finish. So Ryan Taylor, our physical race leader and on adjusted time in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, is about mile marker 10. So he's not far from there, but he still has to do the entire Hell's Half Acre, which is a tough little course. But Ryan Taylor is looking really good. But there is a little bit of lap traffic right now. See Ryan's dad walking over towards the Jumbotron, trying to try to keep up with all the action out here. Excited to see how his son does.
Well, that's awesome that Ryan ended up not having more issues, it seems like, out on course, because he was having that overheating issue earlier on. So it's good to see that whatever was going on, they ended up getting that fixed. Here we do have George Schooley still up there. Jeff Martin down there below. Looks like he's looking in the backside of his car, or his truck, I should say. We saw him at the bottom of the screen, but George Schooley looks like his truck is running as well, but getting them out of this area will be something that will have to also be done before we do start our next race as well. So hopefully he can get himself either winched out, but you can see that his truck is running. You can see a little bit of steam. A lot of these trucks have been overheating, and we had overheating yesterday with some of our UTV drivers as well.
Yeah, tough break for everybody, but we've got a great set of volunteers that have came out here to help everything go smooth. So thanks again to each and every one of them. And again, let's give a huge shout out to Raceline Wheels, Amsoil, Good Boy Vodka, Mile Marker,
Rugged Race Radios, Project X Off-Road, Speed Sport, Can-Am,
360 Wraps, Optima Batteries,
Laser Nut, Mid-America Outdoors,
The Off-Road Syndicate, Fun Haver Off-Road, King of the Hammers, American Outdoor Events.
Spider Tracks, Brannick Motorsports, Yukon Gear and Axle, and Wayland.
So please support who supports the sport. Without all those amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing here today for the 2023 famous Reading Rumble, presented by Project X Off-Road.
And Miles, the sun is coming out. It's heating up.
It's
The
sticky out here.
humidity
It's
is-
getting a little warm. But I'll
Definitely.
sit through anything to watch some amazing Ultra 4 racing.
So we do have 4 cars that are out on their 3rd lap currently. So they're only going to get 3 laps.
Well, the white flag hadn't came out quite yet,
Oh,
so
it
they'll
has
they'll
not.
finish a 4th lap.
Okay, you're correct. And that, you know what? I did say 4 laps max.
Yeah, you're right. That was pretty good.
You can see the winch working up the Yukon launch. And everybody tuning in, thank you for tuning in on our social medias and on our live show here at AOE.TV, Speedsport.tv, all of our YouTube, Facebook, all of our social medias.
There's Bob Humanchuk trying to make his way up and over the Yukon launch. At the very top, it's a really dug out rock section, and he's making his way. Probably leave the winch hooked up just a little bit longer because he's bellied out right at that top little ledge right there. Remember, these are 37-inch DOT tires. The next ones will be unlimited, so most of them will be running 40s, maybe 42s. I don't know if I saw anybody with 42-inch tires out there, but you can run as big as you want. I'll give one shout out to Chris Brandt. He's got these USD stickies. Those are some gnarly tires. That may be a good one for today's race.
We do have somebody that will be exiting out of the Amsoil hot pits. They do have a 25-mile-per-hour speed zone through there. Once they hit those Amsoil flags, they do have a resume race speed. We'll see who this is here in just a moment.
I believe that is going to be
That is
James Panzella. Yes, it is. So he takes out. He's just finishing his first lap. He had some issues out there. We saw him parked in the Yukon launch section. But so much great racing out there on course. But we've had a lot of great action all season long. We had some Vision 2023 highlight video of Ultra 4 USA from just our last round just a few minutes ago. So Vision's highlight, let's check it out. And the white flag is out. We just missed Ryan Taylor come through, but there was Brian Trimp. So a great little Visions highlight, but the white flag is out. Ryan Taylor came through, 1 lap to go. His last lap was his fastest lap, was a 33.50. So Ryan Taylor, our physical race leader, did get the white flag when we were doing that little Visions highlight. So 1 more lap to go for Ryan Taylor. Now that the white flag is out, the white flag is out for everyone. Looks like that's Jesse Oliver, I believe. These cars are getting tougher and tougher to tell who's who.
Yes, they are. I think they're taking that right-hand line whenever they have that split lane. If you go left, it's not so muddy, but you take that right line and you're going through some water. But yes, that's awesome for Ryan Taylor to be coming through, getting that white flag. He will be doing 4 laps today out here. And this has been one race course that has been putting everybody's cars to the test. And what the drivers are saying, what is really good about this race course, it's testing their cars. It's testing the equipment. It's testing for what they were built for. So they're having a lot of fun out here at this race course. You know, a new track for us here on the East Coast, and I know that they're all already wanting to come back next year.
There is Justin Barth, it looks like, and Randall Holmes, I believe. And Sean Reisky is still broke down at the bottom. And Sean Reisky has Rick Murray riding shotgun with him. So they need to do some thinking there, because Rick Murray needs to hop in with Chad Hunt for the next race as well. So that could there's strategy in that as well.
Yes, exactly. And that's so unfortunate, though, that Sean Reisky is broke, because he was in the pits for quite a bit earlier on trying to fix his car. And here he is now broken down again at that Yukon launch.
There's the 918 with those ORI shocks of Brian and David Moore. Still pushing along. There's Justin Barth. We saw Anthony Yount hop out just a moment ago to help winch up. Oh, and there is Sean Reisky back under his own power.
You know, Miles, it could be a whole overheating thing, too. We were talking about this with some of the cars yesterday. And even when they were out doing pre-running, some of them had to pull off, let their car cool down before they could actually continue to go. You know, the relays, the wires, they get hot. Sometimes, you know, we did see earlier.
Across the top, he'll take a hard left down, cross the creek a couple times, and then hit the spider track backstretch. This should be a fun little camera to keep with, because he'll be opening it up here in about 30 seconds. He's going to cross the creek once, hit a little bit of rocks, go 100 feet down to the right, go down some more rocks, hit the left, and the spider track backstretch, and he'll be opening it up for our physical race leader, Mr. Ryan Lost Taylor. And Corey Day riding shotgun with him. That's Jody Ford's the co-driver.
And their top speeds, like, what do these guys get up to? Do these guys get up into the 80s and 90s miles
I believe so, yeah. Ryan Taylor could kiss 80, 90 miles an hour here, but if I was him, I would be on my rugged race radio saying, hey, you got this race, slow down, don't push the car, because when you're, you know, you still have a lot of rocks to go through, so you don't want to over-rev anything and, you know, risk blowing or, you know, spitting a belt or something. So he's probably playing a medium pace right now.
Yes, and exactly. And like what I said just a moment ago, too, is he was having those overheating issues. You don't want to have that happen on the last lap as well, as we did see with Sergio yesterday on the last lap. When he was, a quarter mile till he was coming in to get the checkered flag for the win, and his car started overheating, had to put water in it. So anything can happen. I mean, again, I'm going to say this, and it's old news here, but the race is not over till that checkered flag waves.
Oh, absolutely. And that shows you how vast this property is here at famous Redding Outdoors, just outside of Pottsville, Pennsylvania, a beautiful part of the country. And there's George Schooley still sitting at the midway section of the Bronick Boulders there at the Joker line. And he's been there for quite some time. Tough break for for George Schooley.
Can't quite make out who that is, but another one getting a tire change. Is that Panzelli? No, that is not. I'm not sure who that is, but we'll see here in a moment. Wow, a flat tire change right here on this front, or this stretch where it's a lot faster. This is where you would want to do a tire change, an ideal tire change, but it looks like they're going over to their driver front.
I should be able to tell who this is, but it's so muddy, I'm just missing it. I do apologize. Usually I'm a little better on telling who's who, but these cars are starting to all look the same. Thanks again to each and every one of you for staying tuned in for the 2023 Famous Redding Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. And just getting some chatter over my rugged race radios. Looks like Kim Matson is clear of the Joker line. So Brian Trimp has not made it. Tim Vassis has not made it. Jesse Oliver, we saw Jeff Martin. He was in there. I didn't see him. Did he get out of the Brannick Boulders Joker line? He must have.
I didn't see, well, the last time I saw him in there, he was still down at the bottom, and the camera panned up to George Schooley, so not sure if he actually still is in there, but they were both out of the car, and their helmets were off, and he was working on it. Sean Reisky just now made his way through the Yukon launch.
Looks like that is Randall Holmes coming through the Yukon launch there at Kool-Aid, and this is really getting dug out. It's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out. So I don't see Jeff Martin. Oh, yep, Jeff Martin is still in there. Okay, we were zoomed in. So Jeff Martin out of the car. There still is room, I believe, to come through there, but the Joker line is really starting to get plugged up. So we'll have to get that cleared out before we can send out the 4400s, because that's going to be a very important part of this race. Actually, if Martin backed up a little bit and got in that pocket, that would clear course for the 4400s, because at this exact spot, 4400s have to go left and stay left all the way through the creek.
Well, and Tim Vassis, as you were saying, he has not gone through and done the Joker line. We did see him bypass this earlier, but we have not seen anything of him since then, so not sure exactly where on course he might be. But that's so unfortunate for Tim Vassis that he hasn't taken it. White flag's out already, but we are almost done with this race here, and we'll be moving on to our 4400 race later on. But
what a great day of racing it has been. Thanks for everybody for making this happen. A huge shout out to Jason and Gayla Robinette, all of the volunteers, the AOE crew, media, Ultra 4 USA, safety, USAC racers, fans, and our marketing partners. It's been a great weekend of racing, and we are far from over.
And you can see that this vehicle that we're watching by our drone footage, not going at a top speed that we know that it can do. But right now, I mean, they're just trying to get to the finish. They could be limping their way back to the main pit and to the finish line. But you can see they're not at their top speed, at their 100%.
And I suspected we should have seen Dwayne Garrettson by now, but we have not seen him come across the race line start-finish. So it is only Ryan Taylor out on the lead lap right now. So will he be able to pass everybody on this course, lap the entire field? That would be pretty impressive.
He's definitely trying to. He's going to see if he can, but pushing his way through, coming back through for his last lap of the race for the weekend. It'll be awesome to see if he does come through and finish in that number 1 spot, especially after having overheating issues, because that is definitely not a fun thing to have, but it's exciting that they did get it fixed and they are back out on course and doing so awesome. And there is Randall Holmes right there, still in the Yukon launch at the Kool-Aid section. I'm not sure exactly who it was behind him.
That was our physical race leader, Ryan Taylor.
Oh, it was.
So we have lap traffic at the Yukon launch. There's Kim Matson, but Ryan Taylor is behind Randall Holmes, our physical race leader, and somebody's trying to motor through.
Yeah, you can definitely see that they're on it for sure. But we do have Ryan Taylor in that number 1 spot. But he, like you said, Miles, he's the only one out on the lead lap. We have not seen Dwayne Garrettson yet, but that would be very interesting to see if Dwayne Garrettson ends up coming through, catching up to Ryan Taylor. That'll make it for another amazing ending to a race.
But don't forget, they are in different classes, so that would be just for bragging rights. We do have the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class out on the course at the same time. They are scored separately, but racing the same race at the same time. And Ryan Taylor is trying to drive this little section. No easy feat for sure, and that tree is really kicking him around.
It's almost like they're having to pivot on the rocks, and that's what they do sometimes when they start hitting.
Look, he is tied to the back of Randall Holmes, possibly.
We were talking about that earlier. Who was it we were talking about? They were drive training their way through. I believe it was in the race yesterday in the 4600
class. That was the stock class. That was Adam Collin and Sergio, if I'm thinking correctly.
And he said what was going on, though, through the Kool-Aid section right here, there were cars that were actually tying to each other and helping each other through. So that goes to show you right there, too, that everybody's trying to, help each other out on the race course, even though they're out, out for the win. Everybody's out for the win. You don't race just to, get last place. So being out for that win and helping each other through is definitely teamwork. That is awesome to see. Like you said, people are buddies in the pits, but when you put your brain bucket on, then you're racing against each other. But look at this. We do have
Jesse Oliver, and I can't tell who's the front car. I believe Bob Humanchuk and Jesse Oliver are now in the Brannick Boulders Joker section.
if that is Bob. He did get his way through there. So now we do have.
And Jesse Oliver is taking the 4,400 line. So next race round, everybody has to take this little dirt road to the left, and then it drops you right back into the creek, and it's a tight little section.
Now, he did just stop. We saw him stop for just a second. What we did see earlier, Diesel Krentz did the same thing. He got up a little higher. We thought he was taking the 4,400 line, and then he backed up and ended up taking the right-hand
And then he
turn.
sees that big old rock. He's like, oh, never mind. I'm gonna back up and take the easier line.
Right, exactly.
So he's going to make his way up through that section. So it looks like Bob Humancheck and Jesse Oliver are through the Brannick Boulder Joker line.
And we have winch line getting pulled at the bottom of Kool-Aid. It looks like they might be having some problems with it spooling out. Oh, there we go.
There's James Panzella and Diesel Krentz, I believe. So they're behind Ryan Taylor. Did Ryan Taylor already make it up and out?
I have not seen his movement, but I don't see anybody that was stuck earlier on the last camera that we saw go through. But yes, we do have James Panzella, though, with Diesel Krentz right behind him.
So Ryan Taylor having one heck of a race. And Ryan Taylor was our 4,800 national champion last year and on the East Coast. Ryan Taylor's got a really good season going on here as well, as he's leading the East this year as well. So Ryan Taylor the last couple of years has really stepped up his game and running a great, amazing race. Got another car coming in. Oh, that looks like, okay, that's Jeff Martin trying to back out of the way. They're trying to clear course for the Brannick Boulders Joker line. So that's great sportsmanship there. He knows the race is coming his way here very shortly, so the course should be cleared. And George Cooley is on that right lane, so he is not in the way for the next race.
So yes, Jeff Martin backing down out of that. There is a basically kind of like a power line road there. It's not a power line road, but it's smooth like that. So he'll be able, as long as he can drive his vehicle and get it back in, he won't have to be towed back in, which is one good feeling that you can at least get your car back. It just might be hurt in some way or another.
And there's Ryan Taylor. We are on board. That is above the Yukon launch. He will be diving back out on this haul road, take a left, and this is a fun, fast little flowy section. It kind of goes up and above the Joker line with that really big shelf system here in just a moment. You won't be able to see it, but this is where he's at on course. So he's roughly, he just passed mile marker number 4 right now, so he'll be bypassing the Brannick Boulders here in the next 5 minutes or so. I believe that's James Panzella. We saw him having a couple issues earlier. Tough break, but hey, he's still out here racing, having some fun. Diesel Krentz right behind him with Team Stacked, racing for the Cool Kids campaign.
And they have been tuning in and watching the race, cheering him on. So it's got to be some feel-goods that they are watching him and wanting him to do well out here.
Speaking about tuning in, thanks for tuning in on speedsport.tv, AOE.tv, the Ultra 4 USA Speed Sport and MAO Facebook and YouTube channels. Share it, start a watch party, hashtag it up. We are less than an hour away for kicking off the 4,400 Unlimited class. You do not want to go anywhere. It's going to be an amazing, amazing race. This course is one of the hardest Ultra 4 USA courses we have ever had, so we're going to have some amazing racing here with some amazing drivers.
Yes, and we have had a heavy stacked list out here, drivers of registration out here racing at Pennsylvania. I'm getting a little tongue-tied there. That is Justin Barth right there we are seeing. And we're back over to the Yukon launch, and that was Diesel Krentz that is waiting patiently behind here to get up this behind James Panzella. So we do see George Schooley still there, just waiting, and like you said, Miles, he's not in the way of the 4,400 race, but you know that he doesn't want to, keep hanging out there. He was expecting to be moving along and having a few laps in already today. But that is Diesel Krentz right there. He had his winch line out. He's at the top of that area in Kool-Aid where there's that little bit of a lip that you need to make sure you have your winch line hooked up if you're having issues, because that's the only way you're going to get up right here.
And talking about George Schooley, he does have his daughter Cameron Schooley with him, so he does have some company he can hang out with. I know Weaver and Carly are out there at the Brandick Boulders Joker line. They're the ones that keeping me informed over the Rugged Race Radio, so thanks for everybody for helping out. We got Billy that's been running around, Gus and Angel, Caleb and Bailey, the entire Famous Reading Outdoors crew has here been helping. So thanks to everybody who helps make this happen. I know Heather and Hunter have been running around. Saw Maisie and Mallory earlier. We got the entire Ultra 4 USA team here on site, making sure everything's running as absolutely smooth as it can for a really good race. We haven't been back to Pennsylvania since 2018 in Shamokin, Pennsylvania. We race at the AOOA course. The white flag comes out for Kim Matson. The Anthracite Outdoor Adventure Area is only about an hour down the road, as well as Rush Off-Road. But it's been about 5 years since we've raced up here, and we fell in love with Famous Reading Outdoors here just outside of Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Couldn't quite tell which car that was bypassing the Brandick Boulder Joker area. Looks like that's Brian Trimp, I believe. There's Jesse Oliver trucking along. If you are just tuning in, this is the 2023 Famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. This is the last lap for the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4,800 Brandick Motorsports Legends class. I think that was Brian Trimp we did see earlier changing that tire. But he made quick work up and through. He's got his new co-driver Troy hopping back in. These guys and gals got to be pretty worn down after a long day like today.
Miles, what do you see going on around us, and what do you hear going on around us?
I hear some horsepower. The 4,400 Unlimited cars are starting to get staging out there. They've been watching the Jumbotron here out in front of the big merchandise trailer, and they're seeing the races starting to wind down. We'll probably be a little bit off our 2 o'clock start time just for a safe race. Ooh, it looks like Bob Humancheck has a right front flat tire. But, yeah, you can hear the cars starting to warm up. They want to have their cars. A lot of them will warm up the diffs as well. It's pretty warm today, so that's not quite as big of an issue. But sometimes some of these cars run some really thick gear oil, so you want to get that warmed up before you just go out there wide open racing. As we're flying over Hell's Half Acre, you see all the easy ups out there. That's a great, great spectating area.
Yes, it is. And being down over there during pre-running day, it was so cool to see the ledges that they get to stand up and they look down on the cars. How cool is it to be out here? And, you know, you're up high. The cars are not in anywhere, shape, or form able to even get close to you, but you can watch down on the race vehicles as they're working their way through the rocks. So it's really cool to see that drone footage of it as well, because that's what we're seeing when you're sitting on the ledge pretty much.
There's plenty of room out here, so we hope to be coming out to Famous Reading Outdoors next year. Plenty of camping, great spectating, and amazing racing.
Yes, all of our racers, like we keep saying, they have all been loving this race course. They love the challenges. They love that they actually got to put their cars to work for what they were built for. And this course definitely is one that is showing it. You can see Cameron Schooley right there. They are grabbing their tire that they ended up changing, and the one they had on was definitely very, very well damaged. So,
and just think of that. This is a DOT tire, so it's got all the cords and stuff in it, so she's got to be a little careful. That tire could go out and bite you.
yes. And
all those steel cords poking out at you.
Yep, and we were talking earlier, too, whenever we were seeing, I can't remember who it was, had a flat tire, went in to change it, and was smoking. So they get hot when they're flat and they're running on the rim. That whole entire part of the car gets smoking hot. You don't want to touch it right away. And you can see her just now touching it because they know that they're getting ready to finish up. And here she is getting that spare tire, which is more than likely all cooled off, back on the rack. And we do have somebody stopped right there in that left-hand turn.
That's at the start of Hell's Half Acre. They've already muddied it up and over the little rock section, so they're probably unhooking the winch and getting ready to take back off. But there's a couple cars that are coming in. This is a really hard little rock section.
I think that is Ryan Taylor, it looks like, because the stripes on the top of the car. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm going to let you guess there. I don't know.
Let me be wrong on that one.
I don't think it is, but I don't want to say no.
Who
knows?
knows?
Made quick work of it, whoever it is.
It doesn't look like his build,
Looks
though.
like maybe James Panzella, possibly.
And that's definitely not the front end of Ryan Taylor's car.
And that could be Jesse Oliver trying to rock crawl up right now.
We have not seen Dwayne Gerritsen anywhere.
Yeah, he hasn't been around for a little while, and he's still technically our second place leader and first in his class, but we haven't seen him moving for a bit.
Now we have some guesstimated times of when we think the leaders will come in. Miles, earlier on we were pretty close on the time when we were waiting for them to come through earlier on, but I mean roughly, I don't know, maybe anywhere between 11, 15 minutes?
Yeah, 10, 15 minutes would be my guess. And there's Anthony out crawling back out of Justin Barr's car. Looks a little bummed out, not sure what's going on, but he has definitely earned his keep this weekend. That's a lot of work.
Yeah, he is definitely pulling that winch line, getting Justin Barth up. Like we said, Justin Barth raced yesterday, so he got a really good preview of the race course yesterday, but out here racing again today. And, oh, that tree is not quite strong enough maybe for the pool.
There's our physical race leader, Ryan Taylor, I believe. Let me get my bearings straight to see exactly where we are at. Okay, he should be heading towards the rock section, so we should pick him up at the bottom of Torburen Ridge here in the next few minutes. So I'm going to say we're closer to the 15-minute mark before we see Ryan Taylor here at the race line start-finish. But the next time Ryan Taylor comes across, the checkered flag will be flying.
And coming into the rock sections, I mean, we see a little bit of a bottleneck and issues right here. It's going to be the same way whenever he comes through. So he's going to have to patiently wait. As you can see, this one is giving a little bit of a bump. Can't quite make out exactly who those two race vehicles are.
Cody St. Clair in the back, possibly, and Brian Moore.
You're right. It's the Texas flag on top.
Yep.
That is Cody.
And then Brian Moore and his brother David Moore right in front of him. So we have brothers up front and father, son in the back. I love the family attitude here. And Cody St. Clair pushes Brian Moore right up. Love seeing that. And this cameras never do it justice, right? You can tell that it looks like that spectator's right on the race course. But there's about an 8-foot ledge. He's above the cars there.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was saying earlier on with the spectator area. Was super cool to see because even though the cars are completely out of reach of the spectators up on that ledge, they're looking down at it. So it was really cool. All right, Justin Barth got moving again. We saw Anthony out getting back in the car, getting all buckled up. But we will be seeing these guys coming through here in just a little bit because they are in the last little section of rock, and that looks like Sean Reisky right there. So Sean Reisky moving along, and there is Cody St. Clair. He got through that little rock garden where he gave a little nudge. And he's coming back up behind him again. So we'll see if they make it through this area super smooth or not.
So we will be pushing back the 4,400 class just a little bit because we still have to get the course cleared for the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified and the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. But we will have action the rest of the day. We're hoping to have a little bit of a break. Guess what, Pam? We won't. We'll be racing.
Yes, definitely, 100%. I mean, we try our best to stay on schedule, but sometimes racing is racing, and we can't quite help it. We'll be on schedule as much as possible. But, yes, racing happens, that's for sure. It took a little bit longer time for some of these cars to get through, as I think maybe we all were suspecting. I mean, but this is a very, very tough race course. And I know, again, we've said this many, many times, the racers asked for harder race courses, and you guys found it.
Yeah, they got it. And then the rain overnight definitely didn't help anything. All the extra traction that's been going on out here. I think, who was it? Was it Hunter Miller yesterday with a mid-22 minute time? I don't think that's going to get beat. I really don't. This course is falling apart. It's getting tougher and tougher. But you can tell the sun is coming out, so it will start drying. But I think we're at a perfect spot because if it's really look, it's not dusty and it's dusty. So that is Jesse Oliver getting the white flag. So one more lap for Jesse Oliver. So Jesse Oliver just moves into first place in class and second overall. So Jesse Oliver in the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class does get around Dwayne Garrettson.
I wonder where Dwayne Garrettson is. We have not seen him yet. He was running a great race earlier on, though, but that is such a bummer we haven't seen him, and he has lost that track position. And we do have Cody St. Clair in the hot pits right now.
It'll be interesting to see how this plays out because we should see Ryan Taylor within the next 10 to 15 minutes. And if they can't get Anthony and Cody St. Clair out, oh, there they go. Okay, he'll head out for another lap.
Not sure what they were doing on the backside there, but they were using a ratchet strap like they were tightening something down, or did he have a flat tire?
I'll bet you they re-racked. They put a new spare in is what I'm
That's what it looked like they were doing. But, Miles, we have the dust out here right now. I mean, and it's been, you know, the moisture that went into the ground last night. But when these 4,400s start going off the line, that dust will be an issue right here where we see Cody St. Clair. He'll make a left-hand turn. That's where they drag race to, and that's where they turn left to go on a go-fast area. And that yesterday in the UTVs, we were seeing a lot of dust in there. And I foresee it being a dusty mess right there when our 4,400s start going off the line.
We'll see how it all plays out. But it's going to be an exciting start to the 4,400 Unlimited class, I believe.
Yeah, 20 cars will be taking off the line here in just a little bit. Like you were saying, it did get pushed back just a tick. So we actually have 19 cars of our 4,400 Unlimited class presented by Good Boy Vodka. It's going to be an awesome afternoon of racing to close down our racing here in Pottsville, Pennsylvania at the famous Reading Off-Road, or outdoors, I should say. But it's been an amazing weekend. I keep saying that. Hopefully you'll get to come back sometime and do some more touring, or maybe get to do it on your way home, because I did get to go out and see a little bit of the town and everything, and it's pretty cool out here.
I got it. The first couple days, obviously, we came out here and worked, but in the evening we did tool around and go to dinner and check out some of the local joints. There's a lot of great restaurants, a lot of good history in these towns. We were up in Frackville, down in Pottsville. There is Brian Tripp making his way up the hard section of the Brannick Boulders. That's the Joker line right there. So Brian Tripp's actually, nope, he is going to turn early and head out the easier way. So Brian Tripp does make it up and out of the Brannick Boulders for the Joker section. And we are at the end of Hill's Half Acre. One more turn here, and then this is the last rock section. And then he's about a quarter of a mile away. That is Brian Moore for grabbing another white flag. So how far back is Ryan Taylor?
Ryan Taylor should be coming in anytime. We kind of had a guesstimate earlier of like a 10 to 15 minute coming in, and then where he was entering in.
There he is, Pam.
There he is.
So Ryan Taylor is at the start of Torburen's Ridge. So we're still about that 10 or 15 minute mark before the checkered flag comes out. But Ryan Taylor and Corey Day are still moving strong. That Trip Fabrication car looks like it's in a great shape. All 4 tires look like they're holding air. So we'll see if he can come through. Remember, his first lap through, he's having overheating issues with the fans. Looks like that is no longer the issue. Now, Corey Day's riding shotgun on that. He's going to hop straight out of this car, straight into Jody Ford's. So is that an advantage? Absolutely. But how wore out is Corey Day? He raced yesterday. He's raced now, hopping straight into 4,400. That guy's an absolute animal. I know he's got it in him. I know he does. So he's going to know this course like the back of his hands. Looks like we're at the Spider Track backstretch as we speak.
Well, in talking about that too, the race course has changed so much from race to race out here, and he now has seen what the race course conditions are in, what rocks might have been moved out of the way or in the way of the racetrack. So Corey Day does have that advantage as well, coming fresh out of this race going into the next. So that could be an advantage, but like you're saying, you know, he's been in multiple races this weekend. Depends on how worn out he actually is. And here we do have, that is Ryan Taylor making his way through.
That is actually Viking Ridge. That is not Ryan Taylor. He's at the next little rock cropping. I believe that's Bob Humanchuk.
Oh, and he was having the issues earlier on. Or not issues, but he got bumped by Cody St. Clair earlier on.
There's Cody St. Clair. He'll be crossing the creek, taking a hard right, driving down some boulders, cross the creek once again, take a hard left, and then open her up across the Spider Track backstretch. These live drones are absolutely amazing. This section, when we first came here, it was pretty gnarly, but there's a pretty good little highway that's been burned in right through there. And again, if you're anywhere around this area, come on out here. Buy a membership to Famous Redding Outdoors. They're open 365 days a year. There's different price ranges. You can buy a membership, come out here whenever you want, and trust me, you'll be able to tell where the Ultra 4 USA course was, and you can come out here and kind of run some of the similar trails we run here. Got another car coming into the AMSOIL hot pits. I believe that's Bob Humanchuk.
Looks like they have a
looks like
front
right
tire.
Front. Yep, good call. And they got the tire there ready, so they'll jack him up, get him going.
And that goes to show you how key it is to have radio communication with your pits, that had them ready with the tire in hand, ready to change it, to get him back out so he can get one more lap in. Because we do know that Ryan Taylor will be coming in here in just a little bit to get that checkered flag.
And I'm getting a little update from my buddy Dave Johnson. He thinks Ryan has a passenger rear flat tire. From my vantage point, it didn't look like it, but it really could be. And now we're on screen. That is at the start of Hell's Half Acre. He's right behind his buddy Sean Reisky. So Ryan Taylor waiting for a little bit of lap traffic. So we are at mile marker number 10. Our current race leader, Ryan Taylor, leading the East in points in the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, won the national championship last year and the Eastern Series champ. So Ryan Taylor really starting to get in the groove in that Trip Fabrication car. Has a great last season under his belt, a great current season under his belt. Oh, that is where Caleb and Bailey Jones are stationed to help everybody go out. White flags flies for Brian Moore, and they're excited to go out for one more lap. Are you excited or are you worried about it? But they had their hands up. Brian and David Moore brothers out there having fun.
And we can see
Speaking about Caleb, there's Caleb Jones right there helping hook up some winch line, trying to clear the course. And I'm going to have to give him a class. They should have cleaned that camera when they came through the AMSOIL hot pits.
Right, exactly. All right, another white flag going out. I believe that is Bob Humanchuk.
That'd be my guess. Yes, it is. Bob Humanchuk hanging out for another lap. There's Jesse Oliver, our physical race leader in the 4,500 Yukon gear and axle modified class.
And here we are in the Yukon launch. Not sure who that is, Miles. I don't know. Exactly
That's
who that
Jesse
is.
Oliver.
Okay, because that car, you cannot see anything on the sidewalls of that. If I would have seen the blue and white, I would have known who that was, but I cannot see it at all.
Jesse Oliver and Randy Knoll, they've been racing Ultra 4 USA for a very long time. Great to see them still hanging out with us. Thanks again, everybody, for tuning in. It's a great aerial shot of the spectators for the 2023 famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. This is the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. We are starting to wind down. Ryan Taylor should be grabbing that checkered flag in the next 5 minutes or so. He is back and moving. This is the last little tough rock section of Hell's Half Acre. But if Dave Johnson is right, he does have a left rear flat. I couldn't quite tell from my vantage point. But apparently he's watching the same TV I am.
Funny you say that. Yeah, it hopefully he does not have that going on, but unfortunately it happens. It's racing, but I love seeing this on board with him. But you're right. We need to hey, you guys need to wipe your hand in front of that. It's a great camera view. We want to be able to see better.
I'm going to have to talk to Corey, be like, hey, what are you doing, buddy? So there's our physical race leader in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class as he's passing by Hell's Half Acre. And look, all the spectators. This is where a great place to watch. In the elevation, you can't tell, but they're on about an 8-foot ledge there, so there's no way that car can get anywhere close. So it's a perfect barrier to keep all of our spectators safe and sound. I'm sure they carried, they got their easy ups, their chairs, their coolers full of nice cold beverages.
Yes, because it is definitely warm out here today. It's not as bad as yesterday. We do have cloud coverage and everything. We do have a breeze picking up right now, which feels amazing. But yeah, it's awesome to see the spectators up there on the ledges watching these races. And
we are picture-in-picture right now with Ryan Taylor.
I was getting ready to say that too. The picture-in-picture is pretty awesome to see. The on-board camera that we've been seeing is pretty awesome. We've been having some great footage out here this weekend.
But now our physical race leader has another bottleneck. Can't quite tell who it is. Maybe Justin Barth? That's at that last pinch point where we saw Sergio yesterday, our race leader, stuck in the same exact spot right there. Oh, and now Ryan Taylor has his buddy Sean Reisky right behind him, and he gives him a little love tap, just saying, hey, buddy, I'm right here.
Yeah, you need some help, I'll help you out.
But there's nowhere to go, so
no,
they got to figure out what they're going to do to get, like I said, maybe Justin Barth out of the way.
And you can see co-driver Corey Day is out actually winching right now.
Well, yeah, he's trying to they're going to try to pull him out of the way. So we're going to do a little
Well, actually, I'm not sure if that was the co-driver from the one in front or not, but we did see the winch line come out of Ryan Taylor's front of his car.
Like I said, I believe that is Justin Barth. Looks like a Jimmy's chassis from the top. But it's a red car, and they're all brown.
Right, exactly.
Looks like you can see the blue hood. That's one of our Line Mountain volunteers. That's a cool old Blazer. He's been helping out all weekend long. So, again, thanks, everybody. There's a mountain of people that make this possible. And we got a great set of volunteers that are out here. Speaking about that, thanks to Jason and Gayla Robinette, our Ultra 4 USA and AOE crew, the media, safety, USAC, racers, fans, and marketing partners. And you've been handing out some 360 wrapped Laser Nut Cody Wagner trophies that are absolutely beautiful works of art. This is our second Ultra 4 Eastern Series race. Up next, we'll be heading to Crandon, Wisconsin at the Big House over Labor Day weekend. Then we'll head to Disney, Oklahoma. And then we'll end up the year at Legends of the Fall in Lake Havasu. So you do not want to miss that one. We'll have Ultra 4 USA. We'll have some F1 boat racing. We'll have a rodeo, national music acts, Nitro Circus, American Side-by-Side Takeover, and much, much more. They get Justin Barth drug out of the way, and now Ryan Taylor trying to get around him. And a little tire-to-tire contact. Justin Barth still trying to back up a little bit. So now it looks like they may be hooked a little bit.
So, Miles, a little bit of an update from Chip McLaughlin, actually. He is giving us an update. Dwayne Garrettson is 5 to 6 miles on the course with a broken battery internally. He needed one from the pits, so it looks like Cody St. Clair is going to be bringing them one out. So that is awesome sportsmanship of Cody St. Clair.
I love that. Thanks, Chip, for the update, and thanks to Wayne and Cody St. Clair for being the class acts that they are. So, yes, that is Justin Barth getting conversation from my buddy Dave. Keep me all lined out. That's what I thought it was, but, boy, it's hard to tell. But he was saying you can see the tree kickers on Justin Barth's car, and I think I can from here. But we got this little TV up here, and it's kind of hard to tell.
Now, does Justin Barth always run tree kickers on his car?
They're removable, so you can take them off.
Well, I was wondering if he was or not, because earlier on when he came through, I thought something was actually hanging off of his race truck, but it wasn't, obviously. So I don't know if I've ever actually noticed if he runs them all the time or if that was just something he put on for this race, knowing what kind of race this was going to be. I mean, having those tree kickers on definitely would be an advantage to not tearing his car up that bad.
And in the trees, that's why it's called a tree kicker. So if you're in these tight trees and you cut a little short, it can hit that little steel and bounce your car off it, so you're not hitting a direct tire-to-tire impact. So it really has some advantages. And if I was him, I'd run him in Crandon as well.
Well, we are seeing
no!
To our left.
There's Jeremy Tipton, part of that is Dwayne Garrettson's co-driver.
Well, that seems like such a bummer. Maybe if he's willing, he'll want to come in here. All right. Jeremy Tempted, we do not want to see you over here right now. We just got an update, actually, that you guys had a battery broken internally that somebody was bringing. Cody St. Clair was going to bring you one out, but here you are. What's going on, and why are you over here with us now?
Man, we were doing so good. It felt so good. The car just shut off. Zero power. I jumped out, checked that battery terminal, broke. You're just spinning inside the battery. Horrible.
Well, that is not a good thing at all, for sure, to see you over here. But having the battery, it's kind of weird and unfortunate. I'm not sure why in the world that would even happen to the internals of a battery.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I don't know. Maybe we need to change batteries out more often.
Well, you guys were running an amazing race out there. This race course has definitely been tough. The attrition out on the race course has been pretty gnarly. So a lot of traffic on that first lap over there in that Yukon launch, which is a Kool-Aid section. A lot
Correct,
of winching going on, and I believe everybody has had to winch.
Yes, we winched all 3 laps.
Well, you guys, at least you made 3 laps, but here you are in the pits. You guys were running number 1 in your class as well, which is such a bummer, though.
We were first overall lap 1 and 2, weren't we?
Yes,
that's
exactly.
what I thought.
Exactly. Yeah, you guys were first overall, first in your class, but having this unfortunate, here in the pits. Now, where's Dwayne? Is Dwayne still out over at the car, or did he come in with you?
Dwayne is still at the car. He asked me where I thought the closest car was, and I hiked to where the last car I seen, and it was gone now.
Oh, no.
I was going to steal their battery.
Oh, goodness gracious.
And run back.
Oh, no. So did Cody make it to you guys to get you a battery?
So I was at the drone tent when I seen Cody just go by to go on out there.
Okay, so more than likely he has it in his lap, or not in his lap.
And that's what I was trying to do, is make it back to throw a battery in somebody's car.
Yeah, I mean, that's happened actually on race course before, not only out here at this kind of stuff, but we have seen where people, have spare oil in their car, spare power steering fluid, and they go and they steal it off the ones that are basically broke down and not moving anymore, because you need it to finish the race.
We have spare pretty much everything, except for no battery.
Except for battery. I mean, that would be kind of heavy to have on your car.
It would be heavy. The car already weighs too much.
Well, it looks like you're ready to go back, cool off, get out of your fire suit. So thank you for stopping by. Very unfortunate that you're here right here, but we'll let you get back to your pits, and we will be having our finishers coming in very shortly. We do now have a bottleneck, and that is Ryan Taylor. He is in the lead, and he is out front right there having to winch through this last section of rocks.
That spot right there is starting to get harder and harder. We barely made it through there. We had to pull somebody backwards out of there.
Oh, did you really? Okay.
Yes.
We did not see that one on camera, but yeah, that it's awesome to see people helping each other out and getting people through these courses and get the bottlenecks and getting the trail plugs, I guess I should say, getting them out of the way.
Yes, anybody that was broke down where we needed a winch, they winched us up.
Oh, good.
I didn't have to get out for that.
Well, that's a good sportsmanship. So did you never got out to winch?
I got out on Kool-Aid twice.
Okay.
And once somebody else winched us.
Oh, that's awesome.
And then JT winched us up the big one twice.
Gotcha. Well, it's awesome that you had help out on the course, and you guys helped out on the course. It definitely is payback whenever you're doing your good deeds to other racers, and same with them.
Correct.
Well, we'll let you get going. Are you going to stick around and watch the 4400?
Depends on if the car gets back here or not.
That's true. That is very, very true. Well, thank you for stopping by again. Unfortunate, we'll bring Miles back in as Ryan Taylor is getting ready to come through here in just a moment.
All right.
But,
thank you, Pam.
You're welcome. We'll catch you at the next one.
All right.
Jeremy Timpton, that's such an unfortunate for him and Dwayne Garrettson, but we do have our leader, Ryan Taylor. He's getting ready to pass by the Amsoil hot pits coming in to get that checkered flag. So Ryan Taylor, you know he's super pumped right now, just wanting to take that checkered flag.
Well, tough break for Dwayne Garrison, Jeremy Tipton, but it's all about this man right now. Ryan Taylor and Corey Day about to cross the line for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class here at the 2023 famous Reading Rumble. The checkered flag is out for Ryan Taylor.
That little leg kick with that checkered flag coming out, that's pretty fun to see. But here we have Ryan Taylor. You know, like we just said, we know he's feeling good about getting that checkered flag just now. This was one heck of a race.
It was a battle all the way to the finish. They had to earn this one for sure. So Ryan Taylor unofficially winning the 2023 famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. And here comes Sean Reisky. He is a lap down, but we'll see if he can mix this up or not. So now that the checkered flag is out, it's out for everybody else. There's Brian Trimp. But again, he may be in the mix for the podium. We'll see who else comes around. But how far back is Jesse Oliver for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class? And we saw Justin Barth not too far back, but he was unable to finish. We'll see if he can get that car back and moving. But what a great day of racing it has been, and we are still having the 4400 Unlimited class yet to come, presented by Good Boy Vodka. That'll be up next. Well, they were supposed to start at 2 p.m., but obviously this race is still going, so we'll have to stay fluid with it to see if we can kick this one off. But this course is proving to be tough.
You're exactly right, Miles. 100%. Ryan Taylor coming through, had all smiles on his face, but you know that they're feeling pretty beat up right now. All the drivers are, even though it was a fun and amazing course that was put out here, having to actually drive their cars to the ability that they were built for. That's what everybody's been super excited about. They're like, now we actually get to use our race vehicles for how they were built. So Ryan Taylor in that number one spot in with that checkered flag. His fastest lap of the day for himself was a 33.50. So that I think is actually the fastest lap
That's
overall.
the fastest lap of the day for sure. Yesterday we were in that 22 mids with Hunter Miller, and it's 10 minutes slower today. That shows you how tough this course actually is. It's pretty wild. This has been a great day of racing, and it is not over yet. There is Ryan Taylor, the only one on the lead lap right now. But Corey Day is going to be able to hop out and go run over and hop in with Jody Ford, who's sitting in that third position.
Well, Miles, I'm going to actually step out of the booth. I'm going to make my way over to the finish line over there with Ryan Taylor. We do have a little bit of awards to still take care of from our youth race earlier on. So I'm going to step on over there, and I'll be back here in just a little bit.
Well, thanks for the warning, Pam. All in good fun. There's Randall Holmes. They're still trying to truck along. And it sounds like Erica Allreed is out there going to check out Ryan Taylor, the unofficial winner for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Erica, let's see what Ryan has to say.
Thanks, Miles. Like you said, I've got Ryan Taylor, our unofficial winner in the 4800 Legends class. Ryan, it seemed as though after that first lap and pit stop, you were really able to get into a flow and click off laps all the way to this victory today. So how'd you keep your head down during that one to finish first in class and physically on course?
Oh, I'll tell you, it's like all I think about during the whole race is stay conservative, stay consistent, keep a smooth pace, and hopefully everybody else falls out, which is what happened. So, all you can do is hope and pray that everything holds together on the car, do the best prep work you can, and a lot of hours in the shop means a fun race, So thanks to Raceline, Brannick Motorsports for making everything happen for me. Yokohama, these tires they're holding up, man. They work. I really appreciate it. Thanks to everybody out here that puts us on, because this is a great event. Mid-America really knows how to do it. And hopefully we get to be a part of more events like this, because this is so much fun.
Absolutely. And like Miles always loves to say, to finish first you must finish. And that's exactly what you guys did today. Like you said, the only one on the lead lap. So congratulations on this effort for you and Brannick Motorsports team.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks to my wife and all my family for putting up with this sport, because it gets a little hectic and I appreciate it.
Well, congratulations, Ryan. Go ahead and celebrate with your family over here.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Erica, and congratulations, Ryan Taylor, for unofficially winning the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. What a great race. He won the national champion last year. He won the East last year, and he's looking pretty good for 2023 for the Ultra 4 USA season. Saw Corey Day walk by here in the booth. He just hopped out of Ryan Taylor's. Now he's going straight over to hop in with Jody Ford. There's a great shot of Casey Gilbert and Roger King. Looks like that's J.P. Marin. I see Paul Wolf, Josh Blyler, and that blue and orange car right there in the center. That's Casey Gilbert. He's the one that put the show on during qualifying. Tried to wave at the grass there for a little bit. I hear some sirens off in the background. Maybe it's just the 4400 guys testing out. There's another. Oh, is that Dwayne Garrettson possibly? I believe that's Dwayne Garrettson at quick glance. And we just talked to Jeremy Tipton, his co-driver here. They're going to try to get him out of batteries. That was some tough break. Here is the checkered flag. We had a couple cars back to back. They were racing to the finish. There's James Panzella. Oh, Chad Hunt's walking by. He's heading over to put on a race suit. He'll be racing here very shortly. Hopefully he can get his buddy Rick Murray back. We'll see if he's going to make it back in time. But Chad Hunt's pretty smiley over there. He had his son Caden Hunt race yesterday, part of the UTV class. And they brought the whole family out to this race, as they do most of them. It's been a great weekend out here. We are winding down on the 4,500 and the 48s. Up next will be the 4,400 main event presented by Good Boy Vodka. And then we will not have a live show tomorrow, but stay. If you're anywhere in the area, stay for the Dark Water race. They'll be racing a very similar course here. Lee O'Donnell, 23, our USAC rep for Ultra 4 USA, will be running his local line mountain style race out here. As we are in, I believe this is Torburen's Ridge. believe that's Cody St. Clair getting a little update through my rugged race radio. That was picture in picture with Cody St. Clair now. We saw him high from the drone. Now we got a front angle. So Cody and Anthony St. Clair. So he is at the beginning of Torburen's Ridge as we speak. That is Cody St. Clair and Anthony St. Clair. So he's about about mile marker number 10 right in there, just shy of this 10.7 mile race. I can hear Pam over there giving away some of our trophies to the Youth 170s. There's been a lot of racing all weekend long. We wouldn't want it any other way. There's JT Taylor, our race director, right there at the race line start finish, waiting for the rest of the field to come through. Then we'll have to start clearing some course and send out the 4,400 Unlimited guys and gals. Thanks again to Raceline Wheels, Mile Marker, Amsoil, Good Boy Vodka, Can-Am, Rugged Race Radios, Project X Off-Road, Speed Sport, 360 Wraps, Mid-America Outdoors, Laser Nut, Optima Batteries, Spider Tracks, Wayland, Yukon Gear and Axle, Brannick Motorsports, the Off-Road Syndicate, Fun Haver Off-Road, King of the Hammers, and American Outdoor Events. Without each and every one of those marketing partners, we would not be racing here today for the 2023 famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. So up next, the 4,400 main event. Sitting in that pole position will be Paul Wolf, side by side with Philip McGilton. Up next in row 2 will be Jody Ford and Eric Miller. In row number 3, Josh Blyler and Chad Hunt. Then it'll be Chris Branton and Chad Owens. Rusty Blyler, the Happy Pappy, next to Seb Pirrell. Then Tad Dowker and Kevin Porterfield. Jonathan Dawes and Matt Garofalo. Jan Petrie and Casey Gilbert, J.P. Marin and Roger King. Last but not least is Glennie Page. That will be our 4,400 main event. Roger King, looks like they're looking at the front of his car. He raced yesterday in the 4,600 Spider Track stock class as well. Casey Gilbert to the right, J.P. Marin on your left, and you can see the number 41. That's Josh Blyler, a former King of the Hammers winner. And then that blue car in your bottom right is our pole setter, Mr. Paul Wolf. And the middle right could be Tad Dowker. I can only see the one headlight in a mirror, but that's my best guess there. Looks like right behind the porta potty is Chad Owens. There is Justin Barth. We were waiting on him. I saw Kim Matson as well. So we are starting to get some of our cars that were broken down out on course back in action. We definitely need to clear a few of them out there before we can kick off the 4,400 main event. This course was tough. It's a 10.75-mile race. They raced for an hour and a half. And the next time around, the white flag came out, and Ryan Taylor is the only one on the lead lap. Here's some of our fans out there rooting on some of their favorite racers. Look how muddy these cars are out there. That rain last night really tore up this course. They've been racing it all day yesterday. There's Kim, fixing her hair a little bit. But she had some fun out there on course. But this course is tough. This is a true Ultra 4 USA race. There's the dense foliage here at famous Reading Outdoors. Roughly 20,000 acres of rideable trails and 650 miles. They've got 6 different trailheads. You can buy a membership and come riding 365 days a year from dusk till dawn. They've got a great thing going. We've been working very closely with Doc and Andrew. They're 2 top dogs out here at famous Reading Outdoors. And Sean, their media guy, has been running around helping everything run smooth. And I think we're building a great relationship here. Looks like that's Brian Moore bypassing the Brannick Motorsports at Joker line. USAC is our sanctioning body, the United States Auto Club. They help run our timing, scoring, race operations, safety, and tech. Lee O'Donnell is on site. He's our USAC rep, and he'll be running his Darkwater race tomorrow as Randall Holmes grabs the checkered flag at the race line start-finish. He was down a lap or 2, but still made it across the finish line there at the end. So Ryan Taylor is the only one to finish 4 laps right now. I think Randall Holmes got 7th in the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class as of now. Got a bunch of cute little kids out here spectating, rooting on their favorite racers, hanging out with mom and dad.
The future racers of our sport, even though they're that little, you never know.
Oh, that's how you get hooked.
Exactly. And speaking of future of the sport, over there doing our last bit of interviews for our 170 class just now. Those kids, they're having fun. Xander Walraven, you can tell he's getting coached. He knew exactly what to say whenever I went to him, and he was our champion for our limited class just earlier this morning. But Ryan Taylor finishing in that number 1 spot unofficially over there. We will be doing all of those awards after the 4,400 race ends, and we will be doing those awards before we actually move into the 4,400 race awards.
Yeah, speaking about the youth race, we did see Xander Walraven and Brian Fulcher getting a little tangle, but Brian Fulcher is okay. That was a little tough break there, but that's open wheel racing. After the race was happening, Brian Fulcher got with Liam O'Donnell, our USAC rep, and filed a fake red card against Walraven, just having fun. And so I'm sitting in the mix talking to the kids after the race is done, and Brian's like, hey, watch this. Liam is getting ready to go tell Matt I filed a red card about some reckless driving, all in good fun. And I think Walraven was a little awestruck, and he turned around, and Brian Fulcher's just laughing, and it was a great time.
Yeah,
Looks like Cody St. Clair grabbed the checkered flag.
Well, he also is sitting 3rd in his class in the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, but 6th overall. So right now he is sitting on that podium for an unofficial 3rd place finish.
We'll see how that all shakes up. There's still a lot of cars out on course. We saw Cody St. Clair having some issues, but that could land him on the podium. We'll see how it all shakes out.
And we have lots of people that are over here lined up waiting for the start of the 4,400 race. As you have said, Miles, it is a little bit delayed, the race that we just had between our 4,800 Brannick Motorsports and our 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle class did take a little bit longer than anticipated. So we have a little bit of delay in the start of our 4,400 Good Boy Vodka class. But we will be starting that in this minute. There we are, hands up in the air. Thanks, everybody, for coming and watching. It's going to be an exciting race. There's a lot of nerves going on right now. I was over there walking by and ran into Nikki Hunt, and she was like, I'm so nervous right now. And it's like, you know what? I totally get it, and I am nervous for all of them as well.
So they walked by and hollered at me, and they might be nervous, but they were all smiles.
Exactly. Nervous. You know, you always can have those nervous smiles as well, right?
And look at that black coal mud. That's some nasty stuff out there. It's really putting them through the paces.
Yes, and Anthony climbing his way out. He had his work cut out for him today for sure.
But he's got to be super proud of his son for never giving up and making it happen.
Now, has Anthony ever co-drove for Cody before?
Oh, absolutely. Yep. Yeah,
okay.
He's co-drove off and on for a long time.
Okay, because I wasn't sure if he had or not, but that's pretty cool to see him in the car with him. I love the after race chats.
You can see the hand expressions. Everybody's telling their little fishing stories as you may.
Yes.
There's having some fun out there chatting as he's got Kim and Matt telling what's going on what. Oh, Dwayne Garrettson is back in action. So we do think Cody Sinclair took him a battery. That's what Jeremy was talking about. Jeremy Tipton, Dwayne Garrettson's co-driver. So Dwayne Garrettson still could have a decent race.
I mean, he's sitting fourth. He's sitting fourth right now, but he is seventh overall, but fourth in his class. But Dwayne Garrettson, you can see he's trying to move those trees out of the way just a little bit, even though they're tall, small trees. But if you look at the hood of his car, his hood is actually ratchet strapped closed. So he has a ratchet strap going on his hood right now, keeping it shut.
So Kim Matson may be second on the podium. We believe that'll be her first podium. Congratulations to her. Unofficial second place. So unofficial, it should be Jesse Oliver, Kim Matson, and Cody St. Clair if everything plays out the way I think it will. Obviously, everything is unofficial. And then right now it's Ryan Taylor, then Justin Barth, and then Brian Trimp for the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. The attrition definitely set in for this race.
But that is good to see that Dwayne Garrettson did get the battery put in, switched out, moving back on course. Like you were saying, he could still have a chance at a good finish because he is sitting in that number 4 spot right now.
They're still chatting about their day, telling them what they were having fun with and what they were struggling with out there on course.
Well, and Miles, we were talking earlier how Cody, we weren't seeing him there for a little bit at that very first obstacle of the Yukon launch in Kool-Aid. So I'm wondering if, because we did see them switch out the tire in the rack, so I'm wondering if they had their flat before that, and that's why they were not up towards the front of that pack whenever we were going through Kool-Aid.
I mean, that is absolutely a possibility. Hopefully you can get up there and give away some trophies here after a bit and get the lowdown. There's our Spectator 1 area. That's overlooking the Spider Track backstretch. Starting to fill in a little bit for the 4,400 main event presented by Good Boy Vodka.
And this 4,400 class, they are going to be hauling the mail, up into possibly the triple digits.
I think Jody was guessing 90, and I said, hey, don't let out. I think you can get up over 100 miles an hour. He's like, I'll give her hell trying.
Yeah, Jody Ford making his debut in the 4,400 class. Pretty cool. Just gave his daughter her trophy for the race this morning in the 170 modified class. She had a ball out there, had dad in her ears.
If you're just tuning in, this is a 2023 Famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. We are just winding down the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified and the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. We are a little bit behind schedule for the 4,400 main event. What a great, great race we have. There's Bob Humancheck still plugging along. It's been a great day and weekend of racing. Jesse Oliver should be coming through in the next 10 or 15 minutes, I hope, because it's the only other car that will be able to complete the 4th lap, I believe. So Bob Humancheck still plugging away. That is toward Buren's Ridge. He still has Hell's Half Acre yet to go. There in the center of our screen is Paul Wolf, our pole setter, and 2-time king, Eric Miller. They will take off 2 at a time every 30 seconds. All these races are on adjusted time.
We can see our drivers over there lined up, chit-chatting, but we do have Cody St. Clair that right there finished. He's right now sitting in that number, I can't remember what spot he's in his class. I believe 3rd overall in his class. But our 4,400 drivers, an overview of them getting all lined up. We should have 19 of them taking the green flag out there this afternoon. It's going to be an awesome race. I know we keep saying awesome race, but this race right here, this is one of the races that we all tune into. These are the big boys. These are the unlimited cars out here. These are the ones that have so much, all of these races have so much talent in them, but this one right here, having Eric Miller, Josh Blyler, Paul Wolf, all of these drivers out here racing. Jody Ford, who's now already been in the race car, getting great seat time earlier on in a race yesterday. So that will be a key thing for him. We have Philip McJilton right there that will be starting right next to our pole sitter. And his girlfriend, Amanda Ross, normally rides with him. She will not be riding with him in this race. I did not get the intake of it, but she is not going to be racing. Brian McVeigh will actually be filling in for her seat with Philip in the race today in the number 47. It seems like she just wants to get to a little bit more winching experience before she gets out and has to do a race like this style. So that is pretty awesome. That's a strategy right there that you would want to take, is if you don't have all of the experience that you have or need for this style of race with all the winching we've seen go on, get somebody in there that does know exactly what they need to be doing.
So right now is the time. If you need to do anything, do it right now. Go get you a snack. Go refill the cooler. Get everything you need, because we will be kicking off the 4,400 main event coming up here very soon. That is Brian and David Moore making up their way up toward Buren Ridge. There are some of the 4,400 unlimited cars getting all staged up. There's Kevin Porterfield.
That's a great overview look of the area that we're all in. The pits are behind us. They're all around us. That is our Mid-America Outdoors Ultra 4 USA merchandise trailer with that large tent where the nice shade is at as well. They have a nice portico under there, so people have been over there all day just kind of hanging out, staying cool. It is a bit warm out here in Pottsville, Pennsylvania, but with that rain we had last night, created a little bit more humidity. And being from North Carolina, I'm kind of used to the humidity, but it seems like it's a little extra sticky up here where we're at here in Pennsylvania. But it's been beautiful. I've never been to this area, and it's very interesting to hear about some of the history that I didn't know about, to see some of the history.
There is a lot of history here.
And to see, just the different style of East Coast mountains up here.
It's a beautiful part of the world. We're only about 90 miles away from Philadelphia and New Jersey, about 130 from New York and Baltimore. So there's definitely a lot of areas to fly into. So pay attention to our schedule. I'm hoping this will be on here next year. So plan a trip and plan a few extra days around here and do some sightseeing. There's a lot of great stuff to see in the area. And then come and watch some Ultra 4 USA, because this is one of the best Ultra 4 USA courses we've had in a very long time. There's a great shot of the overhead from the camping. I know we have a lot of new viewers getting ready to tune in because we are getting ready to kick off the 4400 main event presented by Good Boy Vodka. This is the 2023 famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. We are winding down the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, getting ready to kick off the main event, the 4400s.
And that right there is also the AMSA Hot Pits. We do have somebody that will be coming in right now to get the checkered flag to finish up this race here in just a moment.
I believe that's Dwayne Garrettson. Yes, it is. And he is all over the throttle. Dwayne Garrettson smoking through. Looks like unofficial 4th spot. He was leading this race overall and had a battery issue. So we'll see how it all shakes out. But it's looking like Dwayne Garrettson, unofficial 4th spot for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class.
I think we still have a few more cars out on the course. I'm not sure. We have not seen movement on any of our cameras here in, recently, besides Dwayne Garrettson coming through just now.
Yeah, we haven't seen Jesse Oliver, our physical leader in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class for a little bit. Where is he at? Is he stuck on course, or is he still just making his way through? We haven't seen him for a bit. Hopefully we can get eyes on him soon. There's a great shot of our spectator area. They're at Hell's Half Acre. And you know how it's got its name? Because it's tough.
It speaks for itself. Let's just say that.
There you go. I like it.
And we do have Cody St. Clair over there. He is chatting it up with the other drivers that have came off race course. We do have, it looks like a vehicle off to the left-hand side right there, entering into Hell's Half Gate as we speak. I'm not sure which car that is that's still moving along slowly, and I can't quite tell. Is that Diesel Krentz? That might be the one off to the left.
I think it is Diesel Krentz broke down, and possibly Bob Humanchuk that's still moving. And you can see the yellow Jeep to your right. That is the Ultra 4 USA recovery machine. It's got a winch on the front, so we're using that as a winch point to help them get up this little section right at the beginning of Hell's Half Acre, because this course is being tough. There still is a chance of rain today. We'll see. The wind just started picking up. That doesn't hurt my feelings at all.
Yep, me neither. I'm totally fine with that 100%.
But like I was saying, there is a chance of rain later on today. We'll see what's going on. But it is an absolute beautiful day. The wind is a racer's friend, especially if there is a little bit of dust, because in the wide open sections, it is dusty. But in the tight wood section, there is some mud, and there is a 50% chance here in a couple hours. So towards the end of the 4400 race, we could get some sprinkles. We'll see how it all plays out. Thank you to Speed Sport, our official broadcast partner. Don't forget to stay tuned in for the rest of the season. We'll do a 1-hour post-produced show that'll be coming out very soon for each and every one of our Ultra 4 USA races. I believe that is Bob Humanchuk and Diesel Krentz right at the start of Hell's Half Acre.
There's a great shot of one of the race line wheels that one of our racers runs on their vehicle.
That's Ryan Taylor, I believe. No, that's Dwayne Garrettson.
Dwayne Garrettson. We did have somebody just now come through that start-finish line, the race line start-finish line. Perfect timing right there. We're showing a race line wheel on Dwayne Garrettson as somebody comes through the race line, finish line.
Bob Humanchuk coming through. So obviously that's not him stuck because he just came through the start-finish line.
It kind of looked
there's
like
Justin Barth. Oh, he's just leaving.
Kind of looked like it might have been Diesel Krantz. Not sure because we have not seen him lately. But again, we're unsure of who that is. It's a white Jeep.
A brown Jeep. This mud is making it tougher and tougher to see who is who.
We had a great time last night hanging out with the racers, chatting with them up over here at our Racer Appreciation Dinner. That's always so fun to do. That's an amazing thing that Mr. Jason and Gayla Robinette have, added into what we do here at Ultra 4 USA. And I know the drivers appreciate it, we appreciate it, and it gives a great time for everybody to get to know each other that doesn't know each other, and just a great time to tell your stories of the racetrack or your little racing war stories.
I mean, that's exactly what Ultra 4 USA is all about, is just the camaraderie amongst the fellow competitors and all the pit guys and gals. And then, the driver's appreciation. There's a great time for everybody to get in one spot, have their chats, meet the new people. We're welcoming into it. So speaking about that, if you've never raced Ultra 4 USA, the first round is on us. We will waive your entry fee. You still have to have all your safety stuff. You still have to get USAC. But if you've never raced with us, come on out. First round's on us. We'll give you a little taste of it and hopefully get you hooked into the Ultra 4 USA family.
Yes, and this wind is definitely picking up just a little bit. Hopefully it's doing that down in the middle of the trees as well. So when these 4400 Unlimited cars take the green flag, it'll help move that dust out of the way because they are all going to be drag racing through that first left-hand corner that they go into. All of them are going to want to get the whole shot of their line when they take off.
And there's a shot of our Project X tape getting a little blown through the wind. That is at the Yukon launch there at Kool-Aid.
And that is a great shot to show that the breeze is actually blowing down into the trees. So maybe that will help out in the dust when they make down that left-hand side. And there's all of our wind blades. That's actually our finish line right there, our race line finish line.
Race line start finish. You can see all of our marketing partners there blowing in the wind. That wind sure feels nice, but that could be blowing in some weather. We'll see how it all shakes out. There's a chance of some rain towards the middle end of the 4400 main event.
And we still have some traffic going through. This is roughly, about 7 minutes from the finish line right here?
Well, it depends on how fast you're going because it's only about 3/4 of a mile away. But obviously he's not moving, so it could be a bit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that little bit of slow moving through here definitely is not fun to do, but they still have to get up here to that finish line. If for some reason they end up calling their race over there, which I don't think they would because they are so close to the finish line, we will have to have a recovery vehicle come through because in this section right here, there's not really lines to pass.
Yeah, it's gonna be tricky. It's definitely a bottleneck area. Caleb Jones is in that section trying to help everything run smooth.
I know him and Bailey yesterday, they were being your information booth for who was coming through on the Joker line. So you have a new Joker line information coming through on your Rugged Race Radio.
Yeah, that's Carly and Weaver have switched up. So now they're in there, and that's at the Brannock Boulders Joker line. I think the locals call it all meat, no taters. It's a cool little creek that has some water running down it all the time, naturally fed out of one of those springs. So up next will be the 4400 main event, sitting in that pole position. And first in the Eastern Series points for 2023 is Paul Wolf. And we'll go over the 23 Eastern Series points. In first, Paul Wolf, then it's Philip McGilton, then it's Tad Dowker, Jonathan Dawes, and Chad Hunt. All the top 5 in Eastern Series points, and they're all here racing. So we'll see how that all mix up. If you win an Ultra 4 USA race, you get 1,000 points. To qualify first, you get 7 extra points. So Paul got those yesterday. Then in second, it's 975. In third, it's 965. And then it's 5 less points throughout the field. And you have to finish 2/3 of the race to get your finishing points. Otherwise, you only get 200 points to start the race. And our national champion of 2022 last year was Josh Blyler. He'll be in the mix today.
And I know, Miles, you got to go check out their shop while you've been here as well. So that had to be pretty cool. I was hoping to get to stop by there. I didn't quite get here early enough to go do so, but it looked like it was pretty cool for you to get to check it out.
It was really cool. Yeah, Josh, I just kind of said, hey, I'm here a little bit early, got some time to kill. It started raining, so we were off course. And I went over there, and he's like, absolutely, swing by. It was only about a half hour away, so this is right in their backyard. And Big B Manufacturers, they have a great company going. They got almost 100 employees. It's a steel manufacturing plant. They build kind of whatever you can. And then he showed me all around. They've got the water jets, the lathes, the brakes and all that. It's a great facility. And then he took me to the race shop. It's not big, but it's nice. They've got a little bit of everything, and they've got more spare parts there. They could build a couple extra buggies. The prep that the Blylers do, I think there's only one race that Josh Blyler has entered that he hasn't finished. And after seeing his race shop, I know why. Because the prep that goes behind the Big B Motorsports is top notch.
You know, and it honestly is all about race prep and car prep. It definitely is something that they need to make sure that you do, because you want to be up on top of the box. And obviously they are proven to be.
We are winding down for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, getting everything geared up for the 4400 main event. There's a lot of our 4400 drivers out there. You see them patiently awaiting. Obviously, we are a little behind schedule. This race course is a little tougher than we anticipated, but it is going to be worth the wait. I promise you that. You can see all the feather flags on your left there. That is the spectator. You can't come any further in because that is the AMSOIL hot pits. Once you enter the AMSOIL hot pits, it is 25 miles an hour with no passing, a single entrance, a single exit. They will be racing on a 10.75-mile loop, just like they have all weekend long. They will race 2 hours before the white flag comes out. It's going to be one heck of a show.
Yes, it is, and that's a great view right there of our AMSOIL hot pits with the 4400 racers all getting lined up. And you know, the anticipation of getting in their cars or getting in their trucks and getting this race started is definitely high right now. Anticipation of getting in a race car anytime is always a nerve-wracking way of starting a race, but this is going to be a great race, but it's going to be a hard race. These guys literally, okay, so I keep saying this, and I've said it earlier on this morning, they are actually, you know, getting to race their vehicles on this course, on a course that's very similar to King of the Hammers, just not as long, a different style of rocks, but still just as tough. But they're getting to race a regional race on a race course that's putting their cars and their trucks to true testament of what they were actually built for. So the racers asked for they wanted harder courses. They got harder courses. They're actually getting to test out every aspect of their vehicle.
And that's why I call these cars the Swiss Army knife of off-road. They can do a little bit of everything. They've got the high-speed sections. They got a little bit of mud, a little bit of water, and some tough rocks. They can race short course King of the Hammers here in the tight trees of Pennsylvania. Will be in Lake Havasu. They can do it a little bit of everything and do it all well.
You know, and I'm going to have to say something like right now, Corey Day just hopped out, and he's hopping right back into another car. This is kind of actually good advantage for Corey Day, getting a little bit of a break right now, because you were saying earlier, you know, is it going to be an advantage of a racer that just got out? But like I just said, you know, he's going to get a little bit of a break. And what's really good, too, about him, fresh off of the race, he now knows how eroded this race course has gotten, because when they pre-ran the other day, it wasn't anything like it is right now, and it's already changed up.
Correct. Your Hummer sticker, I think, is a huge advantage as long as he's physically capable, which I do believe he is. But it's going to take a lot, and he's got over two more hours of riding around. But, hey, he just won this race, and now Corey Day's hopping in with Jody Ford, who is sitting in P3.
Yes, and Jody Ford making his debut, as he was saying, and as you have said, in his 4400 car. I did not realize that until, yesterday, I think, is when I realized that he was actually making a debut. I didn't know he had never raced in the 4400 class before, but that's super cool. He said he just got this car, what was it, 2 weeks ago or something?
Yeah, a few weeks ago when he took basically just a hot lap down the road, the pavement road in front of his house, did some hot laps there, loaded on the trailer, or put it in the shop, did some prep, loaded on the trailer, brought it out here, did a little bit of pre-running, and got third position in it. So with minimal seat time, it's pretty impressive what he did. So it'll be exciting to see if he can shake up the mix in a 4400 main event.
Yes, and we will be starting that here in just a little bit. We do not have our drivers quite in their cars just yet. But finishing up, we do have Ryan Taylor that is sitting in that #1 spot unofficially right now in the 4800 Brandig Motorsports Legends class. And then Jesse Oliver is sitting in that #1 spot in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. And then in second position overall. Justin Barth came through. He's sitting in that second position for the 4800 Legends, third overall. Brian Trimp is in that 4800 Legends class as well, sitting at third spot. So it has been a great day of racing. I know we keep saying that over and over, but if you guys are tuning in, and like Miles said earlier on, you're going to want to make sure you stay tuned in to our race schedule next year, because you guys at home that are not racing with us, I guarantee you, and I think we all can guarantee you, you're going to want to be here, because like I said, that fear of missing out, that's definitely going on right now, because you're getting messages. We're seeing it on social medias. It's definitely a true testament to how hard this race course is and how much people are wanting to be out here.
So we are there at Hell's Half Acre. It's a great spectator area, a great aerial view. So that should be a Diesel Krentz. Eric Spindler's riding back to had to run back to the Amsoil hot pits. Had to get a tie rod for Diesel Krentz, so he was the one that stopped at the very start of Hell's Half Acre. But Eric Spindler running back to the Amsoil hot pits to try him get righted to keep him going in the race. But where is Jesse Oliver, our physical race leader in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class? We're still waiting to see him. And I am getting word through my rugged race radio that Jesse Oliver is broken out on course. But I do believe I still think that puts him in first position for this race, because he is on the lead lap and nobody else was. So I do think that Jesse Oliver, even though he's not going to cross the checkered, he has made it farther on course than anyone else.
Well, and if so, that will put Kim Matson in that #2 spot unofficially right now in that 4500 Yukon Gear, the Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. So a pretty awesome finish there. Kim we did see them in here at the finish line, but they are a lap down compared to where Jesse Oliver was.
I believe that's Brian Moore, possibly.
If so, that Brian Moore would be running in that #4 position in the 4800 Brannig Motorsports Legends class, if that is him for sure. Coming up and out of that rock section, I believe right here, this is where he's going to come across in front of the Amsoil hot pits. Is that correct?
Correct. Yep. In the top, you can see the Amsoil hot pits starting right there. So Brian Moore should be crossing the race line, finish line here in another minute or so. Definitely a little off pace, but it's a top 5 finish unofficially. Oh, he's actually – no, okay. He is going to blow by. I was like, don't stop, Mansell Hopkins. We're almost done, buddy.
There should be
Go
a
ahead and
close
cross.
sign.
And you saw where he checked up. You can't see that on screen, but that's a pretty good little G out.
Yeah, we were seeing some drivers earlier. They were hitting it, and you could kind of tell how, the movement of the suspension on the cars when they were hauling the metal going through there. Those G-outs, they can sometimes sneak up on you. When you hit them sometimes at certain speeds, and if they're big enough, they can actually, I call it donkey kicking. They'll actually kick your rear end up and donkey kick you, and that can just make you bounce back and forth, sometimes, make you tumble over and everything. But we do have our last driver of the race coming through, getting their checkered flag right now. Mr. Brian Moore sitting in that number 4 position in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
And it sounds like we will be going live racing for the 4400 main event here very, very shortly, presented by Good Boy Vodka. It's going to be a great race with Paul Wolf and Philip McGilton on that front row. It's going to be an absolute drag race, and a lot of strategies in going this race. Remember, this is a 2-hour race before the white flag comes out. They all have to run the Joker line once. They can only run the Joker line once. So it's going to be pretty fun to see how this all shakes out on this 10.75-mile course. We got some rain last night, and it was put a little damper on things. It really changed the course. Looks like Jess is walking up with USAC, showing them the 5-minute corner and seeing how it's all going to shake out. But we will be live racing here very, very shortly. And
Yes.
the wind just picked up again, and I feel that cool air coming. We could have some rain in the area after a bit.
At least we're undercover. That's a bonus for us right now, Miles. But let's just touch base here. Philip McGilton, he normally has his girlfriend Amanda Ross in the car with him. She said that she does not have quite the winching experience, so she is taking side. And Brian McVeigh actually is end up in the co-driver's seat with Philip McGilton. So the lineup is getting all set up right there. They're going through, making sure everybody's all latched in. Helmets are all buckled, making sure that last safety check before they take that green flag.
It's going to be a great day of racing. We are winding down for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Again, congratulations to Ryan Taylor, the overall winner of that race unofficially. But we are about to kick off the 4400 main event presented by Good Boy Vodka. We'll be bringing up the Project X staging list here very soon to show you who's where and how this is going to play out.
Having Paul Wolf in that single seat. Now, we did have him in here yesterday. We were talking about this. Actually, you were talking with him about this. He thinks that he has an advantage out there. He actually probably has the widest car wheelbase-wise out on race course, but because he's in a single seat, the body of the actual car, the chassis, is narrow. There are some areas where are, pretty tight that some of these people will be hitting their chassis on the rocks or the trees. So Paul Wolf does have an advantage of having that single seat, not having as much width on the body, but having the width on the tires in those tight tree sections. That might be his gotcha.
And it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out because we always say IFS versus straight axle. What is that? Independent front suspension. Paul Wolf is in that. The rest of the tops are in solid axles. The top 6, there are 4 Miller chassis in the top 6 for qualifying. There's Eric Miller, Jody Ford, Chad Hunt, Josh Blyler, then Rusty Blyler. It's going to be a great, great race. I can't wait to get this party started.
And speaking of that solid axle, I was talking to Eric Miller the other day. If you have the IFS, you have that travel, but you can only go so far before your arms, because you do have the trailing arms. The A-arms actually droop out to their max, right? Because they can only go so far. When they are out there with that solid axle front end, they can articulate a little bit different than you can when you have the IFS.
Oh, for sure. It's going to be exciting to see how this all shakes out. They will take off 2 at a time in 30-second increments. This race is on adjusted time, and it will be an absolute drag race between Paul Wolf and Philip McGilton up front. And again, strategy. When do you take the Joker line? You have to run it once. You can only run it once. And if it was me, I would take it the first time around if it's clear. And I do know that Philip McGilton was talking with us, and if he gets behind Paul, he's going to race him. He hopes to be in front of Paul. But if he gets behind Paul, he's going to do whatever Paul does not at the Joker line. If Paul bypasses, he's taking the Joker. If Paul takes the Joker, he's bypassing. And when you take the joker line, you're cutting out about a half to 3/4 of a mile of the track. So it is an advantage to take the joker. You cut the course if you go smooth through there. But if you get hung up, you could get past as well.
And that's a great thing to point out, bypassing it if you are that close and you do see the competitor in front of you going, because as we have seen in all the other races that we have raced out here so far this weekend, they actually have 2 different lines that can get them into their joker line. So they can take a right-hand line or go straight, and then they can cut in basically kind of halfway through that entrance of the joker line on the right-hand side. The 4400s, they basically only have a 1 lane up on their joker line. There's not going to be very much room for passing, so that is a great strategy by our racers that have that, thought in their head of if they see that person in front of them go ahead and bypass it. But you know what? That could come back and bite them, because later on in the race,
you don't know until you know. It's darned if you do and darned if you don't. Looks like that is Diesel Krentz off to the side, but it looks like he is out of the main line. So I'm hoping we're going live racing here very soon. Hearing a lot of chatter over the Rugged Race Radio, so we will know here soon enough. I do hear a lot of horsepower behind me. We do have 19 cars that will be taking the green flag in the 4400 main event for the 2023 Famous Reading Rumble, presented by Project X Off-Road.
and they will be doing, as you have said earlier on, they will be actually be doing 2 hours plus a lap, and that's what we do for our 4400 class. And we do see somebody coming in to actually speak with Diesel Krentz.
There is Paul Wolf and Philip McGilton heading towards the start line, so I think we will be live racing here very soon.
And there is our 4400 Unlimited Grid lineup presented by Project X. We have in that number 1 spot, Paul Wolf.
Philip McGilton, Jody Ford, Eric Miller, Josh Blyler, Tad Dowker,
Kevin Porterfield, Jonathan Dawes, Matt Garofalo, Jan Petrie, Casey Gilbert, J.P. Morin, Roger Keane, and Glenn Page rounding out that 19th spot.
And we are live racing for the 4400 main event. Paul Wolf versus Philip McGilton, and Paul Wolf gets the whole shot off of Philip McGilton. So Paul Wolf out front. He got the qualifier. He's on the pole. He is out front right now. What's it going to be? You can see some dust. Up next is Jody Ford versus Eric Miller.
All right, and Jody Ford being his debut in the 4400, going against two-time king Eric Miller off of the start line for our race for the 4400 by Good Boy Vodka. We will see who gets the whole shot.
So Jody Ford in the 44.8 out of Markle, Indiana with Brannick Motorsports. Drag Racing, Eric Miller and Nathan Stowers out of Cumberland, Maryland with Miller Motorsports. And
Jody Ford hopped out front.
Him. So yes, I was talking to Jody about that. He was on the inside lane. I said, "Are you going to race, Eric?" He said, "Absolutely." And they got a little close, but he had the inside line. He took it. He had it.
Exactly. And we do have next up the 41 of Josh Blyler and the 456 of Chad Hunt.
Josh Blyler, former King of the Hammers winner with Jared Urban riding shotgun out of Klingerstown, Pennsylvania with Big B Motorsports. Drag Racing, Smiley, Chad Hunt, and Rick Murray out of Plymouth, Indiana with Hunt Motorsports.
And Blyler did get the jump off of the line just now.
Up next is Chris Branton and Chad Owens, local boy himself. He'll be racing tomorrow as well. So Chad Owens challenged himself. TJ Lenig riding shotgun out of Coopersburg, Pennsylvania with Owens Racing. Be drag racing against Chris Kamikaze Branton with Ryan Webb riding shotgun out of Bossier City, Louisiana with Upside Down Racing. And it does like Christopher Branton does get the whole shot over Chad Owens.
All right, next up off the line is going to be the number 46 of Rusty Blyler and the 696 of Said Prop.
So Rusty Weiler, the Happy Pappy with Shane Erdman riding shotgun out of Klingerstown, Pennsylvania with Big B Motorsports going against Ced Peru and Michael Dion out of Quebec, Canada with Perrault Racing. Lots of racing action yet to come. Do not go anywhere. This is the 4400 main event presented by Good Boy Vodka. Up next will be the 906 of Tad Dowker and the 4426 of Kevin Porterfield. Tad Dowker and Andy Eutis out of Quaddon, Michigan with North Shore Raceworks. Kevin Porterfield and Kyle Hathaway out of St. Charlesville, Ohio with Porterfield Motorsports. Pam? This is pretty good.
Yes, it is. Kevin Porterfield did just jump out in front. That could be a strategy going through Tad Dowker, but we do have Kevin Porterfield that did jump out front. But next off the line will be the 44-17 of Jonathan Dawes. But right here we do have Paul Wolf on the screen. There's Tad Dowker. He took the green flag and has already pulled off on the side, so not sure what's going on with him.
That's a tough break there.
But yes, we do have Kevin Porterfield, or not Kevin Porterfield, we have Jonathan Dawes and Matt Garofalo getting ready to take the green flag.
So Matt and Joe Garofalo out of Rochester, New York, with Mad Dog Racing going against Jonathan Dawes and Justin Sherwin out of Mooresville, Indiana, with Dirt Weapon Off-Road. And like you said, Pam, we did just get a glimpse of our physical race leader, Paul Wolf, and that blue UFO out front looking good. And Tad Dowker is limping off. That is a terrible, terrible thing for him. Not sure what's going on. I hate to see that for Tad Dowker. Right at the start, they've been anticipating this all day long. Tough break.
Yes, and he had his son on the the podium earlier on. But we do have Jan Petrie and Casey Gilbert taking the green flag. Casey Gilbert has jumped out front already.
Casey Gilbert and Nature Boy Nate out of Fenton, Michigan, with Gilbert Brothers Racing. And Jan Petrie, number 797, with Matthew Lemage out of St. Columbian, Canada.
All right, next up is the 463 of J.P. Morin and the 124 of Roger King.
Roger King and Justin Cowart riding shotgun out of Sparta, Tennessee, with Team Robbie Bobby. Racing against the 463 of J.P. Morin and Mark Smith out of Ontario, Canada, with Greasy Clown Motorsports.
Yes, and we can see Roger King did get the jump out there in front of J.P. Morin. But our last vehicle that will be taking the green flag for our 4400 Unlimited class, presented by Good Boy Vodka, will be the 464 of Glenn Page. And we are on board really quick. I'm so sorry about that, Miles. With Tad Dowker, they have that hood off already.
Well, that's a bad car to have an on-car camera on. That's a tough break there. But Glenny Page and Bill McGivens, number 464 out of Ontario, Canada, with Greasy Clowns Racing. Last but not least, remember they took off 2 at a time every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time.
All right, that was awesome to see our race, our pole sitter, Paul Wolf, right off the bat. A little bit of a glimpse on that, but Tad Dowker right here out of his car right at the start line working on it, and it's very unfortunate. Not sure what in the world would have happened that he would have noticed right off the start.
It's all part of racing. Oh, he's pulling something.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm not quite sure exactly what that would be, but it's so unfortunate for him.
Tough break for Tad Dowker. But, hey, hopefully he'll get it back. There's a great shot of Chad Owens. He'll be racing with us tomorrow for Darkwater as well, as he's heading back towards the Spider Track backstretch.
No, we see somebody right there. They were like, whoopsies, I am not supposed to be right here.
Nope, he was in the right spot. That's a hard left.
Oh, hard left.
Oh,
okay.
And our physical race leader is Paul Wolf, Mid-America Ambassador, physically out front in that UFO 1018 machine. And it's his birthday tomorrow, so he's celebrating in the right way. We'll see if he's able to drive it. Remember, Paul Wolf is in a single-seat car, so if he has to get out, he has to winch. And this is at mile marker number 4, roughly. He backs up, gets a reshape, and is up and through.
And that definitely goes to show that those big 40-inch tires are a bonus out here, and that horsepower that he also has as well.
And it is Tad Dowker with a broken throttle cable.
Oh,
Thanks,
goodness.
Erica Allreed, for the update there. And there's Philip McGilton, our physical second place. So it sounds like they were running back to the Amsoil Hot Pits, because remember, this is a no-chase race. So his co-driver is walking back to the Amsoil Hot Pits to grab a throttle cable, see if they can get anything. And there is Jody Ford in his 4400 debut, physical third and on adjusted time. And we have on board with Jody Ford in that Brannick Motorsports machine, and makes a clean run with his buddy Corey Day riding shotgun. So we'll see how this all plays out. But, man, what a great start to this race.
Yes, and that camera already has some mud on it, so hopefully we can have somebody wipe it off if he has to stop, or maybe his co-driver will reach around. But there we do have Eric Miller getting ready to go through the Yukon launch.
A two-time king, Eric Miller, number 21, with Nathan Stowers riding shotgun, and he's going to blow right up, and that's what he does. That is Mr. Miller Motorsports himself. You keep hearing me talk about chassis. Miller's Motorsports cars are very popular out here, And that is Josh Blyler, a former King of the Hammers winner as well. So it's going to be exciting to see how this plays out. Josh Blyler right on Eric Miller's tail. So that means on adjusted time, Josh Blyler is ahead of Eric Miller. They took off 2 at a time in 30-second increments. There is Chad Hunt with Rick Murray riding shotgun, another Miller Motorsports chassis. So the UFO built by Joe Thompson is out front, but then there's a plethora of Miller Motorsports cars chasing him down. But don't forget, in second position is Philip McGilton in a Jimmy's 4x4 chassis. The traction is definitely falling away, but that just goes to show you on this exact spot, you can have bigger tires, sticky tires, more horsepower, a little bit of everything, and that's Tad Dowker, the driver of the North Shore car, running back to the Amsoil hot pits. You saw him grabbing something. I didn't know what it was. It was the throttle cable, so he's heading back, hopefully, to get it going because he wants to get out there before he goes a lap down.
Right, exactly. And, I mean, obviously you can't go anywhere if you don't have a throttle cable, but that's
you can idle.
Well, you can idle, but you're not going to idle through this race course.
There's Christopher Branton and Ryan Webb in that U.S. Dickies huge tires on that IFS Jimmy's 4x4 machine.
Talk about being recognizable. That vehicle right there is definitely recognizable.
Oh, and he recognized that tree and knocked the tree right down in the middle of the course. We'll see if that gives anybody any issues. He's going to back up and get a little bit of a run at it, and this is Rusty Blyler.
Exactly. Rusty Blyler's kind of taking a little bit of a different line possibly to get a run up that. But unfortunately, Christopher Branton is stopped right now.
I wonder if he hurt his car when he hit that tree. So that is Christopher Branton up front. On your left is Chad Owens. Behind Branton is Rusty Blyler. And Rusty Blyler is going to try to motor around Branton. We'll see if he can make it happen. The traction is falling apart right there as those USD stickies are blowing off. In the back of our screen is Kevin Porterfield. So we're starting to get another little bit of a parking lot at the Yukon launch as Rusty Blyler does get around him. And we'll see that if the Happy Pappy can make it up. Yes, he does. He one-shots it.
If you can't make it around him, you might as well thread the needle. That's exactly what he just did between the two. But Christopher Branton having a little bit of issues trying to make it up our Yukon launch. But Chad Owens patiently waiting right there, backed up. Oh, Christopher Branton actually has a rear passenger flat tire. So he has a flat on that right-hand side. So that would more than likely be the issue that he has have going on, which we did see earlier on George Schooley having that flat as well. And it was definitely not an advantage to wait very much longer to have to get out there and change it. So we know he's going to have to change his tire.
Yeah, hopefully they can get up. Okay, they are up and out. So now it's just a tight little tree section, so they have a little bit of room. So hopefully it's just another about 150 yards or so, and then it opens back up, and you can go, and there's a little off trail you can pull off and change that tire. As Chad Owens, Chowens himself, local boy out of Edwardsburg, Pennsylvania.
Is that Casey Gilbert that was behind him? It kind of looks like Casey Gilbert going.
Yes, it is.
And then Kevin Porterfield's actually making a pass trying to make the pass to get around Casey Gilbert.
But Casey Gilbert and Nature Boy Nate in another Miller Motorsports chassis trying to make his way through. He rode this course yesterday with his son Aiden Gilbert, and they were having some issues in the exact spot. So Casey's going to really try to put those Nitto tires to work, and he does. He is up and out of the top of the Yukon launch. There is Jonathan Dawes right behind Kevin Porterfield. So we'll see if Porterfield can put that wide-open designed Adam Woodley-built machine up and out. He helped us do a lot of recovery yesterday, so a huge shout-out to Kevin Porterfield and his entire buddy group out here. Did a lot of work yesterday during the UTV and the stock class race, helping at the beginning of Hell's Half Acre.
And these guys are definitely having trouble getting up this. I honestly, I have to say, Miles, I mean, I knew this has been a challenging spot, but I didn't expect these guys to have this much trouble going up the Yukon launch.
It looks like people are trying to recreate what Chip likes to do and keep smoking these trees. He keeps hitting them. But Porterfield trying to make his way in that IFS wide-open design machine. That is a beautiful car. Adam Woodley builds one heck of a machine.
Yeah, that is super unfortunate they're having those kind of issues right now. We do have Tad's co-driver walking back with looks like a
wrench in his hand. That's Andy Eustace right now, trying to do a little preamp. Oh, here is the Joker line. It does look like that's our physical race leader at mile marker number 7. That is Paul Wolf going into the Brannick Boulders Joker line. I do believe we should have him on camera here very soon.
Now he's having to back up.
It's an over 90 left, so they just didn't get it turned quite enough. And so this will be different. The right line should be blocked off. Yes, it is. You see the Project X tape right there. He has to stay left and go all the way out of the Brannick Boulders Joker line. So Paul Wolf, our physical race leader, is in the Joker line as we speak. This is an easy little dirt trail on his left right now, and then you can see the rock just to his right. It's a huge slab rock, but it's going to pinch him into a little tree.
And it's definitely getting a little bit dark down in there, so we can't really see, but we do have it. There's a Blyler. I'm pretty sure that's probably
it's either
Josh.
Rusty or Josh.
It's a Blyler. It's a big B car.
There you go.
A Miller Motorsports chassis.
There's the 928 of Matt and Joe Garofalo in a Bomber chassis. Oh, and Philip McGilton is right behind Paul Wolf. So I was talking to them, and he's talking strategy. If he sees Paul going there, he's not going to do it. Well, he changed his strategy. Once that helmet goes on, strategy goes out of the window.
Yes, it does. I always call it a brain buck, and there is Tad Dowker now. They both walked back to the hot pits to get some tools.
Well, they ran there, and now they're walking back.
Yes, and there's Jody Ford making his way up through the Joker line.
Jody Ford, physical third out on course. What a great run he's doing.
And Jody Ford making his way. You can see tail lights. Not sure who it is, if that's Philip McGilton or not. That is still up in front. But there is Chad Hunt as well making his way down.
And there's two-time king Eric Miller going through the Brannick Boulders there at the Joker line. So I'm getting a little feedback through my rugged race radios, keeping everything good.
So it's really awesome to see that they marked that off so the driver can't say, oh, I accidentally took that side.
But look at all the lights out there. I know it's dark, but you can see they are all still in the Brannick Boulders, the Joker line. This hasn't been ran much, so this could really change the game. So would it have been good strategy to run around the bypass early and get out in the physical lead? I don't know.
I was going to joke, Miles. It looks like a bunch of lightning bugs inside the trees there, but it is our racers. They run a light bar on the rear.
For safety reasons.
Yeah, safety bars. They have blinking lights on them, but they do run those. It is a part of something that you have to have on your race vehicle, but we still have drivers making it way through our Yukon launch. That is Roger King making his way up. And it looks like he made it up with super ease right there. That was an amazing drive by Roger King. And there we do have the 464 now going up, and that's Glenn Page. Oh, and look at that tree
that tree got out of the way, yep.
Obviously, that tree was not still alive because it actually, when, who was it that hit it? It was Christopher Branton hit it. It fell down.
Hit it the first
easy.
time.
Yeah.
There's Chad Hunt in the Brannick Boulders. Trying to make it up the Joker line, and now you can see some lights, but they are making their way up and through. Oh, is that still Paul Wolf? No, I can't tell. I can't tell who's who. It is way too dark in there. That looks like Eric Miller. Looks like a flag on the top. And there's the 463 of J.P. Marin. This is a 10.75 mile course. They will race at 2 hours. The next time the leader will come through, the white flag will come out. So this is going to be an absolute brutal race all the way to the end. And that TMR chassis kisses another tree. J.P. Marin all the way from Canada, still trying to make his way up the Yukon launch here at Kool-Aid.
And if you're noticing, Miles, on this section right here, earlier on in the races yesterday and earlier on today, where he is actually at right now, there were a lot of boulders and a lot of rocks, but everybody that's been going through, they have been moving those rocks out of the way. I mean, they're not meaning to move them away, but it's giving them more traction, so it's more like a ramp than more like a rock crawling. But they're still having a little bit of difficulty right here, the 463 of J.P. Morin. And here we have Paul Wolf. He has made his way through that Joker line. Now he is in...
Wow, so he is in Torburen's Ridge. So he's already at mile marker roughly number 9. So
wow.
He is really hauling it. So Paul Wolf is out front with a great lead right there. Remember, he left side by side with Philip McGilton. How far back is he? But Paul Wolf running a great race. And there's Tad Dowker wanting back to the Amsoil hot pits once again. He waves to the camera, but he's still got a smile on his face, but that's got to be devastating.
So we have some trouble going on right here in the Joker line. It looks like somebody was backing up to get out of the way, and that's actually Eric Miller, the number 21.
Yep, on the right is 21, and that green wheel should be Chad Hunt. So this is at the top of the Brannick boulders.
So, Miles, if Paul Wolf is over there in that section, you said he's at roughly mile marker 9, as long as he has no issues. Right now, he is at 18 minutes of a lap. He's probably more than likely, if he keeps continuing on, he could beat Hunter Miller's 22 minutes.
He's got a great run, but now lap traffic on lap number 2 is absolutely going to be an issue. So we'll see how it all plays out. But this is a great start. There's Philip McGilton right now. So what's that, about a minute split? So Paul Wolf is at least a minute ahead of Philip McGilton. And now is that Jody Ford? Yes. No, yes, it is. So Jody Ford on adjusted time is in second position over Philip McGilton, but Paul Wolf is still out front. So Jody Ford and Corey Day in that Miller Motorsports chassis trying to chase down Philip McGilton and Paul Wolf. So 1, 2, 3 through Torburen's Ridge. And it sounds like J.P. Marin has lost all power, getting some information through my Rugged Race Radio. So tough break right now. So he's at mile marker number 4. Paul Wolf's at mile marker number 9. Probably not number 10 by now. So hopefully he can get through, because it looks like that's pretty blocked. Oh, this could really throw a wrench into the entire race. Hopefully he can get something figured out. Wow.
So if he is completely dead in the water, has absolutely no power, I'm wondering, if he has no power to the engine or no power to the car, because if he has no power to the engine, obviously he's stuck there, can't move the vehicle under power. But if he still has power to the car, he can still winch himself up and get himself out of the way.
I think it's electrical power they're talking about. We'll see as Josh Blyler blows through Torburen's Ridge.
And what an action-packed racing right now. We do have 1, 2, and 3 running pretty close together. They're not too far apart. But Paul Wolf, we should be seeing him any minute, because he was roughly at mile marker, at mile marker 10. So being at mile marker 10, I mean, he only has 3/4 of a mile to get to us. But it is a rough 3/4 of a mile.
And that's why they call it Hell's Half Acre. And there he is. Paul Wolf, our physical race leader, is clearing Hell's Half Acre. He's got a 1/4 mile to go with no rock section, so we will see him in about 1 minute heading out for lap number 2 on this 2-hour race. And he is at 20 minutes right now, so he is going to be probably right around a 21-minute lap. Paul Wolf is laying down a heater. He blows by the Amsoil hot pits, so it is hot race course on that left side.
That is good to see him going by the hot pits, because he has had some issues here and there, but here he goes through. We can hear the horsepower in the background. Paul Wolf coming through with a smoking time. Let's see what it's going to be.
It is a 20:50.
Wow. 20:47. That's the fastest lap of the race so far overall for the entire weekend. That's going to be a hard one to try to beat.
And we just saw the 4,500 and 48s really struggle on that course. So that goes to show you how impressive the 4,400 Unlimited cars are, and Paul Wolf himself, as you saw that UFO just floating across the race line start-finish. So he'll be bypassing that the big drag line here in a little bit. We'll see if we can get a good shot of him.
Which is a good thing right now, because I believe that is still Chad Hunt right there, and that is in the Joker line, and he has not moved very far, so that's an advantage to Paul Wolf. Now he gets to go on by.
Yep, he's going to bypass, because you have to run the Joker. You can only run the Joker once.
So it's all about strategy and running that line whenever you think that you should be. We did see Eric Miller in front of him earlier on. Have not seen if he's still up in front of Chad Hunt, but I did see some movement, so there was somebody out walking around. This is Rusty Blyler here coming through, entering into that Hell's Half Acre. Or it might be Torburen. Is this a Torburen?
This is Torburen, the entrance there, as we see the happy pappy of Rusty Blyler.
We hear some more horsepower coming through behind us here, and that will be Philip McGilton coming through in that number 2 spot. He's running a little bit behind, obviously a 1 minute 24-second behind Paul Wolf.
But I think Jody Ford's going to bump into second place. Remember, they took off in 30-second increments, and Jody Ford's already there. It's going to be super close on time between Jody Ford and Philip McGilton.
We shall see where Jody Ford comes in here in just a moment. And there's Jody Ford. It looks like he's actually going to enter into the Amsoil hot pits. And it looks like he has a passenger rear flat tire is what it looked like just now to me. Tire.
The right rear tire on Jody Ford. So now Jody Ford does get passed by. Is that Josh Blyler?
Yes,
I
look at
believe
that.
so. Josh Blyler crossing the race line, start finish, heading out for another lap. And you see how his number plate is red? That means he was the national champion last year, and he wants that once again as we see the drag line with the famous Reading Outdoors symbol on the side of it blowing by. And Jody Ford, they're trying to do a quick tire change on him and send him back out.
Well, they're bringing another tire up over on the driver's side as well, so I'm not sure if he has two different flat tires or what's going on here, but I do know that that right rear passenger side tire was flat coming through.
So
Hopefully,
tough break for Jody Ford, but hey, the race is just getting started. And remember, to finish first you must finish. This race is just now getting started. There's Stan the Man Haynes with Mr. Brannick, and there's another Miller car. I couldn't quite tell.
That is Rusty Blyler.
These Miller cars are going to get muddier and muddier. It's going to be trickier and trickier. And look at this. J.P. Marin is still blocking the top of the Yukon launch. And Paul Wolf should be there within the next minute or two. So this could really change. It's hard to tell on camera, but I don't think there's much room here. I think he's on the main obstacle. So Paul Wolf really might have to. I don't know what he's going to have to do. That car is in the way. I think it is blocking the trail. And he cannot go through that Project X tape. So he may have to have the co-driver get out, maybe winch him out of the way. It looks like they're...
Well, he's pointing, so maybe they got something going. There we
he's
go.
moving.
Perfect.
Oh, my goodness. That could have just saved the race for Paul Wolf. So J.P. Marin just in time getting out of the way. And there's Roger King. I believe that is in the Brannick Boulders Joker line, still waiting on Chad Hunt. So the Brannick Boulders Joker line is really starting to take its toll. More cars, more drivers getting out of the car.
Yep, exactly. I was going to say you can see Chad Hunt's driver out of the car. Actually, that is not Chad Hunt right there now in front of Roger King, I don't believe. But we do have Paul Wolf in that number one spot. He just threw down the fastest lap of the race so far the whole entire weekend with a 20.47. And then we have Josh Blyler came through. We saw him flying through with a smoking time of a 21.58. So right now, Josh Blyler on corrected time sitting in that number 2 spot. Philip McJilton is in that number 3 spot. Jody Ford has not got out of the pits, as we do see. They are still getting that tire change on that right rear. And they did have another tire out on the driver's side, so hopefully they didn't have to do another change. Looks like they're all getting hands up. You make sure everybody's clear all around before the vehicle starts going. And there is Mr. Stan Haynes right there looking at the front side.
Looks like they're getting ready to do a little more work to this car, but I'll just get us all caught up on who has been somebody's all over the throttle. Is that a Rusty Blyler, the Happy Pappy? Yes, it is. And that physical 4 spot and on adjusted time. Rusty Blyler out there still pushing strong. And, yeah, look at the left front of that tire. That wheel is pretty beat up. But I've got a lot of action going through the Rugged Race Radio. Who's been through the Joker line? It's Paul Wolf, Philip McGilton, Jody Ford, Eric Miller, and Chad Hunt. So Josh Blyler, I believe, bypassed this section. So that really could be to his advantage. There's Roger King on the right side getting a little stuck in that big pinch rock.
And I'm not sure exactly who that is there on the left-hand side. Did not see who was entering into the Joker line there, into the Brannick Boulders. But Rusty Blyler, he came through. His time was a 23.51, so some smoking fast times out here for our racers in this 4400 presented by Good Boy Vodka. That was Jonathan Dawes that we just saw. Now we do see Chad Hunt out on the course.
And that is right at the start of Torburen's Ridge.
And here we have Eric Miller is actually pretty much stopped.
Way off pace. So, hey, listen to this. There's only one entrance to the Amsoil hot pits. He already passed it, so he may. I don't know what's going on. He figured it out, and he's back on the gas. So two-time king Eric Miller, and there is our physical race leader, Paul Wolf up and through the Yukon launch as they ship out. Jody Ford out for lap number 2. We're on board. It is 25 miles an hour until he crosses the next Amsoil flags. As Casey Gilbert crossing over, and now that's Jody Ford trying to chase down Casey Gilbert.
I think these Miller Motorsports cars, they all need to have the color of their race car on their headlights so we can make out who is who.
But right now, you know who this is? Jody Ford, because he's got an onboard camera.
Exactly.
But he's in Casey Gilbert's dust as we're back to the Brannick Boulders in the Joker line. I believe that's Jan Petrie. Petro shot himself.
All right, so we had 19 cars take the green flag this morning. We have had 7 of the 19 come through. They are out on their second lap so far. So where is Chad Hunt? We just saw him. Christopher Branton, we did see he had a flat earlier on when he was going through Kool-Aid as well. Chad Owens, we've seen him. And there is Philip McGilton right there. He's getting ready to go through the Yukon launch at Kool-Aid.
Roger King is clear of the Brannick Boulders there in the Joker line.
We saw that he was struggling, so it's good to hear that he's actually clear of it now.
And Philip McGilton and Brian McVeigh, you recognize that name. He's raced with us for quite a while, and usually Dr. Amanda Ross does ride with him, but they switched it up for some strategy reasons. I completely understand that because they're worried about a winch fest, but these unlimited cars are proving to be superior.
So far, so good. And Miles, that's a good overview right there of the mud pits that you were talking about that they do here.
So those 3 little strips right there, they'll have a little mud fest and have a little mud drag race right there in the middle of this park. Count me out, but I wouldn't mind watching it as we see that rusty.
That is Josh Blyler.
I mean, I can't tell.
The teal color. He's teal.
Yep.
Yeah.
There is Josh Blyler making his way up with his buddy Jared Erdman riding shotgun. And it's pretty cool. So Josh Blyler and Rusty Blyler run the Erdman brothers as co-drivers. So Jared rides with Josh and Shane rides with Rusty as we take a quick glance at the Spider Track backstretch. What a great race that is unfolding in front of us for the 4400 main event, presented by Good Boy Vodka. If you're just tuning in, this is the 2023 Famous Reading Rumble, presented by Project X Off-Road. I am Miles Hasquist alongside my good friend Pam Hall, and this is Ultra 4 USA Racing at its finest. It looks like that's Chad Owens, local boy out of Coopersburg, Pennsylvania. He'll be racing in tomorrow's dark water race as well in a different line mountain style car. That is a 464 of Glennie Page and Bill McGibbon riding shotgun out of Ontario, Canada, as Kevin Porterfield comes across the race line start-finish line. Back to Glennie Page and Torburen's Ridge. Looks like they're saying there's something broke on the right front. They were talking to the camera guy with greasy clowns racing. This course is tough. This is Ultra 4 racing at its finest. These cars can do a little bit of everything and do it all well.
And recognizing that there is something broken in the car. I mean, sometimes you're in this area and it's such a rough area. It actually makes your car feel a little wonky and might think there's something broken, but there actually is not. So hopefully that will be the case for the 464. We can hear some horsepower in the background. We'll see who's going to be coming through here in just a moment. But Paul Wolf is still sitting in that number 1 spot with the fastest lap thus far of the weekend at a 20.47.
And on adjusted time, number 2 is Josh Blyler.
Yes, and in that 3rd position on adjusted time is Philip McGilton.
And 4th is Casey Gilbert.
In 5th position, we saw Mr. Rusty Blyler flying through here.
In 6th spot, Eric Miller.
And then Jody Ford in that number 7 spot.
In 8th spot, Kevin Porterfield.
And we have a race coming through the finish line right there. We had 2 of them coming through together. That's Chad Hunt.
Followed by, or he was following Jonathan Dawes. So what a great race we had there.
Wow, they came through neck and neck. And there we do have the 928 of Matt Garofalo. And we still have Tad Dowker sitting there at our start-finish line, our race line start-finish line, trying to get that throttle cable fixed. And here now we have Rusty Blyler. He is getting ready to enter into the Yukon launch at Kool-Aid.
The Happy Pappy putting those Nitto tires to work. They have these Miller Motorsports cars dialed in excellent. As you can see that Project X tape on that side. You cannot cross over. You have to go down the main rock section, and he is up and out. The Happy Pappy Rusty Blyler making quick work of the Yukon launch. Here's a great aerial view of the end of Tor Buren's Ridge. Great little rock section. You can see there's two little lines at the start of it, and neither one of them are easy.
No, and he's being closely followed behind. Can't quite make out which car that is quite yet, but there is one behind there. Just had to do a little bit of a backup, it looked like. But again, we did have 19 cars take the green flag this afternoon. We have 11 of them that are out on their second lap. So we'll see. We did have Christopher Branton earlier with a flat tire. We have not seen him yet. And now we do see the 906 of Tad Dowker and co-driver getting back into the race car. Hopefully they're going to get to go on their merry way and get a couple laps in.
And there's two-time king Eric Miller, Mr. Miller Motorsports himself, making his way through the Yukon launch. See if he can make quick work. This guy is an excellent driver in the rocks. It'll be exciting to see what he can do at the Yukon launch. Up and out. One shot. Yes, he is. Number 21, Eric Miller and Nathan Stowers make quick work of Kool-Aid with teammate Casey Gilbert.
Casey Gilbert's not too far behind him.
Yeah, that's Casey Gilbert, 618. These cars are getting harder and harder to tell. I thought I saw blue, and I was like, no, maybe it's the shade. Yep, Casey Gilbert's not too far off of Eric Miller's pace, so we'll see what happens there. And another car right behind them.
I believe that is Jody Ford. He was in the pits getting two different tires changed, but we have Casey Gilbert having a little bit of a struggle going up on. Oh, and see, there goes Jody
and
Ford.
Jody Ford rails it right around him. What a great one shot from Jody Ford. So Casey Gilbert's probably laughing and mad all at the same time right now. Oh, but then he gives Jody Ford a little bump right there. Hey, Rubbins Racing.
I thought he was completely clear of it, but there we go again. Tad Dowker, that's awesome that he got his car fixed or his truck fixed right here at our race line start-finish line. Taking the green flag earlier on, pulling off right away, had to run back to his pits. Both him and his co-driver had to run back over to the pits. But that kind of almost looks like that could be Miller, but he already has came through.
I'm trying to see the aerial. Yeah, I mean, it's got yellow on it possibly.
But I don't
know,
think
Eric Miller just went through mile marker number 4, so that's definitely not him.
He would not be there quite yet. You can hear Tad Dowker firing up his engine right here behind us.
Doing a little rev tune after his throttle cable was broke, but now it sounded like it was idling high.
Sometimes you have to adjust that throttle cable
just
a tick.
So I believe that's going to be Glennie Page right there. We should see him come across the race line start-finish. He started in dead last and has made some passes out there on course. The attrition is definitely starting to set in. We've seen it all weekend long. A lot of broken cars, a lot of broken parts. He bypasses and gets on the horn. He's telling his buddies he's having fun out there. Glennie Page and Bill McGibbon out there for another lap. They took off in 30-second increments, 2 at a time. This race is on adjusted time.
Oh, and there we do. I believe that is Rusty Blyler right there taking that joker line. He did not take it earlier on. Or is that Josh? Actually, that's the 41 of Josh Blyler. Because he did not take the joker line earlier on.
Neither Blylers took it the first time, and I'll be honest, I couldn't tell which one was which. I don't know.
What Miles, here's an advantage, though. The people that are listening to us and watching it, here's what's going on. Is they could be told, hey, they're saying that the joker line is clean right now, so that could be an advantage.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's strategy at its finest.
Yes.
And you don't know. I mean, it just is what it is. Darned if you do, darned if you don't. But it looks like Tad Dowker is pulling the hood back off. They are having issues. So like I said, when he fired up, it did sound like a high idle, so they may not have it. I can hear it right now. So it is a little bit of a high idle, but he may just say heck with it and roll with it and keep on keeping on. There's
J.P. Morin.
Yep, J.P. Morin and Mary Smith heading up the Brannick Boulders.
And there we do see the Big B still working their way through. And I believe that was Josh Blyler for sure. But, I mean, I thought I saw 41.
It's a guesstimate, right? There's Chad Owens, local boy. Number 60. He's been racing with Ultra 4 off and on for a long time, but has been racing Line Mountain for even longer. So great to see him kind of double dipping in both of his racing families, all in the same spot. There's Kevin Porterfield right behind him.
Yep, and having to do that little bit of a backup right there, having that softer dirt, what's going to happen now that all the boulders are moved, that softer dirt's just going to get dug in every single lap. These guys are running 40, 42-inch tires, and it's, they're putting them to work right here. But Kevin Porterfield making his way up with absolutely no problems, had no hiccups whatsoever, made it up that Kool-Aid over there in the Yukon launch. Very, very easy.
So getting an update over my Rugged Race radios. It was Josh Blyler that has cleared the Joker, so I think that really played some smart things for him. And also Jan Petrie made it through, but it sounds like Erica Allreed has an update for us down in the Amsoil Hot Pits. Erica, what do you got for us?
Thanks, guys. I was chatting with our number 2 qualifier, Philip McGilton, and he said that he really likes where he's sitting. Everybody knew that this course is going to be hard, tough on the cars, and we've been witnessing a lot of bottlenecks, so he said it really emphasizes the importance of starting up front. He said although he likes where he's sitting right now, he really needs to be aggressive in these early stages of this race, as he's got a lot of talented drivers behind him, like the Blylers. He said that if he's not aggressive early on, he's not going to be able to just cruise through this one, because like those big names, they're going to make it difficult for him. So we're going to be able to see where he ends up. He said he really wants to stick close to Paul Wolf, as he's sitting right there in second behind him in points, guys.
Thank you, Erica, and thanks for the update. It's all about strategy during this race, and Philip McGilton will see what he does as Jonathan Dawes heads into the Yukon launch there at Kool-Aid. You can see all the Project X tape up, that kind of guiding them through the funnel, because we want them in these hard rocks. They asked for a hard race. We gave them a hard race. This is Ultra 4 racing at its finest, and Jonathan Dawes and that Trent fabrication machine makes it up. And there is Paul Wolf dealing with lap traffic now of Chris Branton. So our physical race leader is dealing with lap traffic right at the start of Torburen's Ridge. And I know Chris Branton knows Paul Wolf's there.
Paul's
he
trying to
closed
make a
the
pass.
door. So hopefully Chris just stops right there. There he does. And he does let Paul Wolf around. So our physical race leader is at mile marker number 9 of 10 3/4 of a race. And there is the happy pappy Rusty Blyler in the Brannick Boulders Joker line. So lots of action. There's Jan Petrie. Petro shot. I love that we have so many Canadians coming down here to race with us.
Yes.
And there is physical number 2, Philip McGilton, with Brian McVeigh riding shotgun.
And we do have a number of 14 cars that took the green flag that are out on their second lap right now. We do have a few that have not came through. We did see Christopher Branton moving along, moving off to the side, which was awesome sportsmanship, because he does know that Paul Wolf is out in front.
So this course is really proving to be tough, and it looks like Philip McGilton's only about a minute and a half behind Paul Wolf, as Rusty Blyler is struggling at that middle section of the Brannick Boulders. That big rock on your right is a huge slab, and then there's a tree on your left, and apparently some of these rocks have gotten drug out, and he's a little high-centered. So we'll see if he can muscle his way through, or if he'll have to have Shane Erdman hop out and run the winch. But what a great race course we have. And there is Casey Gilbert, I believe, another Miller chassis, heading into the Brannick Boulders. We'll see if he can get around Rusty Blyler or not, or if that trail is being stuck a little bit. But lots of action. I see some of our Ultra 4 USA vests in the woods trying to make everything run as smoothly as possible. But I do see one car on our top left that has been stuck there for a little bit.
I can hear a little bit of a siren in the background, but it definitely, that's what they do when they know that they have somebody passing. But we do have this going through. We do have Rusty Blyler, as you were saying, having a little bit of difficulties down there in our Brannick Boulder Joker line.
And that made me J.P. Marin between Rusty Blyler and Casey Gilbert. I just had a quick glance. Oh, and they get around Rusty Blyler. So Rusty Blyler is in a different line and just hung up. So is Casey going to be able to find that same line that J.P. Marin was able to do to get around the Happy Pappy?
And he looks like he's got himself in a little bit of a sticky situation, so he'll have to get himself on. He's been running in a great race, a fast race, so hopefully he gets it back going and gets back up where he is at.
This is a great shot from Jody Ford. He's going to – oh, I was in the wrong spot in my head. I was going to tell a different story, but he were riding online. And here's a spot that has been logged recently. So if you step out left or right, there are a lot of stumps sticking up high, but a great shot to show you how tight and technical this little section is. Oh, I'm back on course. We're probably right around mile marker 5 or 6. And this is a tight little tree area, and then it's going to hop back on a haul road and take him towards the Brannick Boulder Joker section. What a great shot that was. So the 463 of J.P. Marin is cleared of the Joker line. We still have Casey Gilbert and Rusty Blyler in there. And there's Glennie Page, 464. So I feel like most of our heavy hitters have made it through the Brannick Boulder Joker line. You have to run it once. You can only run it once. So it doesn't look like anybody got hung up too bad. But, man, it's pretty interesting.
And we do hear some horsepower in the background. He is going to be, Paul Wolf will be coming in here in just a moment, completing lap number 2. It's going to be interesting. His lap time definitely will more than likely be slower, but he is on the rails. We can hear it. A 20:47. He actually just picked up his lap time. No, 23:45. Okay.
Was his first lap.
Yeah, when it went green, I was like, oh my gosh, did he really just pick up another fast lap time? But a 23:45 still is a smoking fast lap out here. He's out on lap number 3. These guys more than likely will probably be doing, 5 or probably 6 or 7 laps, hopefully, by the end of the day.
And look at this, Philip McGilton still pushing strong with Brian McVeigh riding shotgun. Looks like the time split is only 23 seconds between Philip McGilton and Paul Wolf. And now this is probably Josh Blyler. And Josh Blyler just took over the lead on adjusted time. Josh Blyler is on a mission. This is his style of race. Josh Blyler, look out, Paul Wolf and Philip McGilton. He's on a mission.
Yes, Josh Blyler just went through with a 22:05 was the last lap that he did, but his fastest lap of the race so far was a 21:58, which was his first lap. But wow, just now taking over the lead from Paul Wolf, you know that Paul Wolf's having, Chris Hickman's going to be in his ears saying, you better pick it up, buddy.
And listen to this, consistency. That's what Josh Blyler's all about. 7-second difference between his 2 laps. Paul Wolf was about 4 minutes difference. I know lap traffic was an issue, don't get me wrong, but a 7-second split between his lap times. Josh Blyler is consistent. Man, he is driving that car as hard as he can, but trying to save it. Because to finish first you must finish.
And Josh Blyler just did the Joker line this last lap as well, so that is something else to take in as a factor.
I believe that's Jan Petrie. He's heading out on lap number 2. Our leaders are out on lap number 3. And on adjusted time in that first spot is Josh Blyler, followed by Paul Wolf and then Philip McGilton. But on physical course, it's Paul Wolf, then Philip, then Josh. But on adjusted time, Josh is in that spot. This is going to be a great race to the finish. I'm trying to go over the Joker line right now. And here's my buddy Jody Ford entering Torburen's Ridge in his 4400 debut in that Miller Motorsports Brannick powered machine. He's having a great race thus far. If you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2023 Famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. And this is the 4400 main event presented by Good Boy Vodka.
And there we do have the 928 of Matt Garofalo making his way up the Yukon launch, having to do a lot of backing up. That is a very tight area right there where they're having to make the tighter turns. And so, unfortunately, he's having to do that. It does, obviously cut your time down quite a bit. But, Miles, we have John Grounds tuning in. He's another Miller Motorsports chassis driver. He's tuning in saying he was going to see us in Crandon.
Yeah, and so we don't have John Grounds here. We don't have Sparrow here. Other than that, I'm trying to think what Miller cars that are in the United States that aren't here. They're all here because this is a Miller. Hey, John, you missed a great race, but thanks for tuning in. There's Christopher Branton in the AMSOIL hot pits.
And he has not completed a lap yet, so he will be doing that soon. But we know that he's going to have to re-rack what he has in his on the rack for that because he did have that flat tire earlier on. It looks like they're just checking out the car. Looks like they might actually be back on that passenger rear. So not sure if maybe he might have messed something up whenever he had that flat tire, or if when he changed it, or maybe he didn't change it and he just completed the lap with the flat tire.
So it's a great race we have on our hands. The top three, Josh Blyler, Paul Wolf, and Philip McGilton only split by probably about a minute on adjusted time. They took off two at a time every 30 seconds. Josh Miller started in that third row, so Paul Wolf has to beat Josh Blyler by a full minute. What are you hitting me for, Pam?
Because you accidentally called him Josh Miller.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to mess up more than once, I'll tell you that.
It was just funny to hear. All right, Christopher Branton will be coming in, exiting out of the AMSOIL hot pits. That is a 25-mile-per-hour speed zone through there. They cannot resume race speed until they get to the sign that says resume race speed, and also with the AMSOIL flags that you see right there at the end of the road.
It's for safety reasons, obviously. And that's what we try our hardest here at Ultra 4 USA, because obviously every time you put a helmet on, it's dangerous. So we want to do everything we can to keep everybody safe. So that's why we've brought USAC on board the last few years and really going through all the safety aspects of racing. And something else that is new to the 2023 season for safety reasons, the Robinette family, all registered racers will receive an Air Evac Life Team free of charge. So if something happens, they are covered on that aspect as well.
Yes, that will be something that they have done. They also do it with our short course series as well. So it's an amazing thing that the Robinettes do for us. And all of this whole entire setup that we have out here as well, thank you very much for that, the driver appreciation dinner and everything that we do. But here we have the 463 of J.P. Marin, with getting a little love tap from Mr. Rusty Blyler, trying to get him moved out of the way. Sometimes the racers will be talking about that and being, hey, give me a tap, that'll get me through. But here we have the man of the race so far today, which we still have a long race to go, but that is Mr. Paul Wolf. He is making his way through the Yukon launch with ease.
And don't forget, he is in a single-seater, which if he does end up having to winch, that is a huge disadvantage. So we'll see how far Philip McGilton or Josh Blyler is. And there is Rusty Blyler, it looks like, trying to push somebody through.
Yes, he's trying to tap J.P. Marin through that area right there. But look at this. Jody Ford is on the gas.
He did have to go in the AMSOIL hot pits, change a couple tires, so he's a little off pace. But Jody Ford is currently sitting in fourth position. So he's in a great spot because you know the top are going to be pushing really, really hard. And he's hoping that one of them has an issue and he could take advantage of that. So there was Philip McGilton, physical second. And is this Josh Blyler? Yes, it is. So physical third position, but first overall on adjusted time. Josh Blyler is right behind Philip McGilton. And boy, howdy, this is a great, great race. The top three are all within a minute of each other out on course.
It's definitely going to come down to the wire for sure at the end of this race when that checkered flag flies. And there we are on board with Mr. Jody Ford here once again. And you can see that he's going through a lot of the tree section here.
So this is where he's going to take a hard left, a hard right, and bypass the drag line right there. This is such a cool little part of the area. And he's going to get on the gas hard, and then he's going to take a hard right, a hard left, get on that spider track backstretch, and open her up. I'm curious. I want you to ask a few of these drivers what the top speeds are. I'm guessing 100 miles an hour, but it may be a little shy of that just because they're trying to save their car.
I would have to say if they are up into those triple digits, I'm sure the Bleilers, I mean, even Jody Ford, we just saw him coming through smoking fast, but the Bleilers, I mean, especially Josh, he's already jumped up into that number one spot on a corrected time, so he's on a mission. He's probably giving his all, his 110%, because he wants to be on top of the box. We're, what did you say, 35 minutes down the road from his home. This is his backyard, right? He knows this area. So
he's raced here before.
So it'd be awesome for him to take the win out here in basically his hometown. And there's the 463 of JP Morin. And look at that. We do have Chad Hunt, who's following closely behind. Chad Hunt did come through with his lap time earlier on at a 30:57. We did see that he was stuck in the Joker line earlier on. He was stuck behind some traffic that was going up a little bit slower.
So there's Chad Hunt coming through, and up here should be Jonathan Doss. Yes, it is. So we've got a great race mid-pack as well. The wind is starting to pick up just a little bit. There still is a chance of rain. That could really change things up towards the end of this race. I'm hoping it doesn't, but hey, we can't control that by no means. But Jonathan Dawes making quick work, and that Trent Fab machine. All four tires still look like they're doing good.
Miles, it might make it an even more interesting race if there was a little bit of rain, because then it'll come down to tires. There's a lot of different tire manufacturers out there, but the ones that have the tires that have the sticky compound on them, that's what will be a definite game changer if we do start getting some rain, the ones that do have a little bit of the stickiness whenever it's in the wet conditions.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that shakes out. My buddy Jonathan Terhune is calling me out. He's like, doesn't Cody Young still have a Miller's chassis? I'm like, yep, you're right. I forgot about him. So Cody Young, Sparrow, and John Grounds are the three of the Miller cars that I can think of, and there's probably another one or two. I don't know. I know Miller Motorsports and Big B Manufacturing are in cohorts to build those cars, and they are an absolute work of art. Looks like a bomber chassis cruising across this spider track backstretch.
And Miles, you just spoke of a bomber chassis. You were talking about all the other ones, the Jimmy's chassis, the Miller Motorsports chassis. That's one that you have not mentioned today until just now. It's another style, another manufacturer out there that builds these 4400s. I mean, it's one, that one is built for the Hammer style racing.
It's a Hammer style car for sure. Randy Slauson has won King of the Hammers a few times, and he's not racing here with us, but he races Hammers, and he builds those bomber chassis, and they're an absolute work of art.
Yes, and that is something that, you know, everybody talks about. The bomber chassis are made for the West Coast, and over here on the East Coast, the Miller chassis, that's what they're made for, is this East Coast weather. You looked up at the sky, made me say weather. But the East Coast rocks and the East Coast terrain.
Yeah, this Eastern Series stuff out here, and that.
Yeah, that does look like that is Kevin Porterfield for sure coming through. He should be coming through our start-finish line here in just a moment. If that is Kevin Porterfield, that means he did move up quite a bit, because Rusty Bleiler, well, here comes Rusty Bleiler. His tick just came through over here on our timing and scoring.
And Rusty Bleiler, look at that, all over the throttle. He'll take a hard left, dive back in, head out for his third lap. Rusty Bleiler, the happy pappy behind Big B Motorsports, as we're seeing Casey Gilbert right there at the entrance to Torburen's Ridge. Everybody's still running strong. There's Kevin Porterfield in that wide open design Adam Woodley built machine.
Yes, Kevin Porterfield just now making his way through, and here we are now with Casey Gilbert. That was our USAC official, Liam O'Donnell, out there checking out the course, making sure everything is all running properly over there. Casey Gilbert still missing that one headlight that he lost at, I can't remember which race it was. I think it was at Rush, Kentucky. But it's very recognizable, but I'm not sure what's going on. He did stop right there, and we do have Nathan getting out of the race truck. He was trucking along here, not looking like he was having any problems, but Nathan just got out of the race truck, and Casey Gilbert has now taken off. Not sure what is going on with that. Hopefully we can get a little update from somebody. But that is unfortunate that that just happened. Not sure exactly what's going on. And cannot quite tell exactly who that one is there. But we do have Josh Blyler still sitting in that number 1 spot. Paul Wolf in 2nd. Philip McGilton in that 3rd position. Jody Ford 4th. Kevin Porterfield in 5th. And Rusty Blyler in that 6th spot.
Sounds like we could be getting some weather coming through. They're talking about some severe winds coming through. It could change some things up. We'll see how it all shakes out. But it did look like Casey Gilbert had Nature Bay Nate get out as Jody Ford makes it right through the Yukon launch with Chris Branton right behind him.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the strategy would be behind Nathan getting out with Casey Gilbert, so hopefully we can get an update from somebody on that for sure. But there we do see Christopher Branton just made it up earlier on. He was having some issues. His tires were slipping quite a bit, but he did just make it up with ease. And there is a great shot of the clouds that are coming our way. So we have some weather that will be moving this direction here in just a little bit. We're talking about 60-mile-per-hour winds and possibly hail.
That would be interesting.
We're in the open. We're going to have to take cover.
I'll be all right. I'll fight through this for some good racing for sure.
Well, I'm going to put up all my electronics is what I will do. But look at those
we'll
clouds
see how
coming.
it all shakes out. It's going to be interesting. But what a great shot as we can, and like I said, we'll do what we can to bring you the action. But we have camera crew out in the woods. I don't know. We'll just play it by ear. So please stay tuned. We'll do our best. But the weather is coming, and that could really shake up the end of this race. And let's go over our adjusted time leaders. It is Josh Blyler out front.
And Paul Wolf in that number 2 spot.
And 3 is Philip McGilton.
And in the 4th position, the 4408 of Jody Ford.
And that 5th spot is Kevin Porterfield.
In the 6th position, the 46 of Rusty Blyler.
In 7th, number 456 of Chad Hunt.
And we did see Casey Gilbert. He has not came through and finishing up his lap, but he is running in that number 8 position in the number 618.
Was that Jody Ford possibly cruising across the Spider Track backstretch? Really pushing hard. And there's all of our spectators out at the top of Hell's Half Acre. I definitely feel a pretty good wind coming through.
It's cooled off a little bit as well, too. It's a cooler wind coming through.
It'll be interesting to see how this all shakes out.
And we do have a race closely going through the section that they are in right by those spectators, so that's really cool to see.
This is a 2-hour race. We took off 2 at a time every 30-second increments.
And what a great race we've had so far today, Miles. We've had so much racing this whole entire weekend. It's been a beautiful race course out here. Again, we will talk about this over and over. The drivers asked for harder races, and here we have them.
And they got a harder race. That is for absolute fact.
But you know what? They're not complaining. They're absolutely loving it. They're like, maybe we should have asked for harder, but they all are hoping that we do come back here next year.
And somebody's entering into the AMSOIL hot pits. I believe that's Casey Gilbert, if I had to do a quick guess. We saw Nature Boy Nate hop out of the car. So we are about halfway through this race with some weather developing. It is a 2-hour race till the white flag comes out. It does look like that's down towards the Gilbert. So I believe that's Casey Gilbert's crew, because Jonathan Dawes would be a little bit further down.
And there we do have somebody in their pit right now. Isn't that where you were just talking about?
Yep, so that is Casey Gilbert, the Big B crew out there helping him. And there's Jonathan Dawes coming across the race line start-finish.
And Miles, we do have our camera guy down there. If Erica Allred is down there, maybe she can get a little tidbit for us on why in the world Nathan got out of the vehicle with Casey Gilbert.
It's all about strategy, quick and easy. There's the 928 of Matt and Joe Garofalo. And actually, I don't know if that's a bomber chassis or not. It looks very similar, but it may be a custom chassis. With our physical race leader, Paul Wolf, right behind him, running into lap traffic between the Garofalo brothers right at the start of Tor Buren's Ridge, and that's only helping Josh Blyler, and the Garofalo brothers are blowing off the tires, and Paul Wolf is trying to figure it out. That must be the happy pappy of Rusty Blyler and the number 46 Miller Motorsports Pro chassis heading up the Yukon launch at Kool-Aid.
And he's having a great race as well. We did see him having a little bit of issues when he did go through the Brannig boulders for the Joker line, but here we do have him still moving along, but now we have the person that is in front of Paul Wolf in the 928. They are getting out of the car, so that leaves Paul Wolf right there stuck. So Matt Garofalo did have to get out of the car right now, or the brother did, to pull the winch line. And there we do still have Casey Gilbert in the hot pits as well. Not sure exactly what's going on, if they had to do a tire change or what they did. But Casey Gilbert still in there. Paul Wolf is still in that behind Matt Garofalo. Matt Garofalo's co-driver, he did get out and is pulling winch lines. So that's going to be very interesting. There is Kevin Porterfield. He is entering up into, and he's entering in and
Look
out.
Look how he made it so smooth through the top of Yukon launch. And that could be Matt Garofalo. We saw him blowing off his tires. Yep, so it's not a fire, it's a tire fire. Matt Garofalo is trying everything he can do to get through there. And our physical race leader, oh, look at that. Was that? Yes, so I think that just put Paul Wolf even further. So is that Philip McGilton and Josh Blyler right behind Paul Wolf. So that just gives Josh Blyler even more and more of an advantage. What a great, great run we have on our hands right now. A lot of fun is going down out there in Tor Buren's Ridge. And yes, that is Josh Blyler all over the back of Paul Wolf. He's going for the pass. But, hey, Josh Blyler knows that if he's caught Paul Wolf, he has passed Paul Wolf on adjusted time. Josh Blyler did get away around Philip McGilton, so Josh Blyler is sitting exactly where he wants to be. What a great run for Josh Blyler. There's Casey Gilbert coming across the race line, start-finish line. Pam, this is going to be a race to the finish.
Yes, it is, Miles. I stepped away for just a second to put up all of my electronics for the weather, and I come back to all of this action because when I left, Paul Wolf was still stuck behind Matt Garofalo. But, wow, what a race going on. I mean, Paul Wolf has, like you just said, Josh Blyler, Philip McGilton, they're all right there running together. Can you imagine how this is going to be with them coming through the start-finish line? I mean, hopefully none of them have to pit.
I can't wait to see this thing progress.
Yeah, it's definitely progressing for sure. We are on, I'm not sure exactly what lap we're on, but we have been racing here, and we have 53 minutes remaining in this race today. They are racing for 2 hours plus a lap once they get the white flag. So it is a longer race for our 4400 Unlimited presented by Good Boy Vodka. But we have great drone footage going on right now. We're going to continue on as long as we can for the broadcast if the weather does come on in here we will have to see where we can go from there. But that is Christopher Branton. He is going through a little bit of an area that has some water in it. He does have those recognizable USD sticky tires on. So Christopher Branton running a great race today as well. He was having some problems right at the beginning of the race earlier on, but he is still trucking along. He did have a flat tire earlier at the very beginning of the race on the first lap when he was entering into Kool-Aid. And we do see somebody struggling right now behind that rock. They do have their winch line out as well, and there is the co-driver. So struggling getting through this area. And let's see who that is. Oh, that is the 928. That is Matt Garofalo that Paul Wolf was stuck behind earlier on.
So he's starting to move his way through, but yes, let's just talk about that. Paul Wolf got stuck behind some lap traffic. Josh Blyler got right on his tail. So it's 1, 2, 3, physical all together, but on adjusted time, Josh Blyler is all smiles right now because he started a full minute behind Paul Wolf, and he's on his tail.
I actually cannot wait because they should be coming through here any minute. I cannot wait to see all three of those racers and those drivers coming through because you know they're all three going to be on the rails. And there we do have Matt Garofalo's co-driver running in front of him just in case he needs to winch up another spot. So it's all about strategy right here. Instead of getting in and out and in and out, he's holding that winch line in his hand. But that's also another strategy. They have done their pre-running, so they know in the areas that they might have to do some winching. We do hear some horsepower in the background. We did have our leaders of the race that were getting ready to come through. And so they are hauling the mail. Let's see if it's going to still be Josh Blyler in that number 1 spot. Paul Wolf actually is in first place, but where is Josh Blyler?
Physically out front, Paul Wolf, but Josh Blyler's not too far behind him. He's dealing with a little bit of dust. Wow, so Josh Blyler right behind Paul Wolf, but on adjusted time, it is still Josh Blyler's race. What a great race we have. And I just did get a little update from my buddy Garrett that Casey Gilbert is missing a window net, so they had to have the co-driver get out because for safety reasons, you can't have a co-driver without a window net. So when it fell off, for safety reason, he is out. And it looks like this is Philip McGilton coming through, physical third. So on adjusted time, Josh Blyler out front, then Paul Wolf, then Philip McGilton. All three cars look very healthy, and they are pushing strong.
They look healthy, and they sound healthy.
So our race out front is looking good.
And that is the 44-17 of Jonathan Dawes making his way through the area over there of Kool-Aid. That is our area that we are calling our Yukon launch. But here we have, is that Jody Ford?
No, that's Jan Petrie.
It is Jan Petrie. Jody Ford should be coming through here in just a little bit as well.
But it sounds like the weather is starting to roll through, and we are out in the elements, and some of our camera crew is out there, so we need to kind of like reset, regroup a little bit just to make sure everybody is safe and sound. So I do apologize to everybody for taking a quick break during the 4400 main event. We got to kind of regroup, reset. We're going to take a little bit of a commercial break, and we'll be back with more racing action when everything is going good. But I do apologize for anything you may miss. So while we reset everything, we're going to regroup, make sure everything is all safe and sound. We're going to take a quick break and be right back after this.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
ready for any challenge. Max's tires can handle even the most punishing off-road conditions. Max's tires tread victoriously.
Speedsport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speedsport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speedsport Daily. Speedsport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
Always my love. I am searching high, I'm searching low in the night. Ooh, does she know that we bleed the same?
Get it, boys.
Holy shit.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pit Bull is perfect for the job. The Pit Bull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
You're watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great off-road racing. racing from America and around the globe. From Ultra 4 to rally. These guys are fighting for the lead.
Seems very aggressive.
Short course to desert race.
Great move there. He is so fast.
Whether on 2 wheels or 4, Speed Sport 1 has the off-road action you crave.
Look at that move. Jumps to the inside.
Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
Always my love. I am searching high, I'm searching low in the night. Ooh, does she know that we think the same?
Get it, boys.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pitbull is perfect for the job. The Pitbull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
You're watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great off-road racing from America and around the globe. From Ultra 4 to rally. These guys are fighting for the lead.
Seems very aggressive.
Short course to desert race.
Great move there. He is so fast.
Whether on 2 wheels or 4, Speed Sport 1 has the off-road action you crave.
Look at that move. Jumps to the inside.
Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
Always I am searching high, I'm searching low in the night. Ooh, does she know that we think the same?
Get it, boys.
Welcome back to the 2023 famous Reading Rumble presented by Project X Off-Road. I am Miles Hasquist alongside my good friend Pam Hall, and you can tell the weather has set in. We had to regroup, so we are going to do a little compressed version of this show because there are some safety issues out on course with some of our production team, but we will do our best. And now we've moved into a trailer, and right about when we went live, it started shaking. So the winds here, there's a chance of hail. It's going to be interesting to see, but hey, this ain't roundy round racing. This is Ultra 4. We're going to keep on going.
Keep on trucking on is what you normally would say, right? So here we have on a screen, we do have Casey.
The time of, no, Paul Wolf has the fastest time of this race with that 20:47, but Josh Blyler is consistent. But now all these rock trails are going to be super, super slick and slimy. That's really going to change the traction on these